Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the MCs of GLOBSEC Forum 2025, Latika, Bourke and Rikard Jozwiak.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the 20th edition of GLOBSEC Forum here in Prague, but also to you online. My name is Rikard Jozwiak. I'm the editor of Radio Free Europe. And yes, in case you're wondering, Radio Free Europe still is alive.
And long may you live. Hear, hear. Good morning, everyone. My name's Latika Bourke. I'm a writer at large based in London for The Nightly Australia. An absolute pleasure and honour to be here back in Prague for the second edition of GLOBSEC 2025 here in Czechia.
So as always with GLOBSEC, we have a claim. And the claim this year is what you see behind me. Commanding in chaos. Time for Europe to step up. Question mark, maybe?
Question mark? Why hasn't Europe already stepped up? Because the world is at a turning point. We see it every single day now on our television screens. The geopolitical upheaval, the eroding alliances, and tech disruption coming faster than ever.
So there are four key themes at this GLOBSEC. The first two, unlocking Europe's geotech edge. Secondly, redefining the global order and finding perhaps a role for Europe in that order.
And we'll be looking at security in this volatile world, but also how to drive sustainable competitiveness and resilience.
But most of all, we want to hear from you. There are three ways of having your voice heard. First one, social media. Do hashtag GLOBSEC 2025. The second one is the traditional one. You raise your hand, you wait for a microphone, and then you ask a question. And on behalf of all moderators here, please, I repeat, a question and a short one, please.
No long statements, guys. Okay, then we have one other option, and this requires you all right now to get involved. So if you could pull out your phones, I know they're already on silent. We have Slido, which is where you get to not only ask questions, but also answer them. I'm not seeing enough phones out. Could you please grab your phones out? Because we want you to scan this QR code up on the screen. And we want you to answer this question in one word, right?
In one word, yes. And we're going to get a word cloud, I hope.
We are. So where does Europe need to step up the most?
Come on, phones out.
Please get tapping.
One word.
It's a good time to check that you did actually put your phones on silent anyway.
Yeah.
Okay, we're seeing some good answers coming in. AI.
Action.
Action on what? All right, innovation.
Industrial-based, democratic transition, self-confidence. Unity
is an interesting one. Support Ukraine. I think that's a pretty overwhelming view of this room. Absolutely.
Absolutely. Go up a bit.
Free market. That's interesting.
Unity, yeah, readiness.
Yeah, readiness is going to be a big theme of this GLOBSEC.
Though, isn't it?
Yeah, look, there's one outstanding answer, and I'm not surprised by that, Rikard. Defense.
No, and that's exactly the theme. Again, commanding in chaos, time for Europe to step up. And we will discuss this at three stages during 3 days. The first stage is this one, is the Havel stage. The second stage is next door, it's the Schwarzenberg stage.
And upstairs, we'll have the Albright stage, which I'll be opening a little later on this morning.
And then there are also about 50 side events. Some of them are invitation only, some of them are open, but I've heard for those that are invitation only that if you're really kind, you wait outside the door, you knock a little bit and smile, you may be let into those as well.
Okay, but don't try this tonight at Prague Castle. That's the Gala Awards ceremony dinner. You do need an invitation for that one. Have you got yours?
I sort of gave it to a cute girl in there.
It's all right. You can come tomorrow.
Can I?
Everyone's invited to the cocktail evening tomorrow night.
So the cocktail evening is tomorrow evening. It's on Shoffin Island, which is an island right in the middle of Volatile in Prague. It's going to be sunny. It's going to be cocktails. It's Friday the 13th. What could possibly go wrong?
Nothing at all, because this is GLOBSEC, and it's such a wonderful event, and it's wonderful to be back here. That is enough from us for now, because it's time to bring on stage the two gentlemen who will do the official honours in opening GLOBSEC 2025.
It's going to be the President of Czechia, Mr. Petr, Pavel, and the President of GLOBSEC, Mr. Róbert, Vass.
But hold your applause, because we're going to take a look back at GLOBSEC's proud history.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the President of Czechia, Petr Pavel, and the President of GLOBSEC, Robert Vass.
Dear President Pavel, Excellencies, distinguished guests, dear friends, it is my great honor to welcome you to the 20th anniversary edition of the GLOBSEC Forum. And it's great to celebrate the 2 decades of the global dialogue here in Prague. And I want to extend my heartfelt gratitude to President Pavel, but also to the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Lipavsky, and our Czech friends for their unwavering support. And we are proud to call Prague our new home. I still remember when we established GLOBSEC 20 years ago in a small university hall in Slovakia. Back then, we dreamed of moving Central Europe from the periphery to the center of global dialogue. And today in Prague, we gather as a global community from 80 countries with the ambition to shape the vision for a new era. These 20 years have been a remarkable story of a grassroots project that has become one of the leading platforms for global dialogue. And I want to thank everyone who has been part of this journey. Colleagues, former colleagues, the board of GLOBSEC, extraordinary community that we gather in our International Advisory Board, diplomats, friends, partners, and all of you who have been supporting us for all these 20 years. Today, that dream we had 20 years ago stands fulfilled. But more importantly, it is far from finished. And we are here not to celebrate the past, but to build a future. And as Václav Havel once said, hope is not the conviction that something will turn out well, but the certainty that something is worth doing. A lot has changed in these 20 years in the world. 20 years ago, we believed Europe's path was clear, whole, free, and at peace. But Russia returned a brutal, full-scale war into our continent. Trade wars and the erosion of economic cooperation are putting immense strains on global prosperity. Trust in international institutions is faltering, and the rule-based order is under threat. We must admit the facts. The world is changing. And this period is not just a time to wait and survive. This disruption is transformative. We cannot go back to the world as it was before and go back to the business as usual. As Pope Francis said at GLOBSEC Forum 2021, from every crisis we can emerge better or worse, but never the same. And that is the moment for Europe to act. And that is the title of this year's conference, a call for action, time for Europe to step up. And let me outline 4 imperatives for Europe in action. First, we must deliver peace in Ukraine. Ukraine is a test and a proof of concept, not just for European unity, but of whether we can offer a real alternative to raw force. And Europeans have demonstrated that we can stand up to aggression and support those who want to live in a peaceful and just world. There have been many calls for peace, but Mr. Putin simply ignores them up until now. Everyday Russian bombs level cities, destroy hospitals, kill innocent civilians. And from this stage, in the center of Europe, we repeat clearly, Mr. Putin, end this war, or history will end you. This war bears your name, and you may outrun headlines, but you will not outrun history. Peace is not Putin's to define. It is not belonging to those who bomb hospitals and children's playgrounds. It belongs to those who defend it. And together with Ukrainians, all of us and the rest of Europe need to reclaim the word peace very clearly and what it means for us. Second, we have to build Europe from within. We have to take responsibility for getting our own house in order. So in Europe, we must get serious about our defense, competitiveness, economy, strategic autonomy. At the end, the transatlantic relations was always meant to be a relationship, not a dependency. And it will only endure if Europe pulls its weight together. Third, we have to defend multilateralism, but also modernize it. Europe is the greatest success of multilateralism in history. We must prove that rule-based order is still worth fighting for. And we must lead the global initiative to rebuild the global order. Let me remind the words of the Finnish president, Alexander Stubb, from last year, from this stage, who said that basically there are 3 types of countries in the world. The global West, who has helped to build with the rest of the world the global rules. Then there are those powers who are challenging them, like Russia. And there are global South, who rightly demand a seat at the table. And global South countries are indispensable for the future of multilateralism. We must invite, not ignore, the global South. That is why I'm really happy and proud to welcome delegations from Africa, Latin America, Chile, Brasilia, Argentina, Middle East, UAE. We must build multilateralism with them and together with them. And fourth, we must treat technology as strategy, or be left behind. The next decade will be defined not only by what we defend, but what we build. And that means mastering technologies that power modern life. That's why I'm very happy that GLOBSEC Geotech Summit, with the strong political leadership of President Pavel and under the leadership of General Allen, becomes an integral part of the GLOBSEC Forum for its 2nd time. We will have a lot of reports that we will unveil during these few days. Let me present one more point, and that's the importance of cooperation with private sector, because 70% of critical infrastructure today is owned and operated by private sector. And the distance between public and private sector today is a strategic vulnerability. We must fix it. And that's why I'm glad that we have such a strong delegation from global tech and businesses, captains of industries here in Prague. Ladies and gentlemen, 20 years is not only a time for celebration, it is time to prepare the organization for next decades ahead. And we are strengthening GLOBSEC as a pan-European platform for global dialogue, but also as an action-oriented policy institute that brings solutions. And we have a lot of content that we prepared. We are launching several initiatives on semiconductor to assess what can be done in Europe's competitiveness. With Chris Miller, who wrote the Chip Wars, initiative on GLOBSEC on Rearm Europe, readiness index, health readiness index. And we will have a major report on critical raw materials that we've done in partnership with McKinsey on how innovation-driven approaches can help us fix the problem of the critical raw materials. I'm also delighted here to announce that we have welcomed in our team a new CEO who will help us to guide the organization in the next chapter. He's a Prague native, Daniel Brown, whom you will meet during these upcoming days. Ladies and gentlemen, in 2005 we started with hope. In 2025 we continue with responsibility. And let these 3 days be more than a dialogue. Let them be a turning point. Let us step up, let us lead, and let us build a future that others want to follow. Enjoy 2025 GLOBSEC Prague Forum, and thank you. Mr. President, I would like to invite you to deliver your keynote remarks.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me a great pleasure to welcome you all once again in Prague at this year's GLOBSEC Forum. For over 2 decades, this platform has earned its place as Central Europe's leading venue and for addressing global security challenges. I am proud that our capital is hosting for the 2nd time, and also distinguished guests and leaders, experts who are all gathered here. I am also pleased that for 2nd year in a row, GLOBSEC includes the Prague Geotech Summit, a platform that connects political and high-tech leaders to discuss and protect our democracies and future prosperity. Last year, I spoke here about the need to strengthen Europe's political will, industrial capacity, and technological sovereignty, about the importance of standing with Ukraine and also of standing on our own feet as Europeans. These messages remained as relevant today as they were then, perhaps and even more so. Today, I will focus on 3 interconnected issues: new transatlantic environment, European security, and future of Ukraine. The new US administration has unsettled transatlantic relations and forced Europe to face strategic questions it cannot postpone. Ukraine continues to fight bravely for its freedom, independence, and security of all of Europe. Their determination and innovative approach serve as a source of inspiration to all of us. There are so far no signs of Russia's intentions to end their aggression. And yet, we have witnessed a troubling reluctance to clearly distinguish between the aggressor and the victim. It is time we draw the necessary conclusions from the fact that the United States' role in European security has changed and reinforce Europe's ability to respond accordingly. We must accelerate our efforts to build credible European defense capabilities, strengthen our defense industries, and take political ownership of our collective security. And please don't take me wrong, this doesn't mean to decouple from our American ally. On the contrary, engaging and maintaining intense dialogue with our partners across the Atlantic is more essential than ever. not only with President Trump's inner circle, but with the broadest possible range of actors across all levels. This is a call for taking greater responsibility as Europeans. A call to make sure that we are capable of defending our own interests, even without active American support if necessary. The aim is not to create an alternative to NATO, but to strengthen NATO's European pillar. To succeed, this European pillar cannot remain an abstract ambition. It needs to be institutionalized, embedded in NATO's standard planning, in budgeting and force development processes. This is the only way to ensure continuity, avoid disruptive cliffs, and make long-term adaptation predictable and sustainable. I believe we should also consider strengthening NATO's operational autonomy in Europe by mirroring or double-hatting key US-held positions within NATO command structure, so that Europe-specific operations remain possible even without an active participation of the United States. Europe's growing role in collective defense is to be seen as a contribution to NATO's strength and resilience. The upcoming NATO summit in The Hague should send a clear signal of unity and resolve, not only to our adversaries, but also to our own citizens. It is an opportunity to agree on ambitious, yet realistic commitments. We need to be swift and coordinated in responding to evolving security needs. It is vital that we invest more in our own defense, but it is equally important that we do not let Ukraine fall. We need to do what we can to help Ukraine becoming more capable of defending itself, negotiating from a position of strength and self-confidence, and making the cost of any future aggression too high for Russia. Yet another task, no less important, lies ahead, and it's Ukraine recovery. The reconstruction of Ukraine is not only a moral imperative, but a strategic one. A strong, democratic and economically viable Ukraine is essential for long-term stability in Europe. The task requires a continuous engagement, ability to mobilize financial resources, and a clear sense of purpose on our part. Planning and preparation should continue with urgency, ambition, and good coordination. Delaying this effort would only increase the cost in every sense of the word. At the Ukraine Recovery Conference in Italy in July, I will talk more about the need to introduce a modern-day Marshall Plan for Ukraine. First and foremost, investors need to see Ukraine as a place of opportunity, not just of risk. A key path to prosperity lies in deeper integration into European trade. This means making Ukraine more attractive to partners, stabilizing conditions on the ground, and supporting the capacity of Ukrainian institutions to absorb investments and aid. Such an approach would also facilitate return of refugees to Ukraine, because it would give them a clear perspective in rebuilding their lives in their homeland. In this context, integration into the EU remains the strongest guarantee of lasting security and prosperity for Ukraine. Ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, I am confident that this year's GLOBSEC Forum will once again offer valuable insights, bold ideas, and frank exchanges, the kind of dialogue we need in these times. I wish you inspiring discussions and renewed resolve. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. President, for those great words of introduction at the beginning and for the great speech. Let me touch upon a few points that you opened. In 2 weeks, there will be a NATO summit in The Hague, and this is going to be a very important historic summit because it's the first for the new Secretary General Mark Rutte, but also the first in the Trump 2.0 administration. What do you expect from it? Mark Rutte has outlined an ambitious plan to increase defense spending for 5%, 3.5% for direct defense and 1.5% for the broader infrastructure in defense. Is this realistic, and what do you expect? What are your expectations from NATO summit?
On one hand, the expectations are high, especially when it comes to requirement for defense spending. On the other, they are quite limited, and it's mainly because the approach of American administration. And I understand that the Secretary General wants deliberately to limit the scope of the summit to the necessary minimum to avoid any disagreements and disunity. Because we really need to show that we are united in main principles. And main principles means that our commitment to NATO, to Article 5, is still valid, that we don't change our approach to Ukraine, even though there will not be probably strong language in the final declaration on Ukraine, but all previous conclusions from previous summits will remain valid. But the main focus will be really on achieving an agreement on increased defense spending, which is very substantial. And I believe that we will have a joint will to achieve by 32 the minimum 3.5% for hard military expenditures and another 1.5% of GDP on defense-related expenditures that would include infrastructure, cybersecurity, resilience, education, and all other measures.
You outlined a timeline of 7 years to increase the spending. You said in the year 2032. Do we have so much time when we look at the current situation, because there are no signs of Russia wanting to stop the war? Some of the information coming from European agencies are that Russia is preparing for a major provocation within the next couple of years on the European soil, whether it's Baltics or some other place. Are we prepared for it? Obviously not now, but is this 7 years enough for us to step up? Or do we need to, what are the key priorities that we should focus on in the upcoming years?
I think it is fair to say that we will never be 100% ready for all contingencies. But we should do our best to be ready for facing current threats. That means that first we have to fill all the gaps in capabilities from the previous cycles of NATO defense planning. That is the debt that we still have ahead of us. On top of it, we have now agreed extremely ambitious capability targets for the period 25-29. All of these together will require a really significant increase in defense spending. I'm not sure that all European countries are ready for such an increase, because that would definitely need to look at the structure of our national budgets. It will be quite demanding, but we will have to be very realistic. Russia is now well equipped. It is now experienced from the war. It has an ambition to reconstitute Soviet Union as a global power, and it has expressed a number of requirements to European countries when it comes to new security architecture in Europe. And it would be very naive to believe that President Putin will not be tempted to use the power he has, the power of war economy, to at least try to test NATO unity and resolve. But we will have to face it with the capabilities that will be available at the time. But of course, the more we want to be ready for these potential tests, the more we have to invest in our own defense. And it's not only an issue of money, but also the will. And the will be there if we manage to convince our population about seriousness of the threat, which is not always the case, because even our American allies are from time to time somehow reducing the seriousness of threat from Russia.
So can we say that when we look at all the information, no signs of Russia stopping the war in Ukraine, the attempts to build up their forces in the north, but also the hybrid operations that they are doing in Europe in order to divide Europe. Is Russia at war with Europe?
We still divide the periods of history into peace, crisis, and war. Russia is not doing that. They see the history as a continuous conflict, where only means and intensity changes. So for them, they are actually in a kind of a war with Western democracies. But for them, with regard to the West, they are now using mostly cyber and hybrid tools. But this may change very quickly because, as I say, they really see it as a continuity.
You said that we need to, of course, substantially increase defense spending. We are talking about 5%. Some countries have a fiscal space to do it, but some, as you said, is going to be very difficult to keep the commitment. Do you think the answer is to moving this conversation from the national level, which can be politically very tricky in some countries, to look for space where to increase the defense spending, into European level? Do you see a future of defense spending more in the Eurobonds and on the European level?
It has to start at national level. First, we really have to work with our own population to understand the nature of all of the threats that are around, and to clearly state that security is the foundation of everything. It wouldn't make too much sense if we invest heavily into other areas of social life if we are not able to guarantee the basic security. Not all the countries understand the nature of the threat. We have to be very open in quoting Russian representatives, because quite often they are very open, and we only don't want to listen or to understand what they are saying. And when it comes to Czech Republic, the Russian assessment of Czech Republic, we are a hostile country, we are an enemy, and we are a traitor. So why should we consider Russia as a neutral country to us? They clearly express their will to get back before 1997, where this country was not part of NATO or the EU. They want to reintroduce the sphere of influence and control of Russia over this part of Europe. This is definitely not in our interest, and we have to explain it to our people and to clearly demonstrate that if we want to remain in peace, if we want to preserve a way of life that we have, we really have to invest much more into our security to deter any possible aggression.
I hope this was heard loud and clear also in other neighboring countries, in Bratislava or Budapest as well. Mr. President, you've talked about Marshall Plan for Ukraine, but before, you could elaborate a little bit about that, but before that, we need a just and sustainable peace in Ukraine. And it seems that all the attempts that also President Trump has been having are not leading the President Putin to change the course. He's continuing bombing. What do you think Europe can do to force Russia to stop?
Frankly, I don't think that Europe alone has the power to push President Putin to the table. We need other countries, and especially the United States, on board at the same frequency, I would say, in military terminology. Right now, I see the importance of financial and economic tool probably more important than military tools. We need to keep support of Ukraine, providing military equipment, material, financial support to sustain their defense. But at the same time, to push Russia to the table, we really need much stricter sanctions and measures than up to now. Russia is not in a good economic situation. They are not in a good financial situation. And the only way how to convince President Putin that the time has come to sit to the table is really to push him to the brink of economic collapse. It's not about bringing Russia down, it's simply bringing them to the table and negotiate the future.
Because it seems just the invitation is not enough. Probably you need the force. Mr. President, I think our time is up, unfortunately, because I would have many, many more questions and we could continue in the conversation on many, many topics. But let me really thank you for your extraordinary support, political support for GLOBSEC. Without you, it would be impossible. It's really, it means a lot for us. And also thanks for all of the partners and sponsors who are supporting GLOBSEC. And I have to name them because there are quite a lot of those who supported us. It's the Chess, Zscaler, KNDS, Saab, Microsoft, BMW, and many, many other companies that you will see in the corridor. So thank you once again, and I think we are continuing with the program, so please stay seated. I think the next point in the program is online, President Zelenskyy.
Thank you.
Well, now it's time to introduce our keynote speaker at this year's GLOBSEC. And of course it is Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelenskyy. It's the second time that President Zelenskyy has joined GLOBSEC and the first time he's joined the Prague edition. President Zelenskyy, welcome. We of course understand your need to join us virtually from Kyiv, but we would love to see you one day here on the stage at GLOBSEC, because here at GLOBSEC you have the cards and you have the floor.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much for invitation, ladies and gentlemen. President Pavel, President Vass, thank you for inviting me to the GLOBSEC forum this year. In a time of big changes and important decisions, ones that will affect people's lives and how we think about security for years to come. 12 years ago, we completed the final stage of our operation.
Interrupt you. Just wondering if your team backstage could fix the sound for us. We cannot hear you at the moment. Okay, we need to do some work, I think, behind the scenes to restore our link. And while we do that, what we might do is ask all of you to grab your phones back out, and we're going to do some Slido questions about Ukraine just while we restore our link with the President's office. So we've got some Slido questions here about one of the main topics we'll be talking about after, of course, we hear again from President Zelenskyy. Yes or no, this is a pretty easy one. Does anyone here think security guarantees about the future of Ukraine are possible without the United States?
Сприймає безпекові гарантії.
Okay, it sounds like we're getting our link back, but if you want to answer some of these questions while we're waiting, and we might have a show of hands in the room. Who thinks that security guarantees are possible for Ukraine without the US? Yes? Show of hands? Wow. Okay, for those watching at home, there's about 6 hands in the room. So obviously, those who think security guarantees require the United States, hands up. Okay, there's not an overwhelming majority. I thought that would lead to an overwhelming majority, but it's not quite the case. Certainly more, but not everyone. Okay, but on Slido, the question is very emphatically answered. No, the US is irreplaceable, 62%. Obviously, we'll be asking, we hope, once that link is restored, President Zelenskyy about some of these issues. Okay, what should Ukraine's priority following a ceasefire or peace agreement be? We have a couple of options on our Slido poll if you all want to have a look at that on your phones as well. The answers are strengthening Ukraine's defense forces. Should they be investing in their infrastructure and industrial base? Pursuing NATO? Difficult. EU integration? Or holding elections? What do you think about this one? Okay, this is somewhat surprising. Oh no, this is the answer I thought would come out on top, strengthening Ukraine's defense forces. But it's running pretty even here. Investing in infrastructure and industrial base, obviously a lot of panels will be looking at this topic. And finally, let's go to what I hope will generate a nice word cloud for us. When you think about the future of Ukraine, what's the one word that comes to your mind? If we could see that. And President Zelenskyy, if you can hear us, we're looking very much forward to hearing what you have to say once this link is restored.
I don't know, do you hear me?
Ah, President Zelenskyy, we can hear you, and it's wonderful to hear you.
I don't know where we stopped. I don't know. Really, I'm so sorry. We will try just to continue. I will try to continue with the speech, and if we will not have questions, problems, yes, and technical problems, we will continue with questions, as I understood.
No problem. President Zelenskyy, no apology necessary if you would like to start again. We were very looking forward to hearing from you. Thank you.
I think you remember the beginning. You're smart and young people. I think you remember. So I'm just want to continue. So really, 12 days ago, we completed the final stage of our operation called, as I said, Spider Web. And probably no one in this room missed it. And inexpensive drones, part of a low-cost operation by Ukraine security service, hit something very, very expensive for Russia in a very sense of the word, strategic bombers at distant military airfields. And it was a completely legitimate operation targeting the very aircraft Russia used to terrorize our country and to send a message of threat to NATO. And these were not just similar strategic bombers, but the exact same ones Russia had used to simulate missile strikes on NATO territory. In total, as I said, 41 Russian military aircraft were destroyed or heavily damaged, and all of these happened almost live for the world to see. And it clearly shows how the technologies of war are changing. 10 years ago, such a strike would have been unimaginable. Today, we can't even imagine what kind of strikes a country might be able to carry out 10 years from now. But one principle is clear. No country can afford to stay behind in technological development when it comes to security. Here is another example. Statistics. Today, on June 12th, in the 4th year of Russia's full-scale war against Ukraine, our military has recorded more than 1 million Russian casualties, killed and wounded. This is the price Putin and those like him are willing to pay for their sick geopolitical fantasies. 1 million losses, and still they are doing everything to avoid ending this war. They even ignore the United States and President Trump, who have repeatedly called for a ceasefire and an end to the killings. Russia does not really care about such human losses. What they do worry about are harsh sanctions, especially those against Russian oil, including a new price cap. That's what really threatens them, because it could cut off their funding for war and force them to sick pays. And they are also concerned about sanctions on the banking sector and about political isolation when Moscow is not invited to international forums, and about new joint defense efforts between Ukraine and our partners in Europe and around the world. Russia is worried about money, about so-called prestige in foreign policy, and about our resistance, but they are not concerned about the lives of 1 million of their own people. And I ask you to see this not just as another fact about dictatorships like Russia, North Korea, or Iran, but as a security challenge to all of us. We have to confront those who treat human life as worthless, just as we defend our own safety. This fight is not limited to Europe. It matters in every region nearby. When life means nothing to those in charge, then no crime is off the table, not even full-scale aggression. Dear friends, we now have very clear priorities. First, I want to thank Czechia for its initiative on ammunition supplies. It clearly showed that united efforts can really make a difference in modern warfare. We must strengthen all the forms of defense cooperation, especially those that help us become more and more technologically advanced and use drones of every kind in the air, on land, and at sea. Ukraine is ready to increase drone production by 40% in the near future, already this year. Our factories have the capacity. What we lack is financing. And this must be addressed. And I urge your countries to treat drones production with the same urgency and attention that we do. We must all be faster in drone than our enemies. Next, we should be realistic about those who brought war to Europe. You can't talk Russia into peace. But there are forms of pressure that hurt those in charge. I ask you to support a serious increase in sanctions against Russia. Our goal must be to significantly reduce Russia's oil income and financial capabilities. If Russian oil sells for no more than $30 a barrel, suddenly Moscow will start sounding peaceful. And we must shut down all the loopholes helping to fund the Russian federal budget. We need to apply enough pressure to force at least a real ceasefire. Without pressure, this will not happen. And one more thing, we should remember that respect for human life is not just a moral value, it's a security factor. That's why our joint policy must include support for those who value life and restrictions on those who show contempt for it. This can only be done at the level of all Europe and the Euro-Atlantic community. Only together we are strong enough to defend our way of life and life itself. So I ask you to support decisions that do not leave behind European nations that deserve to be in the EU and NATO. This includes Ukraine, Moldova, Balkans nations, and others. Everyone deserves fair decisions, and I urge you to back every initiative that strengthens the global weight of the EU and NATO, because only through real unity we can set the security conditions for our neighbors, conditions that make them safe for us and force them to act in ways that do not threaten anyone, including themselves. Thank you for your attention. Thanks for invitation. Petr, thank you very much. Happy to see you. Thank you for your support. Slava Ukraini.
Thank you so much, President Zelenskyy. We're so happy we got that link back up. President Zelenskyy has happily agreed to take a few questions. So, President, Ukraine is critical for global security. In your view, what are the forms of long-term security guarantees that would provide the strongest deterrence against Russian aggression?
Thank you for your question. Do you have the interpretation? May I ask that? Let's check.
Yes, we do, President Zelenskyy.
Thank you so much. First and foremost, it seems to me that I would focus on the security guarantees, how to stop the aggressor and not let the aggression come back again. So, when we discuss how to stop Putin's aggression or anybody else in the world, we see that there are a couple of factors in that. The first thing is economy, because to feed such an army for a long time is impossible. So we must weaken Russian economy, and for that there must be sanctions, but sanctions without any conversations behind the curtains. And that is very important, to not let anyone bypass the sanctions, to introduce total sanctions. Yes, the price caps for energy, etc., but that is not the end of the story. The main thing is that everybody sticks to it. Everybody sticks to the agreements and not let bypass the sanctions, neither Global South nor some countries in Europe, so that everybody does its part of the work. If the economy weakens, then the capabilities for financing this war for Putin will narrow. Second thing is military power. We must support Ukraine as much as possible, and I thank Petr and anybody who helps, not only with artillery initiative, but with any other initiative. Maybe this can be fully understood when everybody can answer for oneself what Ukraine means for the global security, for the security of the world. I believe that Ukraine means security guarantees for Europe today. Of course, NATO is a reliable ally, but the fact that Ukraine stands there and doesn't allow the war to spread further, that is strong security guarantees for all of Europe, and Ukraine must be strengthened, which is why second component is to strengthen the army of our state, and to strengthen and increase the production at your own territories. And that is feasible. That's feasible. The finance must be put into that, to develop the technologies, and to not turn a blind eye to bureaucratic inconveniences. Everybody must understand that Ukraine is an example here. I admire our army, and everybody does its part of the work, but the hardest work have those who are at the front lines, the infantry, who stands on the very first line of the battlefield. Because they have the most severe losses, they have the biggest number of casualties. Those are the most courageous people. And the biggest number of wounded is at the first line of the front line. Each line is important, but the most important is the first line, because shall it fail, everything will fail. So I believe that the European society and the US, in the end of the day, have to understand that in this war, and the war that Putin started against NATO, the civilized world, and everybody, so we are all in this war, but Ukraine is the very first line of it. And shall this line fail, Putin will go further. So second point, to strengthen the army, it's not just eloquence. On this depends the security of all Europe. And third is probably political isolation. And when we say political isolation, it's not about inviting or not inviting Russia to summits, to come to them for the meetings or not. Political isolation is when everybody strictly adheres to the rules. And the rules that not only Europe, but Global South as well, China, Brazil, India, etc., not maintain economic relations with Russia, not straddle between us and Russia, but make Russia cease fire, at least cease fire, to make this first step to end the war. And these are important things. I do not see such pressure from those countries as of now.
President Zelenskyy,
involvement.
We are running short of time. I just wonder, in 30 seconds, if you could answer this final question. What are your non-negotiables for just peace?
I'm not sure that 30 seconds will be enough to respond. I think we all must make it the way that Russia and Putin do not prevail in this war. I think that is the best security guarantee for the whole of the world, because he will never stop. Thank you.
President Zelenskyy, thank you so much for joining us at GLOBSEC 2025.
All the best.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you could please remain in your seats. And we're just going to acknowledge that the President of Czechia, Petr Pavel, has been with us this morning and will be leaving, and we thank Czechia's hospitality again for hosting GLOBSEC.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the moderator of the next session, Rohit Kachroo.
Hi everyone, if you can take a seat as we prepare for the next session. We'll give it one moment, but we're getting ready for the next session to address some of the questions raised just there by President Zelenskyy. My name's Rohit Kachroo. I am the Global Security Editor for ITV, and the next session follows on quite well from that. We're going to discuss now the willingness and the ability of the EU and countries around Europe to invest and to innovate in defence. I'm going to ask you to all take a seat while we prepare for our next guest. Okay. So let me welcome to the stage a key voice in the European defence sector, the CEO of Saab Group, Micael Johansson.
Thank you.
Well, look, thanks for joining us. It's so interesting to hear just the end of what President Zelenskyy was saying there. And you have a unique position, an almost unique position, a unique insight. I'm interested in hearing from you what has changed over the last 12 months in your conversations with European governments. Are you sensing a shift in attitude and acceleration?
Yeah, absolutely. It's much more of a sense of urgency now, I think. The combination of sort of not seeing an end of the war in Ukraine and also the focus of the US for in the Pacific region, and that we have to step up in the European context is so obvious. And there are new instruments being tabled by the Commission now in terms of supporting nations to spend more money on defense, and we have the Hague summit coming up. So I would say specifically, I think, yes, nations are spending more already, buying more, and also putting sort of instruments on the table to make nations do even more going forward. So a lot has happened during the last 12 months, but it's lots more to do.
I want to get to a tangible example, and perhaps you can offer some insight to our guests here about this. Some of us have read in the last few days reports of a Russian Su-35 fighter jet being shot down by the Ukrainians, which, if true, feels like a big moment. And the write-up of that story suggests that some of your technology was involved in that incident and what followed. Is there anything more you can add to that?
I hope that's right. No, but I read the media as well, and yeah, Sweden have sort of donated the airborne early warning capability to Ukraine, and of course we know that that is a force multiplier, because you get sort of a good situation awareness, you see things at long distances, and you can do target acquisition with it. So I don't know any more details than that, and if I did, I couldn't tell you.
And good to know. And what lessons are you learning from Ukraine? It must be offering you lessons all the time. What are the biggest for you in your sector? And what should the biggest be to governments around Europe?
Well, I mean, we learn a lot, of course. And I mean, things like sort of, okay, how do our systems work in real conflict? And that feedback is super important to get to all the time, continuously develop. But then everyone is talking about innovative sort of way of using new technology. And Ukraine is a huge test platform, I would say. They take all the risks they need to sort of test things, which is not really the case if you provide the same technology to a normal defense force in Europe. You still have to train, you still have to make it really safe, and all go through all these processes. But one thing is really important, that if you can have this sort of iterative upgrade of capability, which is absolutely needed in a conflict like that. It's an EW, electronic warfare environment, that necessitates that. For us as industries, we must get much closer to the defense forces in terms of how can we help on a 2-week, 1-month, weekly basis to upgrade the capability through software. That needs new business models. That is not delivering a platform that will be upgraded in 30 years. We need to be so close to them to sort of mirror what's happening in Ukraine, also in our part of the world.
And I'll invite some questions from the audience on Slido in just a moment. But I'm interested to know if you think that the willingness is matched by the capability of governments, financially, economically, politically.
I think it looks a bit, it's already been mentioned today. I mean, it looks a bit different in different parts of Europe today. If you look at Nordic Baltics, including Poland and Germany, I think the urgency is really high, and I think the coalition are willing in that region will do a number of things together. It doesn't really look the same maybe if you go southwest Europe. I hope that what Commissioner Kubilius have now done in terms of tabling a number of initiatives that will help countries spend more will sort of boost that a bit. But I must say it's sort of a difficult thing to get all 27 European Union member states to agree on a certain level of spending and do things together. That's sort of where we have to go to some extent, because what we lack is scale in Europe. We need to collaborate much more. You have to have countries doing things together, align requirements, aggregated demand needs to be clarified, and then that will get us industries to work together in a much better way.
And you say all 27 there. This session is called EU Defence Industry Investment Innovation, but I'm wondering about the role of a 28th country there, of the UK.
You're from UK, right?
Yes, exactly. And so I have a bias in my interest in this question. What role should the UK play outside of the European Union, and you know, what should key governments like French and the Germans within the EU be doing to invite them in?
Now, I'd really like to see UK and UK industries being viewed as if they were EU still. I mean, in this area, we really need to be Europeans. And UK is really strong politically, and also, of course, have a strong defense industry. So we should work together as we were sort of EU, all of us. And what that means is that now this safe instrument, for example, where we can sort of borrow money under certain regulations, in terms of, you have to do 65% of the content has to be EU. UK must be part of that. And UK must be able to also have the design authority of things that we do for the European defense capabilities. We're not there yet. When I try to understand what's left after the security agreement that was done now between EU and UK, there's still a bilateral thing to be done to how will UK contribute into this, and also what else, because that needs to happen.
We have some questions from the audience here, and let's take one of them from Carl, who asks for you to talk more about the new AI agent center that you've tested on the fighter jet Gripen E. Can you talk more about that, and talk about the role of AI more broadly as well?
Well, this is definitely a sign that we will see so much more about AI agents in certain parts of capabilities and for full-fledged capabilities going forward. To have an AI agent that can actually be trained as if a pilot had been trained on a daily basis for 30 to 50 years to perform a certain part of the mission, and do that in a few weeks, and have this agent to actually be comparable or better than a human pilot that's been practicing for a long time, is kind of unique that this can be done. And you will see this happening, and there will be agents versus agents going forward. It's not only human versus human in our platform. So this is also a sign of that you have to be possible. It has to be possible to upgrade your platforms, and the architecture of the platform has to allow that. You have to be able to add software to a platform without sort of risking a flight safety or something, which we have done now just in a few weeks' time. So it's a very good start to what can be done and shown in the future.
And we've got some more questions coming. I actually want to take that last one there, because that perhaps feels the most pertinent to this morning's address from President Zelenskyy. Realistically, an anonymous questioner asks, how might European army differentiate from NATO?
Well, I'm not sort of in the army, and I'm just industry, but in my head, Europeans and EU as an organization has political strength, financial strength to facilitate countries to work together to develop capabilities. We talk about the flagship projects now that's been tabled in the White Book from Kubilius, the commissioner, and then that has to be in line with the NATO defense planning process and NATO capabilities. We can't have a separate sort of separate entity doing the same thing. In my head, it has to be nations. NATO is a military organization planning and defining what we need, and then we need EU to come together to do more together, of course, and that can be facilitated by the Commission, which is now happening to a large extent.
And this is actually the question I wanted to go to here. There's the next one, so pertinent. How long will it take for European defence companies to increase the production of military equipment and ammunition to match the current challenges?
Now, of course, you get worried when you compare sort of the capacity of our aggressor to the east being maybe 5 times higher still in terms of capacity in certain areas, ammunition, for example, and we can absolutely do more. We have a great foundation of European defense industries, and we can, if we define now the level where we want to be at, the target must be set. Industry will invest more, and we have the capacity to boost this even further. And we need to work with the ecosystem of supply chain, of course, to support that as well. So we can do a lot more, but it remains to set the target levels. What kind of capability will we have to have long term and not dismantling it again? It's sort of from the spending numbers of GDP to defining the capabilities and then do the acquisitions. It's still quite slow and risk averse. That we need to overcome, and I hope that the NATO sort of summit now will clarify a number of these things. But we can do that, absolutely. We have a great foundation of industries in Europe.
And this is about money, but to what extent is it about other things as well, to paraphrase one of the questions here?
Of course, it's about the will, and realizing that sort of investments in defense and defense industries must be a sustainable investment. We can't question that. This is sort of the foundation for the sustainable society going forward and the way we want to live. So it's not super clear, and it's still traded off versus, and I have full respect for countries' financial strengths and all that, but I mean, we can't sort of talk about either we do social welfare and schooling or healthcare, or we do defense. It's not either or. I mean, we have to have the foundation for protecting ourselves, to have our own deterrence in our part of the world.
And this latest question is, compelling. I've lost it, but they were asking, here we go, what technology will be the next game changer after drones, satellites, AI, etc.?
I think quantum technology and what that will lead to in terms of how secure our communication will be or not, and also the computational power will be amazing when that comes into play in the next sort of capabilities.
Okay, well, we're running out of time. And next up, actually, we have a 5-minute coffee break, and then we have some keynote remarks by Petr, Fiala, the Prime Minister. But I want to thank Micael for your time, and thank the audience for your questions, and we'll see you shortly.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the moderator of the next session, Rob Cameron.
Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Rob Cameron, and for the last 20 years, I've been the BBC's correspondent based here in Prague for the Czech Republic and Slovakia. Welcome to GLOBSEC, and welcome to this discussion, this GLOBSEC chat on relations between the UK and the European Union, a relationship that's been put on a whole new footing since the signing about a month ago of the strategic partnership with the EU. So it gives me great pleasure now to welcome to the stage the man, the chief architect of that agreement, the man who negotiated it on behalf of the UK government. Please welcome Nick Thomas Symonds, Paymaster General and Minister for the Cabinet Office of the UK. Good morning, Nick.
Good morning.
When I turned on the radio on the morning of May the 19th, I thought for a minute that the UK had actually rejoined the European Union, listening to the splutterings of outrage from people perhaps on the right of the political spectrum, talk of Brexit betrayal, and so on. And then I actually read the UK-EU strategic partnership, and I soon realized it was a far more modest document. Indeed, many in the pro-EU camp were a bit disappointed that it didn't go far enough. So what does this agreement mean for EU-UK relations at this time of unprecedented uncertainty, a war raging in Eastern Europe and a very unpredictable ally in the White House? I'm delighted to say that we can hear from the man who negotiated that agreement. Is this, Nick, just the first step in what will ultimately be a much closer relationship with the European Union?
Well, firstly, Rob, thank you very much for moderating this session this morning, and what an absolute pleasure it is to be here at GLOBSEC with so many friends. I'd also like to, first of all, pass on the very best wishes of the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, Keir Starmer, who I'm honoured to be representing at GLOBSEC here today. And just before I come specifically, Rob, to the new strategic partnership between the UK and the EU, which I was very privileged to lead the negotiations for, I just wanted really to bring a message today to this conference of working together. I think we were all moved when we heard that address, that virtual address from President Zelenskyy earlier this morning. And this really is a moment for Europe to be stepping up together. And I was very privileged to have been part of the negotiations of a specific part of the new UK-EU agreement, which is the Strategic Defence Partnership. Of course, NATO is the cornerstone of our security, but that is now hugely complementary to it. And it reinforces the importance of working together, Europe as a continent working together, both in terms of our support for Ukraine, but also our collective defence. Yes, it is about, and I'm sure we'll come on to the SAFE instrument and potential UK participation in SAFE in a moment. But it is also, in addition to that hard-edged defence investment, it is also about the hybrid threats that many European nations are facing every day. It is about the infrastructure around Europe, the underseas cables that we all know we need to work collectively to protect. And recently, in the United Kingdom, we had our own strategic defence and security review when we set out our approach to these new threats that we face and the increases in defence spending that would be necessary to meet that. But interestingly, Rob, when you opened in your remarks, you talked about various reactions of people on the 19th of May to the new UK-EU strategic partnership. And what struck me is that there were still people who were looking backwards, when actually this is about looking forwards. This is about the challenges that we all collectively face in the 2020s, and by the way, opportunities too. And it is about meeting those shared challenges together, grasping those opportunities and seizing those opportunities together for mutual benefit. And Rob, to come directly to the point that you asked about the trajectory of the UK-EU relationship, I've now moved from my role of being lead negotiator on the deal and the agreement we reached on the 19th of May to, I suppose, being lead implementer of that deal. And it is very comprehensive around a range of different issues. And of course, now in the years ahead, what we are going to see is that closer EU-UK relationship. And that process now of implementing what we agreed on the 19th of May is going to be what that's all about.
Okay. Could I perhaps quote my esteemed BBC colleague, Henry Zeffman, who has said...
Who better to quote?
Indeed.
Who better to quote, Rob?
In his analysis on the day the details were published, I think he said something like, I think Keir Starmer was hoping or was betting on the fact that 9 years after the Brexit referendum, that people just don't really care about it that much anymore. We've moved on to the point where, yes, there are still strong emotions around it, but there is not that same level of fury on one side of the camp and disappointment on the other. Do you think that's fair? Do you think from everything, from the wording of the agreement to what was agreed, reflects the fact that the people of Britain now, it's simply not the issue that it was?
But people have moved on, and collectively, our political system and some people in it need to move on as well. And when I am going around the country speaking to people in the United Kingdom, we had local elections fairly recently in the United Kingdom, people are concerned about the government delivering improvements in their daily lives. And that's why when I was talking about the new UK-EU strategic partnership, we were talking about the arrangements on energy that can bring household bills down, for example. We were talking about the better trading we're going to be able to do in agricultural products, plant products, agri-food products, that is going to be able to have a real positive impact in terms of bearing down on food prices in the United Kingdom. We're talking about the energy arrangements we're coming to being really, really great for jobs, not least in the North Sea, or the new tools we're going to be able to share on fighting serious and organised crime. So what I'm interested in speaking to people about is why it is good for jobs, why it is good for bills, why it's going to be good for borders, and it's going to be of mutual benefit right across Europe. And that's what I'm finding when I'm speaking to people. It's the challenges they face today, not the debate of 9 years ago.
You said when the agreement had been signed, I quote, that the government had worked for a deal to make the British people safer, more secure and more prosperous. And you've laid out why you believe that this deal does make the people of Britain more prosperous, more secure. In what way does it make them more safe?
Well, I think where it really is significant in terms of making them more safe are the things that we are now going to be able to share from, you think of going down into a bit more detail, things like, facial recognition and other, better judicial cooperation is another example. And the point is this: serious and organised criminals out there that wish all of us harm, in their criminal enterprises, they don't recognise borders, not at all. And the way that we will tackle these criminals who wish us harm is by working together. No serious, as I say, borders are not recognised by those who wish us harm. So any serious strategy to deal with them also has to go across borders, also has to go across countries. And that means sharing data, it means sharing information, but also sharing tools, crime-fighting tools, that means we can work more strongly together. And that is exactly what this agreement delivers.
Could this agreement, though, be used to build closer relations on defence? Could there be a greater role, for example, for UK defence firms in the EU defence procurement process, using existing EU finance systems? Is that something that could happen?
I think so, and I actually think that it is essential that at this moment we are not fragmenting the European defence base. Now, the security and defence partnership that we have secured means that, in principle, the United Kingdom could have an access to the SAFE instrument. That's clearly now going to be subject to further negotiation. But I always think, and as I'm sure you can all imagine, there have been moments in the negotiating room in not just the time I've been a government minister, but when I was preparing the work for this in opposition, where you go into a great deal of detail, but you must never lose sight of the bigger picture. And the bigger picture here is of collectively across the European continent as stepping up on defence. And I think the ability of UK defence firms to be able to engage, whether it's in joint procurement and other participation in the SAFE instrument, I think would be of real mutual benefit across the continent.
Despite the considerable opposition from some members of the European Union, such as France, to us doing that?
Well, actually, the Franco UK relationship is, I think, in a really, really positive space. I mean, we're looking forward to welcoming President Macron for the UK-France summit. I mean, you know, I've obviously, as you can imagine, been over to Paris on more than one occasion, and whether it is on defence, whether it is on the issue of irregular migration in the English Channel, the relationship between France and Britain is in a really, really positive position.
We heard from President Zelenskyy earlier. He mentioned the oil and gas exports from Russia that helped fund Russia's war against Ukraine. And of course, the Russian authorities, Russian government, Putin is eluding EU and UK sanctions on oil and gas exports, partly thanks to its shadow fleet, these tankers that cross the seas selling oil legally. We, the United Kingdom, is a major maritime power. Shouldn't we be doing more in a very muscular way to stop them?
Well, look, we've already sanctioned, I think it's over 250 vessels in the shadow fleet, and we remain a voice for pushing always for tighter sanctions. We move forward with our international allies in this, because we think that is the way that you have the strongest voice when you act collectively. But be in no doubt, as I thought President Zelenskyy set out very well this morning, that in terms of peace negotiations in Ukraine, the ball is in Putin's court. It is Putin who is not coming to the table and engaging in a serious way. And the United Kingdom will remain very robust in terms of pressing for sanctions, and indeed tighter sanctions than we will continue to look, for example, at the shadow fleet and continue to build on the tough action we've already taken.
I mean, I appreciate it's not quite your brief, but that's sanctions, but could you envisage the Royal Navy playing a much more aggressive role in stopping these ships and harassing them in a way that I believe one of the Baltic states did recently?
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm not sure about the word harassment. I mean, what our Royal Navy is doing, indeed, with our allies, is actually enforcing a rules-based international order. I mean, it's the shadow fleet, the Russian shadow fleet, that is actually flouting the international rules-based order. But rest assured, you know, whether it's through our Royal Navy or indeed other assets the United Kingdom has, we will continue to press for the enforcement of a rules-based order.
That's on the surface. Of course, there's an awful lot going on below the surface.
There is. Yeah.
Think about, you know, these undersea cables, pipelines, and so on. I mean, how do you envisage this closer relationship with Europe manifesting in better protection of all that stuff under the sea, which is so crucial to everything we do as citizens?
It absolutely is, and I was visiting only last week one of the energy interconnectors that exists. This is the Viking interconnector that exists between the United Kingdom and Denmark, and these interconnectors, of which I'm sure there are going to be more in the years ahead, are a very precious asset in terms of energy, how we most efficiently use energy together, but also on the issue of energy security. And when I was given the presentation on that visit, we were also talking about how we best protect these assets. And that is one of the things, again, these are cables that exist in international waters. Again, no single country is going to be able to defend these assets. They are only going to be properly defended by working collectively together. And that is one of the hugely important aspects now of security and defence going forward, how we protect those underwater assets.
And should be that be done purely as part of NATO, or do you see a role for the EU-UK relationship?
We are in an age where Europe collectively is stepping up on defence, and there's not this either-or debate anymore. There is NATO as the cornerstone of our collective security, but whether it's the security and defence partnership with the EU, whether it's in energy security, whether it's in protecting underwater assets, it's about what we do in a complementary way to seek to achieve this. And that, I think, reflects, the threat picture, frankly, of the mid-2020s.
Those are the big sort of geopolitical issues, but on this closer relationship that we now are heading towards, thanks to your work and the UK government, why are things as banal, if you like, as youth mobility, the Erasmus scheme, why are they still so sensitive for a UK government, and a Labour government at that? Why is the government being so timid on something that is so innocuous, the idea of, I don't know, a student from Bologna or Madrid studying engineering in Leeds or Hull?
Well, by the way, I worked in the university sector before becoming a member of Parliament, a member of the UK Parliament, and I have my own personal experiences of the great enriching experience that international students bring. So you won't find a stronger advocate of that than me. I mean, look, all European countries, when I visit, know that there are issues of migration that we're all seeking to tackle in our particular ways in our countries. But I actually think that the common understanding, the new strategic partnership between the UK and the EU, has actually really exciting opportunities for young people, whether it's in terms of the youth experience scheme, whether it's in terms of the accession to Erasmus Plus. These are really positive aspects. These are about opportunities for young British people, and indeed for young Europeans. And frankly, I think it's something we should be celebrating going forward.
But haven't you just proven my point there? The fact that I said youth mobility and you said youth experience, because this is now the way that it's phrased, which suggests a great deal of anxiety in Whitehall and 10 Downing Street about the words that we use to apply these things, even though we're just talking about students going to the UK to study, and the other way around.
Of course, words matter, and having, as you can imagine, Rob, negotiated this agreement line by line, I do tend to use the precise words that are in it, as you can imagine. But the reality is that I think this is a really positive aspect of the common understanding, and very proud that it's been negotiated, and I think it's one of the many aspects of this deal that would be really positive.
Obviously, a big sigh of relief from UK farmers and food producers at this deal, less so for fishermen, but that's probably for a discussion for another day. But what practical steps now can both sides take to reduce, not remove, but reduce the remaining frictions that exist to trade between the UK and its largest export partner?
Can I just take up the point about fish just for a moment? Because, of course, what's happening is first of all, a multi-year agreement of the it's the existing situation that rolls over, which means that you have that stability that's required for
20 years, I think,
in the fleet. It's 12 years.
12 years, sorry.
2026. That is important, and that's why, alongside this deal, we are investing £360 million in our coastal communities. But in addition to that, the Sandry and Phytosandry agreement means that our fishers will have far easier access to the EU market, which is a real positive and an improvement on what the current status quo is. And more generally, when we talk about food and drink exports, the things like the export health certificates is a good example of the kind of red tape and paperwork that we've had introduced into this aspect, this sectoral trade in recent years, by sweeping those things away, that is obviously of significant advantage to exporters in the UK, but frankly, it is of mutual benefit. It's of mutual benefit to traders that we are taking away that red tape or that a lot of paperwork that is needed. That will produce a much smoother flow of trade across the channel, which can only be in the interests of both the UK and the EU.
Keir Starmer said when this deal was signed that it's time to move on from the stale old debates and find common sense, practical solutions to get the best for the British people. Surely the most practical solution would be something much more bold, rejoining the European Economic Area to remove all these tensions and these frictions straight away.
But you see, we were elected on a manifesto in 2024 that set out to negotiate the things that are in the agreement on the 19th of May. We have a very strong mandate from the British people to negotiate, and I think that is hugely important that we have that mandate. But it's also about delivering real tangible benefits from a constructive UK-EU relationship. Even in recent days, Rob, we've seen, for example, on Gibraltar, we've seen an agreement reached on Gibraltar, which has taken many, many years. So it's about the democratic mandate we have from the British people for the new strategic partnership, for the things we've sought to negotiate. But above all, it is, as I say, about looking forward. We live in a very changed world even 5 years ago, let alone 9 years ago. And this new UK-EU partnership really is about, as I say, tackling shared challenges, but also seizing opportunities as well.
Well, you say we live in a changed world, and it's absolutely true, but I suppose Keir Starmer has the unenviable task of navigating this passage in this changed world between the United States and the European Union, these two huge blocs. And it's obviously there are huge political pitfalls in getting too close to Europe with obviously reform in the UK and others. And yet on so many things, on military support for Ukraine, on Israel's actions in Gaza, on freedom of speech, the danger of the far right, the UK is just poles apart from the United States now. I think it was Adam Bolton who said, of the Trump administration, not of America or of Americans, but of the Trump administration, after the Munich Security Conference and the whole WhatsApp leak thing, he said, look, these guys are not our friends. J.D. Vance, he's not our friend. Why continue to pretend that they are?
It is not a pretense at all, and it is a very strong transatlantic relationship that I see in action across government every day. And we secured an economic deal with the United States in recent weeks as well. And look, Britain has a number of friends and allies around the world. Winston Churchill didn't choose between allies. Clement Attlee, great post-war prime minister, didn't choose between allies. Nor do we. Our approach is to deepen our relationship with our allies. And I have to say that the Prime Minister has been showing that, not so much in word, but in deed, since he became Prime Minister.
Well, that's all we have time for,
I'm
afraid. Thank you very much indeed, Nick Thomas Symonds, speaking to us there on this new relationship, a new dawn of a new relationship between the UK and the European Union. Please don't go anywhere, because in a few minutes we'll be joined on stage by the Prime Minister of the Czech Republic, Petr Fiala, to give us his remarks. But Nick Thomas Symonds, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
ladies and gentlemen, you do want to stay seated for this one. If Czechia have done one thing right, in my humble opinion, it is to stand strong for Ukraine since day one and continuing to do so. So it's my distinct pleasure to invite onto the stage the Prime Minister of Czechia, Petr Fiala, to talk about standing strong for Ukraine. Mr. Fiala.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, just like Mr. President Pavel, I am very pleased to welcome you to Prague. Hosting this forum for the second time is an honor to us. In the last 20 years, GLOBSEC became a highly valued space for discussions about security, international system, and our shared future. And it's a great honor for me to speak shortly after my friend, Mr. President Volodymyr Zelenskyy. Every day, we must remember the brave struggle of the Ukrainian people against Russian aggression. We must do so, also because it concerns our own security. This brings challenges for Europe as well, which I will also address in my speech. I see myself as realist. I believe in freedom and justice, but I also recognize that these values need our active support. The international reality is harsh. It gives no second chances. Without emotion, it decides who is ready and who is not. The European reality is determined by geography. We live close to a country which is not able to run itself, but always wanted to run the world. The Russian invasion on Ukraine was the culmination of a long series of attacks, from the conflict of in Georgia, the annexation Crimea, to hybrid and terrorist operations. Some of them happened on Czech territory. And Europeans refused to fully admit what these attacks were. We believed in myths. For instance, the myth of a fair partnership with Russia, and also the myth that we are not strong enough. I think we already have enough facts about the potential partnership with the current Russian regime. Now we need to deal with the second illusion about our weakness, because the community of European democracies is much stronger than Russia, economically up to 10 times. And we are also stronger in technology, demographics, and society. This truth must guide us. We must forget all myths and insecurities, once and for all. And it is the right time. We live the biggest transformation of the world order in 40 or maybe 80 years. By definition, it cannot be easy. This is not just about Russia, but also about the Middle East and the redesign of the Western security architecture. It is a hard awakening, but it is also an opportunity. Western democracies have an inherent capacity to manage change. They can adapt and innovate, but they need to set their priorities. Europeans have already come a long way from self-satisfaction to responsibility. And we must now complete this transformation in 3 main ways. The first level is about realistic policy, that is money and weapons. The more Europe invests in its defense, the bigger our ability to face threats. the 2% of GDP target for defense spending is not enough anymore. And the extremely important NATO summit in The Hague will almost probably confirm that. And this is why the Czech Republic is already increasing its investment in defense. The Rearm Europe plan, the changing role of the European Investment Bank, and growing investment in security demonstrate our understanding of what is essential. Strong defense is not only a condition of survival, it is also an investment in prosperity, like advanced technologies, jobs, and European confidence. The second area is strategic resilience and independence. European countries already demonstrated that they are able to achieve things which seems impossible. In only months, we effectively removed our dependence on Russian gas and oil. This was possible thanks to mutual assistance, changes in infrastructure, and quick strategic decision-making. Now we need to approach other areas with the same urgency and efficiency. Our dependence on critical raw materials, chip and technologies is the same danger. If Europe wants to survive, it must invest in own production and research. It must achieve strategic autonomy. And we must also stop limiting our own development with excessive regulation. The third condition for our security is strong and determined society. What makes us different from the rest of the world is not weapons and technology. It is our open, cohesive, and educated society. We showed this when we welcomed millions of Ukrainian refugees with no hesitation. And they make us stronger every day. The Czech experience with Ukrainian refugees, the largest group in Europe per capita, clearly confirms this. We know what to do under pressure, and we must continue this way. We must continue to explain, persuade, and fight misinformation. The most important battles may happen right at home. Ladies and gentlemen, the security crisis is clearly a test for European politics. It showed us who is willing to defend our values and find solutions. And we can also see who prefers inaction. However, the overall picture is not bad, and this should give us hope. In the last 3 years, the Czech Republic started important joint projects and initiatives with countries like Denmark or the Netherlands. They prove that international partnership can be quick and efficient. The Czech ammunition initiative is a prime example of this. From this experience, a new style of European cooperation is born. Medium-sized countries were on the side only a few years ago, but it is different today. They still use the EU infrastructure, but are actively shaping the continent's basic security strategy. The distance from Prague to The Hague, Copenhagen, or Tallinn has never been smaller. At the same time, strong initiatives are starting, led by Britain, France, and more recently, Germany. The Nordic and Baltic states are also converging. And there are many other similar developments. This is a change which we underestimated for long. Flexible cooperation of those who want to act without waiting for absolute unity. Ladies and gentlemen, it is not a fail of EU policy. It makes it stronger. It gives Europe robustness, agency, and dynamics which were all much needed. Ladies and gentlemen, as I said at the beginning, I am a realist. As a realist, I know that security is not a passive condition, but an ongoing process. It does not exist. It does not exist without investment, the right mindset, or the will to make decisions, even difficult ones. Luckily, European countries now have a good history in these points. That is good news. Today, Europe does not stand on formal institutions. It is based on trust. It is based on the ability to collaborate where it makes sense and act when necessary. We have every reason to believe that we will manage our turbulent and transformative times as long as we want to. The outcome is completely up to us. Thank you very much.
Mr. Prime Minister, thank you very much. Thank you. Thanks. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for a short coffee break of about 15 minutes. And then after that, back here again, because we have another Prime Minister, this time the Croat Prime Minister, Andrej Plenković, talking about commanding in chaos. Thank you very much. And see you soon.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the moderator of the next session, Rikard Jozwiak.
Hello, everybody. Hi, thanks. I'm still Rikard Jozwiak, and I must admit that I was a bit bemused when I got the offer to moderate this chat with the Croatian Prime Minister. Why is that? Because I'm probably the only one in the room who's never been to Croatia. So I know I've missed a lot. So anyway, I called a Croatian friend and said, like, well, you know, what shall I say? And like, you know, well, okay, apart from the Dalmatian holiday destinations, there are only two things you need to know about Croatia. The first thing is that Luka Modric is still dominating in midfield, running the show. The second thing is that the Prime Minister, Andrej Plenković, is still running the show in Zagreb. All you need to know. Now, Luka Modric is not here with us today. He's earned a well-deserved break, but please, I'm so happy to have the Prime Minister of Croatia since 2016, one of the greatest persons to discuss this topic. Please give it up for Mr. Andrej Plenković, Prime Minister of Croatia.
Hello.
Let's say hi.
Thank you.
So, we only have about half an hour. I will not monopolize Mr. Plenković, so already now think of questions. You can raise your hand or you can use the Slido. Mr. Plenković, commanding in case, time for Europe to step up. I think of no better way of stepping up than potentially two huge summits coming up. NATO summit in Hague, EU summit in Brussels. Perhaps what I could see as the two deliverables in Brussels will be more sanctions on Russia, renewing the sanctions that you have already put, 17 of them, 17 packages, and perhaps start accession talks finally with a country that you and I have covered for a very long time, Ukraine. Can you guys deliver? Can Europe step up?
First of all, thank you for inviting me. Great to be in Prague at GLOBSEC. I would like to greet also the former president of Croatia, Madame Kolinda Grabar-Kitarović, who is for years attending the GLOBSEC events. And again, today, you are right, two major summits being prepared for the end of June, one in Brussels, one in Hague. When it comes to Europe and delivering after the altered security circumstances, especially in the past 3.5 years since the brutal Russian aggression against Ukraine, I think that everybody is, in terms of political decision-making, more than convinced and mature that we need to step up defense spending. And therefore, it is relatively, I would say, without major obstacles, the process within the preparation of the NATO summit, that the objective of 5%, which is going to be set, as far as I can understand, by all consultations that we have conducted so far, for the period until 2032, as far as I know, which means that it is a 7-year period for adaptation, for growth, for smart investing into greater military and defense capabilities. But of course, 3.5 stricto sensu defense, and at the same time, 1.5% related to the defense spending, which gives a certain flexibility for everyone, especially when it comes to infrastructure, to have literally dual use of investments which are good for civilian purposes, but at the same time will be and could be used for military purposes. With that in mind, I can only recall that Croatia has already attained the pledge of the current 2%. We are far above the 20% of modernization. We are at the 30% of modernization. We have increased our defense spending since I have been the Prime Minister for more than 200%. Our ambition is to come to 3% certainly until 2030, and I think with this new ambition of speaking about defense exclusively, I think we will make substantive efforts with the shape of our economy to be able to deliver on time when it comes to 3.5 plus 1.5. This is, I think, the major message, and basically, along with the continued support to Ukraine, the only relevant message of this Hague summit. Seems to be a different cultural approach, because it is going to be a relatively short final declaration compared to the previous ones. When it comes to the EU, I think I'd like to commend the work of Ursula von der Leyen and Commissioner Kubilius. He's the first ever commissioner exclusively responsible for defense, which has immediately made a difference with the white paper, with the Rearm Europe, with SAFE. I think that these instruments and the amount of funds which is being made available, 150 billion euros, is an important step in strengthening the strategic autonomy of the European Union. At the same time, we'd like to keep strong alliance, strong NATO and strong transatlantic relations, but I think in the all eventualities, Europe should be more interoperable, more capable, and more, I would say, relying on itself. This is the major messages which today I can see coming from these two summits. When it comes to sanctions on Russia, I think they will be certainly a topic on the agenda. We have already seen some hiccups when it comes to decision making, but we have found a way to continue 27-1, etc., the story which was there relatively recently, but I think we'll find a way.
On the EU summit, there are a lot to unpack there, but on the EU summit there is a little bit of an elephant in the room called Viktor. Mm-hmm. I know that you are considered in Brussels as a bit of an Orban whisperer, because you're one of the few that actually have a fairly decent relationship with him, and at the same time you're very keen to move forward on the Ukraine agenda. Do you think there is a chance already in Brussels in a few weeks to be able to get Hungary on board on both renewing the sanctions and finally open accession talks with Ukraine?
I just came from Odessa. I was yesterday at the summit between Ukraine and the leaders of Southeast Europe, and one of my main messages in Odessa was actually to support the opening of Cluster 1 in the new framework of the structure of the accession negotiations between the EU and Ukraine. We basically have a broad agreement. There is some uncertainties with the position of Hungary, but I think there is still enough time to find a solution for that issue. I think it would politically be extremely important for Ukraine. We have accompanied them in the process of a bilateral agreement that we have, where Croatia strongly supports their accession. I was myself, when I was a member of the European Parliament, head of delegation for Ukraine, so I've been visiting Ukraine frequently. That's how you and I spoke many times, almost 10 years ago. It was a long time ago now. But
you've gone somewhere in your life. I'm still the same.
Well, I'm pretty stable for 9 years, the same position. So when it comes to the decision making, I think we should make an effort. We should send that signal. We were the ones who supported Ukrainians' application for membership, positive opinion, and the whole support in terms of know-how, how to start. When it comes to the relationship with Hungary, Hungary is a neighboring country. We have a very important historical relationship. We have a lot of common interests, but we differ on positions. For instance, on Ukraine, Croatia is absolutely clear on all the critical positions, and here we understand that we sometimes disagree. Viktor is the only one now who is, in terms of continuity by stage, longer than me sitting at the European Council. So we've been there for a very long time, and we understand what are the odds.
On the NATO summit, is it a problem that there might not be a NATO-Ukraine Council? Zelenskyy is invited, he will be around, but is it a problem that Ukraine is not center stage there anymore? And may I ask as well, on the 5%, okay, 3.5 goes to defense spending, hard defense spending. Mm-hmm. What about the 1.5 going to Ukraine? Is that something that Croatia would consider?
Well, 1.5, the way it is envisaged now, will go for infrastructure, will go for the civilian capabilities, for the civil protection, everything that can be used in terms of defense in a, let's say, broader ring of stricto sensu defense spending, and I think there is a general agreement. But at the same time, I'm sure there will be a commitment by the NATO leaders also to continue strong support to Ukraine. The same commitment exists at the EU level. Ukraine needs support of the West, there is no doubt about it, and other international partners, because being resilient to Putin's aggression for 3 years and now almost 4 months, I think it is an incredible achievement, more than 1,200 days of fighting with such an adversary. It deserves all the respect that we can, and therefore I think that the military, political, economic, financial, technical, humanitarian support which was extended to Ukraine is unprecedented. I don't think we remember it, at least on the European soil, in a similar manner. So I think there will be ways how to fulfill the NATO membership resilience, how to strengthen European strategic autonomy, and how to find enough financial and military means to help Ukraine strengthening its own military, which is anyway already one of the strongest militaries on the continent.
See, we're already getting good questions here. This one is tying into this one. Does Croatia support Ukraine's membership in NATO? I want to push it a little bit more. Would you say that question, because I think you would support it, but is that question now off the table?
Well, at the moment it is not on the table as it was basically 17 years ago. Had it been agreed 17 years ago, perhaps the last, let's say, 10, 12 years would have been very different for Ukraine. At the moment, it's very clear. There is no consensus about NATO membership of Ukraine. Even the position of the biggest ally, which is the United States, was very clear. If I may elaborate a little bit on that, what we have witnessed in the first 6 months of the presidency of President Trump is an attempt to attain peace, which I think is really worthy, and everybody is welcoming this initiative. But at the same time, it is clear that President Trump is not identified with the first or second Russian aggression against Ukraine. In the position of the United States, these two aggressions, both the one in 2014 and the one which started in February 2022, are, in his view, most of all the responsibility of the democratic US administrations. First one Obama, and second one Biden. And therefore the sense of identification is lacking, which is extremely important in the way that the whole crisis management is handled now. That means that for President Trump, the most important element is to attain peace. The follow-up, meaning what do we do with the temporarily occupied and illegally annexed territories of Ukraine, is a second stage issue, and that is very clear. While for Europe, for everybody who respects international law, who supports Ukraine's territorial integrity, who understands let's say, the magnitude of damages, the killings, the suffering, the refugees, the infrastructure, the civilian casualties that happened, it's a very, very different approach. I mean, if we are going to positively sanction the aggressor, then this precedent, this example of big bully taking away territory of a weaker neighbor will become the new model for future of international relations, and I don't think anybody sober or serious would like to see such scenarios being implemented across the world, wherever the theater might occur.
Are you worried about America potentially not withdrawing, but scaling down on its troops on the eastern flank?
Well, the eastern flank of NATO has been strengthened quite a lot. It needs to be vigilant, it needs to be prepared, it needs to be aware of all the challenges and the potential crises that may occur. I think that the United States support to the eastern flank so far was really strong. Croatia is not a first-line country, so we are not in the same position. But we have supported that policy because it is important, and at the end of the day, when you look at the objectives of Russia, the way I see it, is not only to address the situation in Ukraine, but the major objective of Kremlin is basically to restore the relationship with the United States. Over the fact that the relationship with the United States is restored, to try to get rid of the sanctions regime, whether it's European, UK, or United States. And the third objective is the final rehabilitation of Russia on the global scene. These are the three major points. So in a way, for them, Ukraine is an instrument to
And how successful do you think they've been on this?
Well, certainly with the talks that have started, and when we understood the lineup of the negotiators, when we saw the main points, when you look at not the peace proposal, but literally an ultimatum, which can be an ultimatum, or in other words, a capitulation paper which was offered to Ukraine, it's very clear what they want to attain. They want to cement the status quo at the front line for a long time, frozen conflict, or gradually unattainable for Ukraine state territories which are theirs, and second, the rehabilitation of Russia at the international scene. Seems to be that these first steps that were there were somehow going in that direction, but now when the rest of us do not see a real commitment for peace, but see wider continuation of aggression, I'm not sure they will be that successful.
I will open up the floor to questions from the audience. We get questions here as well, but there will be a microphone going around here. Big housekeeping rule. Please introduce yourself, your affiliation, and you're going to ask questions because we don't have much time. No big speeches, please. So any questions from the audience? We have a lady there. We start with a lady and then the man next to her. We can take two, roll them together maybe. That's probably better. Can you stand up, please, as well, so we see you?
Of course. Okay. Thank you. This is Naiko speaking. Thank you for an interesting and comprehensive analysis and discussion here. So, as you mentioned, there is not a consensus currently among NATO allies regarding the membership of Ukraine to NATO. So, to what extent do you think that security guarantees outside of the umbrella of NATO membership can actually guarantee the security of Ukraine?
It's a question of security. Let's take the man next to you as well. Stand up, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Alexander is my name. I'm part of the Global Young Leaders Forum of GLOBSEC. Prime Minister, the theme of the session is time for Europe to step up. In terms of competitiveness, what Europe should do to step up and to reduce its dependencies on other powers? Thank you.
So, reducing dependencies and then security guarantees.
Yeah, let me just say a few words on the security guarantees. Obviously, in the absence of NATO membership and the umbrella of collective security, this is the only alternative that Ukraine is seeking. Ukraine has a very, I would say, unfortunate and unpleasant experience with the Budapest Memorandum, which was a guarantee of their security 30 years ago, but it doesn't seem to have been respected by the big powers when they abandoned their nuclear arsenal, which was the third nuclear arsenal in the world at the time. And therefore, they're very cautious and very careful, especially after what has been going on over the last almost 3.5 years. When it comes to the security guarantees, even the activities of the coalition, of the willing of the major European powers, of the support of the United States, you can see there are various scenarios. What seems to be the most problematic is that nobody really is willing to put military force on the ground that would touch the front lines, but rather would be some sort of a backup security situation for Ukraine. And the way I understand the Ukrainian position is that they actually want support to the Ukrainian military, rather the involvement of the other military forces that may join them as allies. So in that respect, Ukraine is a very big country, a very strong country with an incredible resilience over the last 3 years, and I respect it, and that's what I said yesterday to President Zelenskyy when we honored also the fallen heroes in the Odessa Taras Shevchenko Park as small token compared to the much bigger one that happened. And I think that there is still a very strong will to resist and defend the country, and I think the capabilities of Ukrainian military, in my view, are the strongest security guarantee for Ukraine. Everything else comes as a sort of a back position, and here we need to keep all the allies included to the maximum possible extent. Not everybody would participate in the same way, but the way I see it, very, very few countries are willing not to contribute anything. Everybody wants to contribute something. For instance, we are not there on the ground, or we do not have a political consensus at home regarding that issue, but we will continue to extend our military support to Ukraine. When it comes to the competitiveness issue, basically, I think the main issue for the European Union is now how to build upon on Draghi, Letta and Niinistö reports, which were prepared last year, all of them in their specific fields. And everything which was done as a preparatory background work will now start to be revealed. Once on the 16th of July, the European Commission comes with the overall legislative proposal for the new multi-annual financial framework. The new MFF is the solution for combining both cohesion and competitiveness, solution for global action of Europe, how to support Ukraine, how to fight illegal migration, how to address the issue of climate change and energy transition. So there are major areas, plus the digitalization process and the transformation, which is essential for the European economy and competitiveness, having seen how large the investment into the sector and especially the artificial intelligence is on the United States side and other big actors. So the fact that as of 28, we will have to repay the credits which were taken just after COVID for the EU Next Generation. The tranche of the credit to be repaid yearly will be between 20 and 30 billion euros. Annual budget of the European Union is around 180 billion euros, which means that we need to address the perennial issue which was being talked about but never solved, and these are the own new resources or the enlarged GNI contribution to the EU budget. This will be the gist of the debate that will start in July.
Prime Minister, there's a question that's related to what we just said about the Green Deal. This is a big discussion, especially in Czech Republic, where many want to sort of scrap it. What's your view on Green Deal? Is it still part of sort of making the EU more competitive?
Well, to scrap it completely, I don't think it's realistic, but to adapt it to the needs of the economy and competitiveness, well, there are some pieces of legislation which were in the pipeline or that were passed that obviously even from Germany's side are being looked with different angle and different optics after the change of government. And also the global context will change. If the United States is heavily investing more into the fossil fuels, then of course the European Union cannot be the one that will pretend it's not happening. So I think for the sake of slowing down the negative consequences of the climate change, we need to continue with the energy transformation and the renewables. There is common sense logic in that aspect, but at the same time we need to measure how much we can remain competitive if others are still behaving as this issue that didn't exist. So this is the major challenge, and I think there is a growing awareness among the EU leaders and the governments in that respect.
I will sample the room. Any more questions in the room? Then we go to a very specific question online, which is about the Sky Shield. What is the latest on the status quo of the European Sky Shield initiative in Croatia?
It is an issue that is being addressed by our Ministry of Defense. As you know, Croatia has made an incredible leap forward in the second mandate of my government, which was to acquire the new multi-combat aircraft, the fourth generation. We have acquired the French Rafales. It has strategically altered the position of Croatia, which now in the area from Germany towards Greece has, without any doubt, the strongest air force. All of the planes have arrived and they have been very well trained with all the mechanics that comes along with the equipment that is there, and have now made us a far more relevant ally, both within NATO and a partner in the European Union. In that respect, Croatia is carefully following all the initiatives, including the European Sky Shield initiative, and we are waiting for the proposal by our Ministry of Defense to come up with the final decisions.
Now, it wouldn't be correct not to mention Western Balkans when you're speaking to a Croatian Prime Minister. So do you think it's realistic that Albania, maybe Montenegro, can join still this decade? Mm-hmm. And I mean, Bosnia. We always have to talk about Bosnia as well. What's your view there? It's sort of, it was some positive momentum. Now it seems stuck again. Are you giving up hope on Bosnia?
Yes. First, a general remark on enlargement regarding the countries of Southeast Europe, then specifically for the countries concerned. You remember that when Jean-Claude Juncker, who is an excellent friend and who I appreciate a lot, said, "That's it, with the enlargement now we'll make a break," there was obviously a feeling a little bit of desperation in terms of ambitions of the countries who would like to join. And there was no willingness over the past 2 consecutive mandates of the Commission and of the European Parliament to complete accession progress with any of the candidates. That was very clear. Once Putin started the aggression against Ukraine, he has not only moved Ukraine, Moldova, and Georgia from a neighborhood, let's say, cluster to the enlargement cluster. That was a big consequence on the EU side. We are not mentioning enough that fact, had there not been aggression in the February of 22, it would be far more difficult to move the European perspective from neighborhood policy to the enlargement policy. Now, in a way, they are put together almost in a mix, in a blending situation. When it comes to the east countries of Southeast Europe, we meet constantly in various formats. There is a willingness of all of them to come, but there is also a sense of frustration that is taking really a very long time. Even for us, we thought in our own ambitions that we would join latest 2006, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and then we joined in 12, 13. So it's very difficult to assess the wider context. My personal feeling, and I've been there for a long time and worked on this issue all of my life and career, I think that the mood has changed for the first time now. Even when you look at the mission letter that President of the Commission sent to the Enlargement Commissioner, Madame Kos, who is a Slovenian, now seems to be a little bit more open that one accession actually happens. Otherwise, we will remain, for the 3rd consecutive mandate of the Commission, still the newest member, and 12 years has passed.
And you're not very new.
Well, we pretend we are,
yes.
We are not. That is the first point. So there is a general understanding it could happen. Though, for us, the main principle should be the individual merits. That is one, not like a grouping, whatever, block, regional approach. I think that is unfair, and we should avoid those who fulfill the criteria and make the reforms and successfully negotiate, and do not keep them waiting for others who don't. This is my principal position, because this is what we asked from the EU when we were negotiating accession, and we were, after a very long time, and the only one who joined alone before us was Greece. And that happened 44 years ago. So we were happy to do it on our own, and if someone else deserves, we will be happy to support him. Second element is that after a very, very long period of time, within the EU, within the structures of the Council, Commission, Member States, all of a sudden the 4th Copenhagen criteria has reappeared on the surface, and that is the absorption capacity of the EU to receive the new members. It hasn't been there for a very long time. The absorption capacity translated into a common understanding that everybody knows what it means. One means the budgetary repercussions, decision-making process, and the institutional representation. These issues are very delicate. The specific positions of the older member states, especially the big ones, who until not so long ago, in their perspective, abandoned the 2nd member of the Commission, is still an issue which is alive. I mean, we don't talk about it, but it's alive. If you had 2, now you have 1, and then someone who is, I don't know, 25 times smaller gets the same institutionally as you, and you are among those 10 who pay 80% of the EU budget. There is a bit of a crispation, as the French would say. But let me come back to, you mentioned few countries. I'll start with Bosnia and Herzegovina. We strongly support European perspective of Bosnia and Herzegovina. We were the ones who urged the other member states last year to pass the decision at the European Council to open the accession negotiations. Let's say we were the warmest one, the Netherlands was the coolest one. Then we agreed that at the time Prime Minister Rutte of the Netherlands, now Secretary of NATO, myself and Ursula, we went for a joint visit to Sarajevo. And after that joint visit to Sarajevo, things have changed. And we passed that decision. Now we have a delicate internal political situation in Bosnia and Herzegovina.
That's the question. How worried should we be?
How?
How worried should we be?
We should be concerned. We are playing as a neighbor a calming role. We don't think that further instability anywhere across Europe, especially not in Banja Luka, which is 1.5 hours by car from my office, should be a scenario that we would like to see. So we want stability, we want them to respect the institutions, the constitutional framework, to address the issue of an anomaly, and that is that the Croats, as one of the 3 constituent peoples in Bosnia and Herzegovina, should finally be allowed to elect their own member of presidency, because now it's the other nation within Federation of Bosnia and Herzegovina, that is 51% of the territory, that is electing actually a Croat which is not representing legitimate Croat interests. So that issue should be solved, and then we can see how we can make few reform issues pushed up. Madame Kristo was yesterday in Brussels, and there are steps that are in the right direction. So I think we should allow them also to start the negotiations. For the other countries, Montenegro is the most advanced. Albania is doing pretty well. Serbia is also making reforms, but there is still a lot of work to do for every and each of them.
Prime Minister, we have 30 seconds left, and very quickly, the one decision when we are back here next year, Modric is still dominating in midfield, you're still Prime Minister, and I still come back here and moderate. What is the one big decision you want Europe to have done next year? One.
Well, if we are discussing football, it would be fantastic.
If Croatia are world champions.
Well, we were second and we were third
exactly.
at the 2 last championships, so maybe now it's time to be the first. Modric will be 41, and it will be an excellent way to end up the career. If that happens at European level, we are fine.
Then we're fine, huh?
We are fine.
Then we're fine. And on that happy note, Mr. Plenković, Hvala, thank you very much. And big applause for him. Ladies, please stay here. Now we're going to have...
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the moderator of the next session, James Cantor.
Hello, everyone. If I could ask you to be seated for our next session, that would be tremendous. And I'd like to welcome those of you here to this panel on strengthening ties, EU-UAE relations in a changing global landscape. And we are doing this in cooperation with the Anwar Gargash Diplomatic Academy. And for this conversation, it's my honor to invite to the stage the Minister for International Cooperation of the United Arab Emirates, Reem Al-Hashimi. Welcome, Minister. Very nice to see you. And Minister, the hook for our conversation today is the trade talks between the United Arab Emirates and the European Union that just got underway. That followed, and I'll give you a bit of background here because I think it's helpful. That followed a phone call in April between European Commission President von der Leyen and Minister, your President Sheikh Mohammed. I should point out that the UAE has no shortage of eager suitors at the moment for trade deals. Those suitors also include China and the United States. President Trump, of course, was a recent visitor. What explains this recent wave of activity involving the US, China, and the European Union?
Thank you, James, and thank you to the team at GLOBSEC for having this panel, for inviting me to come, and really to, as you highlighted, what is it that has changed, that has accelerated some of these trade negotiations? And here I'd like us to go back a few years to when COVID happened. And COVID was the big reset that really highlighted and articulated how our world is changing, and also how dependent we are with one another or in one another, particularly as it relates to global supply chains. It was at that moment when we also started to look at how new and different types of partnerships are also going to be necessary for us to embrace what the future is and for us to curate what type of future we would also want. That also happened around the same time that there was a massive technological focus on artificial intelligence. I just want to point out that the UAE foresaw this when in 2017 we had our first Minister for Artificial Intelligence designated in cabinet. And so with all of these almost tectonic shifts, the UAE sort of paused and said, who do we want to have strong trade negotiations with? And we started with several countries, including and have concluded now with countries like India and Indonesia and Costa Rica, so large and small, near and far.
Super. And what are the next stages with the talks with the European Union? Maros Sefcovic, who's the trade chief at the EU, he was talking very optimistically about the end of the year, which would be sort of record timing.
So I think things have also changed within Europe, because as you know, the EU and the GCC have been negotiating a trade deal for a few decades. They've been engaged and engrossed in a lot of conversation about how do we increase ties. And as that track continues, and it is necessary for it to continue, the EU has also come to us saying, what would a separate bilateral track also look like with the United Arab Emirates? And I think
EU approached the UAE.
Well, we've been speaking to them for a long time about it. And the fallback position was always the EU only does regions, right? They tend to prefer working with regional organizations.
Like a GCC.
Correct. Like a GCC, like a Mercosur, which they just finalized in South America. But as I said, the EU dynamic, and we heard it this morning when the President spoke, but also when Mr. Robert Vass spoke, that the architecture in Europe is also becoming more crystallized in the sense that they are looking to forge new partnerships as well.
And in terms of, we have to emphasize that those talks with the GCC were going on for decades. And so this does really represent something of a breakthrough when it comes to European Gulf relations, doesn't it, that these talks are underway?
Well, let's see how we get along. There are almost 250,000 European citizens, EU citizens that live in the United Arab Emirates. We are the largest destination for EU export products. There's a significant number of investment from the UAE already in Europe. And traditionally, we've had long historic ties that's really cemented the people-to-people relationship as well. Now, if that manifests into a trade deal at the end of the year, fantastic. But we are kind of solid, measured partners as well, and are looking to move in ways that really do present a win-win for both.
And one of the selling points that Gulf states like the UAE make to Europe is that investments from the huge sovereign wealth funds could support European jobs and growth. And I've seen reports that the UAE is already the 12th largest source of investment in the EU, with FDI stocks of around 126 billion euro. How much bigger might that grow under a trade accord?
It'll definitely grow. I mean, we're seeing it with other countries we've just finalized CEPAs with. The CEPA is the Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement. I'll give you the example of Australia. We finalized with Australia a couple of months ago, and the amount of investment in, let's say, energy transition, for example, in industrialization are really growing. And so having a CEPA is a good signal for the investment community, which isn't only Emirati. There are also other global investors, as you very well know, James, that are vested in the UAE itself. And so those important signals and frameworks help facilitate and strengthen and encourage others to move accordingly.
And at the moment, what are the main destinations for Emirati investments in Europe? Are there particular countries that you're already very involved in, and how might that evolve as well?
So we have a pretty diversified approach to not just this continent, but really around the world. You'll see us with footprints that look for those win-win situations, that have a strong community and social responsibility angle attached to it, that is ambitious in the fields of digitization and tech as well, and certainly in climate transition types of projects underway. We're looking a lot at Eastern Europe as well. We have a strong interest in Eastern Europe, but we have such amazing traditional partners already, such as France or Italy. And so I wouldn't single out any one country or, frankly, any one sector. We spoke earlier in the green room about how the survival of the fittest is no longer applicable today in 2025. It's really the survival of the most agile, who can recognize what new trends are and really come ahead of that trend and really push themselves or project themselves to working in a form of mastery, if you will, in that trend. And climate, for example, is important for us. AI is important for us. Healthcare is important as well.
And looking more at the nature of investment that the Europeans could look forward to, should there be a deeper relationship on the trade front. Can we talk a little bit about long-term investment? Because the UAE's priority, which is very clearly stated by the country, is improving its own innovation and research and industrial base, so the UAE can replace oil and gas and extractivist sectors with more sustainable industries. So when you talk to the Europeans, are they assured, do they feel assured that these are long-term investments that will benefit Europe, or is it more about getting technology over to the Emirates?
We've become less technology consumers and far more technology producers. So gone are the days where knowledge can be geographied or centralized to Western Europe or the United States. That's where all the talent is, and that's where all innovation is. It's a bit old school, and I would add archaic as well, to think that you can limit that in a particular geography. Talent is global. The UAE has invested significantly in its talent base and in attracting incredible talent, and it has focused tremendously on the right forms of educational systems and also the right type of investment to encourage that talent. So we are less on the consumer side and more now producing, and we want to do that. And here's the clinch term: in partnership, right? This isn't about me versus you or us versus them. It's about, can we be better if we do things together? And we believe that we live in a world today that necessitates for more prosperity to happen, for it to be done in tandem and in partnership with others. And we've really exercised ourselves to try to find those partnerships. And whether they're in Europe or they're in Central Asia or they're in the Indian subcontinent, we look for them and we pursue it in that spirit of a win-win and in that true, honest spirit of a partnership.
And it's so interesting to remark as well, just to flag it, that you have this role as, I believe it's chair of the Sorbonne in the UAE. So that really speaks to the expansion of the knowledge base around the world that I guess you're building upon.
Correct, and the Sorbonne is one of many institutions that have set up shop. In fact, do you know that the Sorbonne came to the UAE over 17 years ago? So this isn't a recent happening, if you will. We have, whether it's the New York University in the UAE or the IIT, the Indian Institute of Technology, also in the UAE. And so there's a real diversified approach. Higher education, when I graduated from high school, I studied in Boston because we didn't really have many universities in the UAE. When I look at my children today, I think, no, they probably won't travel abroad to study. There's a plethora of great academic institutions right now in the UAE that I hope they can study in, also because I want them closer to me.
I mean, this is the reality now when it comes to the United States as well, where both of us were educated, and I do feel very sad that it will no longer be the magnet that it once was, at least for the foreseeable future. So I share your view on that. Minister, I just want to talk about some of the scratchy points, if you like, between the UAE and the EU, because I do think they are important to at least discuss, because they could become impediments to the way the conversation between the two sides evolves. And one is Russia. Now, the UAE presents itself as something of a neutral broker between Western allies backing Ukraine and Russia, but the UAE has also developed this reputation for helping Russia with evading sanctions. And indeed, in recent years, there have been a lot of Russians in the UAE. Now, this is a very serious issue for the EU's Baltic states in particular. They're very concerned about anything that tends to strengthen the Russian economy and keep it robust during this period of war. And it undermines the EU's interests in one of its top foreign policy priorities. So where do relations between Russia and the UAE stand, including on the issue of EU sanctions on Russia?
So we have historic, strong, deep ties with Russia. We also have strong, deep ties with the Europeans and the European Union specifically. And we certainly do have growing ties with Ukraine. Now, I think it's important to note that as the UAE has maintained, and you referred to a phone call between, and actually even a meeting between President von der Leyen and His Highness Sheikh Mohammed, the UAE has maintained an ability to support the cause for peace and abide and respect international law and the UN Charter. And so when it comes to sanctions, any international sanctions, the UAE has fully abided to and also respected. We've also used our relationship with Russia to actually help not just de-escalate what's happening between Ukraine and Russia, but also on a people-to-people level, encourage and support the effort of prisoner of war exchanges. And the number has gotten to a little over 4,000, and there's been at least 14 or 15 different exchanges as such. I say that, and the only country that has actually signed a comprehensive economic partnership agreement with Ukraine has been the United Arab Emirates. And in the reconstruction meetings that were in Berlin last year and that are going to be in Rome next month, the UAE is actually actively present. And when we received Zelenskyy in the UAE in February of this year, the conversation was less about why are you having a relationship with Russia, and more, how can and what does the UAE do to continue to help support peace in this continent, which has ripple effects also to the rest of the region, but the rest of the world, including, as we have noted and as was said in earlier sessions, the growing challenges that we're now finding in sub-Saharan Africa in terms of food or poverty or high inflation because of all of the resources that both these countries have. So I would look at this relationship as an asset to see how we can continue to be that force of good, which is very intrinsically part of what the UAE is all about.
I mean, this is very interesting about the future of Ukraine and how, if I hear you, the UAE possibly could be part of reconstruction efforts as well. And that's perhaps another conversation, but very interesting. And I think another sign that when it comes to Russia, perhaps things are moving in the right direction is that we recently saw that the EU is moving towards removing the UAE from a sort of anti-money laundering blacklist. Where are we with that? We're seeing progress from your point of view in that regard?
So the way this works in FATF is once you're off the FATF list, you're automatically off the European list. We've been off the FATF list for a good 2 years or so. But the European internal system, if you will, hasn't triggered that removal from FATF to then trickle into the removal within the European framework. Our work with the Commission, the old Commission, but also the new Commission, so the former Commission and the new Commission, has been incredibly positive. All of the requirements that were expected have been already fulfilled. And so we're hoping that as this procedural matter gets addressed, the factful nature of our FATF file, which has already been closed, actually comes into effect on the European level as well.
Right, watch this space. There'll be more headlines. And Minister, I also do want to talk about human rights concerns, at least as they are seen in Europe. Of course, it's no secret that Gulf countries find the EU rather patronizing when it comes to human rights issues. But the thing is that there are organizations that have documented issues, widespread abuses. My real question is, how concerned are you that these factors, even if they may be issues in the past, could trip up the ability of EU officials themselves, who are obviously very keen to have a deal with the UAE? Could that trip things up, given perceptions?
You're talking about human rights abuses in the UAE that could affect Europeans?
I am talking about what Europeans tend to read in their newspapers, which is about lack of sort of labor rights as it's reported in Europe for migrant workers, and talking about shortcomings in the judicial system in the UAE, and how that reporting and how that perception of the UAE might impede the trade negotiations.
So we're very proud of a record that has constantly and diligently and persistently in the UAE looked at ensuring that violations of any kind are not happening. Our judicial system, our legal infrastructure, our attention to making sure that labor violations or any kind of trafficking or organized crime, those are all measures that we take not just seriously, but also almost with a measure of intolerability, right? And it has nothing to do with trade talks with the Europeans, or anybody, actually, for that matter. It has everything to do with who we are as a people. Because this is a country that has 200 nationalities, that has religions from every walk of life, that has a synagogue, that has a Hindu temple, that has churches, that has mosques within walking distance. This is not a nation that's monolithic in any ways, and it encourages and it supports and it wants to have the diversity of people from all over to be able to find a safe, secure space for them and for their families. And so when violations happen, and violations of course happen, the weight of the law and the judicial system comes down heavily to ensure that those types of things don't happen. Now, whether or not this has anything to do with how the Europeans may or may not feel about growing trade talks, I really leave it to those negotiating teams, but I'm fairly confident that our track record today in 2025, as we've seen it in the last several years, several decades almost, don't point to that. And let me give you a small example. I, alongside an amazing team, ran Expo 2020, which happened in Dubai in 2020. We had to postpone for a year because of COVID. And during that time, we had 271,000 laborers on our site to develop effectively a new city in the city of Dubai. And one of the most important tenets of how we were building this new city was worker welfare. Because we could not have, not just in our conscious, but also in our books, as we invite the whole world to have them participate in a festival of human ingenuity at the back of any kind of violation. And so we had separate teams, not just reviewing and tracking, but working so closely with the police, with the judicial authorities, looking at their accommodations. At some point, we even had wearables for the construction workers to ensure that any kind of changes in heart rate variability was also detected by the organizing team.
Because the heat is intense, and that's one factor.
But even with heat, James, there are rules. You can't operate when it's that hot. You must be out of the sun, and you must be in cooled environments, and you must have X number of commuting hours and X number of breaks in between. I mean, there's a whole series of that. So back to my Expo 2020 example. Of the 271,000 workers, we had 9 deaths. 3 to COVID, 3 to construction-related incidents, and 3 for personal reasons, of which were suicide. I say that because facts matter. And facts matter when anyone tries to paint a broad brushstroke about what a certain environment is or isn't. And so here's a really live example, something that I can verify, and that was actually verified by other independent entities that came to review our worker welfare standards. So it's important to recognize that a nation as ambitious as the UAE, who today has taken on artificial intelligence, as you've all heard, and who is building the largest AI data center right now post the Trump visit. I know you want to jump in, but I just want to finish this final point. Hold on, just a final point, right?
We're wrapping up, yeah.
The ambition is not only on things like we want to do AI and we want to go to space. The ambition is also we want to have a society where people live in dignity and where people live the very best lives they can. And so that ambition has that other side too.
We need to wrap up very shortly, but I do want to get your view, because I saw you on CNN when the accords were signed between the UAE and Israel, this very historic moment. And I wanted to ask, since you had spoken on that globally, what you make of the EU's approach to the ongoing conflict in Gaza. It's been 20 months after this horrific attack by Hamas, and during that period, we've seen the subsequent devastation of Gaza, with, of course, huge loss of life. But the EU is only now, and rather reluctantly, I would say, reviewing its association agreement with Israel on trade and political links, which could be the main leverage. Very briefly, because we do have to wrap up, what's your view on the EU's approach to this conflict?
I won't really speak on the EU, because it's for the EU to speak of the EU. But I will tell you that the tragedy that is unfolding on a humanitarian scale in Gaza is horrific. There has been for now so many months, so many attempts to try to get in as much food as we possibly can into Gaza to avoid the types of images that we're all seeing, the types, the statistics around famine, the statistics around real desperation that we are encountering. And so we continue to work with both the EU, but also with the Americans, as well as the Israelis, as well as the international community, to see how much and how far we can go in trying to support with as much aid as possible. And today, 40% of the aid that's in Gaza is coming from the UAE, because it is a humanitarian plight that is unprecedented in how far and how long it has gone.
Okay, thank you very much, Minister. I mean, if I could wrap things up, I would say there's pressure on Europe to find new trading partners and investment. A little bit of pressure on the UAE to make the shift to cleaner industries. So there's big win-win here.
Not really. Pressure on the UAE for cleaner industry. We started with Masdar in 2008. So that's almost 20 years ago, right? Yeah. So it's less about pressure and it's more about ambition. We don't need to have green energy. We want to have green energy, and that's what makes all the difference.
Super. And can we please have a round of applause for the Minister? Thank you, Minister. And in just a few seconds, we will welcome to the stage the President of the European Central Bank, Nadia Calvino, with her keynote, so please stick around. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Lots of movement. If we could please take our seats, because we have another keynote speech coming up for you. So please do take your seats. Feel free to come down to the front rows, because our next guest is someone you certainly want to hear from. She will be speaking on the topic Financing Europe's Tomorrow, and her name is Nadia Calvino, and she is, of course, President of the EU-Investment Bank. If you could please welcome the President to the stage.
Well, good morning, dear friends, distinguished leaders, colleagues, partners. It's a great pleasure to join you at the 20th GLOBSEC Forum in beautiful Prague. And I want to first thank our Czech hosts for their hospitality and their steadfast commitment to the European project. We are meeting at a defining moment for the world, and very especially for Europe. A seismic shift of the tectonic plates of the global order that has served us well for the past 80 years is taking place, and we're living it. Geopolitical tensions, technological competition, the urgent need for climate action are converging, and they are challenging us to rethink how we deliver security, prosperity, and hope for future generations. And when everything, everywhere, all at once seems to be changing, there's one asset that gains value: confidence. In these turbulent times, Europe stands out as a beacon of stability, a beacon that reassures our citizens, our companies, our partners, and also creates opportunities. Our stability attracts talent, investment, and innovation. And that is why, even amid this intense financial market volatility, European assets, stocks, bonds, and our common currency are outperforming. Investors, innovators are choosing Europe. And we have just a very good example. I was looking back just on the last couple of weeks and seeing that the European Investment Bank, which I'm heading right now, has been extremely successful when we are approaching financial markets. Our latest 5 billion green bond issuance just yesterday was oversubscribed by 10 times, with a record demand of 55.6 billion euros. I wanted to highlight this success in a time where words like climate seem to be actually revolutionary. I'll come to this in a moment. We need to navigate the troubled waters and seize the opportunities. And all reports published by experts, from Letta to Draghi, mention 3 key drivers for Europe's competitiveness and security: market integration, large-scale investment, and simplification. I would actually add a 4th one: solid international partnerships. And the European Investment Bank Group is in a unique position to contribute to all of them. First of all, we are in a unique position as a European Union financial institution, the financial arm of the European Union, and at the same time, the biggest global multilateral development institution. Secondly, we are in a unique position because of our membership, because our shareholders are the 27 member states, neither more nor less. And there is a strong alignment of strategic priorities, political priorities with our shareholders. Thirdly, we have a very strong financial position with a close to 600 billion balance sheet, a very strong AAA that actually enables us to maintain and even increase our balance sheet without asking for additional capital contribution on the side of the member states. And finally, the European Investment Bank Group, the bank and the fund, have a unique position in catalyzing private capital, which is of the essence to ensure the large-scale investment which Europe needs at this point in time. Through venture capital investments, venture debt investments, through co-investments with the private sector, the EIB is a key player in driving large-scale investment and mobilizing also the ecosystem of private venture capital investors in Europe. Let me give you some 4 or 5 examples of how the EIB can make a difference at this point in time. Security and defense, one of the top issues that has been discussed and will continue to be discussed here at the GLOBSEC summit. Since 2024, we have expanded our mandate, the scope of eligible investments that we can finance. Since the first day I joined the EIB group, 1st of January 2024, it was absolutely clear to me we needed to step up our financial support to Europe's security and defense capabilities. In different areas, large-scale infrastructures, just for example, we are currently cooperating with the Lithuanian government in order to finance military barracks that will welcome a Bundeswehr brigade under NATO command, very close to the Belarusian border. Military mobility, military infrastructures, critical infrastructures. A second area where we are becoming increasingly active is industrial capacity, from drone manufacturing to other key inputs for the military and security area. Third area of activity, R&D, research and development. We're talking about space, we're talking about cybersecurity, drone manufacturing again, innovative technologies. Fourthly, small and medium-sized enterprises. We have just tripled our financing for a dedicated intermediated program so that European banks can provide liquidity, working capital to small and medium-sized companies in the supply chain of large European contractors. And this week, we have signed the first deal with Deutsche Bank for a 500 million loan. I expect in the coming days to sign another second deal with the French Banque Populaire Caisse d'Épargne, so that the ecosystem of companies which are active in the area of security and defense can have access to the necessary financing at this point in time. Finally, a fifth area where we are becoming increasingly active is supporting the ecosystem of dedicated investment funds that are providing capital to Europe's innovative startups in these areas. On top of stepping up our support to security and defense, the European Investment Bank Group is playing a key role in supporting Ukraine. Security, shared prosperity are mutually reinforcing. One is a condition for the other and vice versa. So by investing and supporting Ukraine, we are also supporting Europe's security and future prosperity. Our commitment is very clear. From day one, we have provided more than 2.3 billion euros in support in financing for Ukraine. And we have reached cruising speed in the deployment of financing and the implementation of projects on the ground. Every second week, there is an EIB-financed project inaugurated in Ukraine. And we are talking about vital infrastructure. We're talking about hospitals, schools, kindergartens, housing for displaced persons, municipal services, water supply, key energy infrastructures, transport infrastructures that are contributing to the economic resilience and the security of the country right now. We have just signed a 2 billion euro guarantee with the European Commission at the beginning of the year, and we are implementing at a very good rhythm, building the basis for Ukraine's successful accession to the European Union family. We have also launched, I wanted to mention it today, we have also launched an innovative product that is a pan-European export credit guarantee that is already oversubscribed to help European companies exporting to Ukraine. We have signed the first deal very recently with Denmark's Export Credit Agency, and it is the first of what we expect to sign 13 different deals with the national export credit agencies across EU member states. It is in our interest to invest in Ukraine's resilience and future prosperity, as it is also to invest in the stability of our neighborhood. And that is why we are also working very closely with the Western Balkans, with the South neighbors in the Mediterranean, to make sure that we can contribute to stability around our borders. Third area, I already mentioned, strengthening our global partnerships. Because faced with global challenges like security, climate change, and in this troubled geopolitical environment, building strong partnerships around the world is also contributing to Europe's security and competitiveness. From mobilizing resources for vaccine production in Africa, to water infrastructures in Central Asia, in Africa, in Latin America, women's empowerment worldwide. We're trying to support strong economies and strong communities, strong societies that can also create a more favorable environment around the world, accompanying also the very important trade negotiations that are going on right now. Final couple of points I wanted to highlight, also key issues that are being discussed in this conference. Innovation. I mentioned already how the Letta report, the Draghi report are highlighting the need for market integration, large-scale investment, simplification. As European Investment Bank Group, we are contributing in these areas by launching a new TechEU platform that we hope will mobilize up to 250 billion euros up to 2027. This is in fact the largest ever financing program to try to cover the whole cycle of companies from idea to market, the whole innovation cycle, by providing venture capital, scale-up debt, scale-up capital, and also exit financing to ensure that ideas, technologies, and companies that are born in the EU can also grow and thrive in the EU. I'm talking about investments in areas such as applied artificial intelligence, advanced manufacturing, clean tech. Actually, we will be launching the first instruments in this area regarding clean tech, quantum computing, space, health and biotechnologies, robotics, nanotechnology, energy, grids and storage, critical raw materials, security and defense, semiconductors, Actually, you know, and I don't know if you know, I was very proud last time I was here in Czechia to actually announce and realize that we are supporting the country's unicorn, Rohit, you know. It's a company that we are very proud to support from the EIB group. And I can also announce today that we will provide up to 20 million euros to a new private credit fund called Orbit Growth Debt, which is also based here in Prague to bolster growth stage software and other technology companies in the Czech Republic, but also in Poland, Slovakia, and in this whole region. The EIB group is very strongly committed to supporting digitalization, technological innovation, and I think it is of the essence that we have a pan-European approach. It's not only the large member states, it's not only those member states that have been leading these technologies. We need to ensure that there is a capacity in all member states. Because talent is equally distributed, we have to make sure that opportunity also goes to each and every corner of our European Union. Final point I wanted to highlight is reinforcing the international role of the euro. This is another opportunity that has been created by our current function and role as a beacon of stability. We are, the European Investment Bank Group is working very closely with the European Central Bank and with the European Commission and other parties to develop initiatives that can serve to build a stronger capital market union, a more integrated capital market union. And we can build on Europe's strengths as a trade and technology powerhouse and as a beacon of stability that is bringing also a strong interest on the side of international partners. I think the appeal of our current currency is illustrated by Bulgaria's upcoming adoption of the euro. And we are also working with the ECB and the European Commission in the development of the digital euro. We really need to press ahead as these technological developments are taking place around us as we speak. Let me conclude by summarizing the key idea I shared with you at the beginning of my keynote speech. At the end of the day, when everything, everywhere, all at once seems to be changing, you can count on the European Union. You can count on the European Investment Bank, the financing arm of the EU, to stay the course, to turn challenges into opportunities, to build a more prosperous, more sustainable, and also a safer Europe. Because our unity is our strength. And together, I am absolutely convinced that we will be able to successfully deal with the challenges of today and tomorrow. Following a clear compass, our European values, because to be frank with you, I think that today more than ever we can be proud to be European. I am proud to be European, and I am really proud to be at the helm of the European Investment Bank. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, President, for your wonderful speech. Okay, please don't go anywhere because we have a great fireside chat coming up. It's with Karl Havlicek, who must be one of Czechia's busiest men. He's Deputy Speaker, Chamber of Deputies of the Parliament of Czechia and Shadow Prime Minister of Czechia. To take us there, please welcome your moderator, Rob Cameron.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the moderator of the next session, Rob Cameron.
Hello, good morning. just a short time until lunch. It's coming, but before that, we have a really interesting discussion for you. Later this month, NATO's Secretary General Mark Rutte will ask members to commit to a dramatic increase in defence spending. 5% of GDP on defence, 3.5% on what is called core defence spending, and another 1.5% on defence-related expenditure, such as bridges, airfields, ports, and roads. And the reasons are obvious. Donald Trump is sick of what he sees as Europe freeloading on the United States, and many of Europe's military and political leaders are now saying openly that Russia will be ready and quite possibly willing to attack a NATO country by the end of this decade. So that's where we are. And governments across Europe are adjusting to this new reality. A reality that creates huge financial and political problems, but also opportunities as defense emerges as a catalyst for innovation, for industrial competitiveness and economic development. It would perhaps be foolish to predict the outcome of an election that still has 4 months of campaigning to go. But there is a good chance that our next guest will be one of those politicians making those difficult decisions on how much money to spend on defense and what to spend it on. Karel Havlíček was Deputy Prime Minister and Trade and Industry Minister in the former Babiš government, and for a year he was actually Transport Minister on top of that. I don't know how he finds the time. He is currently Deputy Speaker of the Czech Lower House, as well as the head of the Shadow Cabinet, and therefore candidate for Prime Minister. So please give a very warm welcome to Karel Havlíček. Karel, please, the floor is yours.
Hi. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm glad to be able to speak here after a year, to speak as a representative of a party which is pro-European and which regards NATO as an absolutely essential alliance for maintaining not only the defense of my country, but also the whole Europe. Above all, we in Europe need to move from words to action. Generic phrases about sustainability, competitiveness, and transformation will not ensure performance of companies. And if you do not ensure that business do not leave Europe for Asia or United States, if they do not generate high profits and employ people in industry here, then we can forget about strengthening security. We would like to talk about increasing the spending share for defense. However, we simplify everything by looking at expenditure in relation to GDP. I do not agree with this simplification, and I take it only as an indication and an outlook. It's important to know that we have to earn the money for everything we want to invest and spend. Sure, we can borrow the money, but then we have to pay it back, and the European Union is not in good financial shape. In the words of business, it's losing turnover and profit. While the US has held a similar share of world GDP over the last 25 years, 26%, the EU has fallen from the same figure to 16%. Over the same period, China has grown exponentially from 3% to the current European Union level. What further signal do we need? Can we not see that we have a problem? We must invest with the understanding that we will secure future growth and corporate income tax revenue. And now let's answer the question whether further increases in decarbonization spending will deliver this. My answer is that for the most part, no. Then let us answer whether smart investment in defense will deliver this. My answer is that in many ways it will. Not to mention that strengthening defense is more important than chasing climate targets at a moment. I understand you are going to answer that it will be the best to do both. But we simply don't have the capacity to do both. When will we have the capacity? Maybe you ask. The moment we reverse the negative economic trend in Europe, and for that we need a strong private sector. Strong private sector. Employers, and they employees, of course, industry and technology leaders. The reboot of the economy will not be done by governments or the European Commission, but by the private sector and the private sector alone. And the role of governments is to create the conditions for them to do so. A predictable investment, energy, innovation, education, and tax environment. And this is not happening. This is not happening. On the contrary, thanks to unrealistic decarbonization requirements, we have created a totally uncompetitive environment where we have extremely high energy prices and total over-regulation. This also has a negative effect on the social system. Trying to solve everything by subsidies and redistribution unfortunately puts us as even more complicated situation. We cannot solve the lack of efficiency by doping and offset its negative effect by even more doping. And I reject that the economic interest must give way to higher goals. Higher goals must be paid for out of something. Plans to increase debt, create a fund and involve companies in through a multiply level are just a wishful thinking. First, companies must make money. They must employ. Then we must collect taxes from their income, and then we can invest. Moreover, Europe has a chance to build up a quality production infrastructure in the defense industry, combined with the latest technologies, and thus to boost added value and profits again. Alongside the stagnating automotive industry, we can build new capacities, employ people in the industry, involve startups, universities, spin-offs, scientists and research organizations, and create a connected ecosystem. In doing so, we will create the necessary profits, involve small subcontractors, use the profits for science, and by increasing production capacity, at the same time create a healthy competition with the European environment. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Karel, and I definitely want to pick up on some of those points that you raised, especially on what Europe's priorities are and what they should be in your eyes. Before we get to that, let's just start briefly with the geopolitics of this. In the last few weeks, we've seen Fiona Hill, she's one of the 3 authors of the United Kingdom's government's Strategic Defence Review, say that poisonings, assassinations, sabotage operations, cyber attacks, influence operations, attempts to cut undersea cables means that the United Kingdom is now at war with Russia. The head of the German Defense Staff, General Carsten Breuer, says Russia is producing 1,500 main battle tanks a year, and not all of them are intended for Ukraine. They could be used to attack a NATO country perhaps in a matter of years. And Mark Rutte said this week, now we are all on the eastern flank. Do you, Karel Havlíček, accept the fundamental premise that we're in this room talking about defense, not because of some vague, intangible threat to us, but because of Russia?
Well, so first, I agree that Russia is a threat. As you know, our party supported Ukraine, and we strictly rejected Russia as an aggressor. And I have no illusions about Putin. On the other hand, I do not think that Russia is, let's say, an immediate danger to NATO countries. As you know, Russia has been conquering the Donbass and the part of the Ukraine by more than three years, and has a problem with it. And we have to evaluate the threats not only from the political point of view, but also from the military point of view. And the general question is, what's the threat to Russia? And my answer is, the threat for Russia is NATO. NATO, including the United States. And that's the reason that we have to strengthen the NATO. We have to support the NATO. And definitely, I'm not against the platforms or coalition like coalition of the willing. But NATO cannot be replaced because NATO has a great infrastructure, logistic, and financing. So we have to support the NATO. That's extremely important.
NATO, of course, wants its members to spend way more on defence. For ANO, your party, a party that has very much, through the head of that party, Andrej Babiš, profiled itself as the party of peace and dialogue and diplomacy in opposition to the party of war, as it often portrays the current governing politicians. If the Czech Republic does commit itself to this increase in defence spending, which will involve an enormous amount, massive amounts of money and investment, is that feasible for you as a political party? How are you going to make that pivot and explain that to your voters? That actually, you know what? We need to spend the money on tanks and drones.
Well, we look at military spending realistically. Our government, during our government, we increased the military spending from 41 billion Czech crowns to 92 billion Czech crowns. We started at the level of 1%, well, doubled. We started at 1% and finished at 1.4%. We criticize a lack of transparency, we criticize the prices of the products, and we criticize, let's say, the procurement systems. But Prime Minister Fiala said that he's ready to increase, let's say, the expenditures about 2%. And I don't want it will be, let's say, the hands for a percentage. Run for a percentage. Do you know the song of Pink Floyd from The Wall? Run like a hell.
Yes.
It's typical. Well, so run for a percentage. It must be based on the efficiency, on the transparency, because right now in the Czech Republic we supported the limit 2%, but right now the Czech government it's not ready to achieve the 2%. He's achieving the goals only thanks to the payments in advance. And that's not real. So first, what we have to do, there are the homeworks, and then we are ready to discuss increasing about 2%. We are not against.
In principle, you are not against this.
We are not against. In principle, we are not against.
As long as it's spent on the right things and as long as it's a transparent process.
Transparent, on the right things, and then we are not against. Well.
Okay. Obviously, it's not just stuff, it's not just tanks, and it's not just drones, it's not just material. Those industries, they need people, right? They need skilled workers. And I know this is a subject that's very close to your own heart because you've talked about the need for more investment into a skilled workforce in this country. You want to bring back this system of master craftsmen that was abandoned in 1949 in Czechoslovakia and bring it back. Do you think that the Czech defense sector has enough skilled workers to meet the demand? Because looking at the figures, it seems it doesn't.
It's not a lack of people with the technical skills, but it's the same problem as across Europe. The same problem is in Germany, same problem is in the UK. I visited right now the UK. I met with the Speaker of the Parliament, with the Minister of Economic and Minister for Army, and are solving the similar problems. Well, that's why the Czech Republic is an industrial-oriented country with a great history and with great competencies. On the other hand, that's a reality that we have to support and maybe to motivate young people to go to technical secondaries, to technical universities, and let's say to motivate also the technical schools, because as you know, the companies in the defense industry, they are generating huge profits right now. And part of these profits we can invest and have to motivate the people. They will invest into the education, into the universities, and we need researchers, scientists, great teachers, and to offer to the students the great conditions. That's all, because we have to motivate the students, present let's say the persons, they are active in a business field and they are successful, and at the same time we have to motivate the people, because if they will let's say search a job in a industrial segment, probably great salaries will be great jobs. We have to motivate the people.
A lot of those students that you mentioned, obviously they have their eyes on jobs in the Czech car industry, which is a huge part of this export-driven economy. Yeah. So many students end up working for Škoda Auto, for Kia Motors, for Hyundai, and all these companies. That industry across Europe, because of the competition from China, it's very much declining, isn't it? Mm. Whereas the defense industry, including in this country, is booming. Could you perhaps see a time where the Czech defense industry replaces the Czech car industry as the prime mover, the prime motor of your economy?
I think the objective is not to replace the automotive. Automotive is still an extremely important pillar of the Czech economy. 10% of the GDP, 25% of the total export, and hundreds of thousands of the people that are working for automotive. But we can aid and let's say start and to create the new sector which will be generate added value, which will be employ. And the defense industry, it's a great example, because we can generate added value. But first, we have invest in the defense, also to the research, to the science. And my objective is create in the Czech Republic, let's say, is the ecosystem. They will be the large companies, small and medium enterprises, startups, spin-offs. It will be connected to the university studies program. They will be in English, and we'll be really create a great section which will be generate the profits and added value. But at the same time, of course, we have to support also the automotive sector. Well.
Absolutely. It's obviously becoming a cliche to say that the Ukraine war has transformed the battlefield and the way warfighting is done. Obviously, we know that Russia lost maybe 10% of its strategic nuclear bomber fleet on June the 1st, thanks to 117 Ukrainian drones that appeared out of the back of lorries. Is the Czech defense industry ready to be forward-thinking in this way as well, and perhaps adapt and pivot to the war of the future, which is really on our doorstep?
It's good, a war of the future. Well, of course, because it's not about the tradition and about the machinery segment and aviation and so on. We are extremely good in Czech Republic in artificial intelligence, in cyber security. And to give you an example, it was an honor for me to meet with the representatives of a US naval research. And they've got an office in Prague. Maybe it's only Czech Republic. They've got an office in a country which is not by the sea. Well, why? Why? Because they are collaborating at the highest level in artificial intelligence. Well, the Czech students, with the Czech scientists, with the Czech technical universities. And then that's a great example. So we are working for a US naval research. This is one of the highest institution in research and an added value from the point of view of business. Well,
Right, that is a very good example indeed. Unfortunately, we're out of time. Einstein said, in the midst of every crisis lies opportunity, and I think that it could really be applied here. Karel Havlicek, thank you very much indeed for your time.
Thank you.
And just a message for the audience, please enjoy lunch. We will continue here on this stage in about 25 minutes, 1:30, with a session, Global South on My Mind. So please don't miss that. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the moderator of the next session, Maithri Sitharaman.
Hi, welcome everyone. I think the room is going to slowly start filling in because all of you very good people ate your lunch on time and turned up. Everyone who's a straggler will be punished. No, I'm joking. My name is Maithri Sitharaman. As you heard the voice of God tell you, I have been a GLOBSEC Forum and Tatra Summit regular for neon, not maybe 20 years, but maybe half of that. I am very happy to be here to conduct a conversation that's very close to my heart as a global citizen, having originally come from the global south, as they like to call it. Again, I am also the editor of The Chief Brief and the founding member of GLOBSEC's Women Leaders Council. So on behalf of the WLC and my team at The Chief Brief, thank you very much for being in the room. The global balance of power, we all know in this room, is shifting, and it's shifting faster than we can predict. The influence of Europe is important in all of the matters that we talk about. But again, the influence of emerging economies, the majority of the world, as we like to call it, or the rest of the world, is growing. And we need to acknowledge that. It is growing economically, politically, and also diplomatically. Europe is now at a crossroads. How does it remain competitive and a credible global partner while staying true to, quote-unquote, its values? Is it time to change the way we actually here in Europe think about the rest of the world? Today's panel is really going to do a deep dive into the strategic recalibration that we need in Europe and the rest of the world needs from us to effectively engage with these emerging powers, navigate competition from actors like China and Russia, and ensure its relevance, Europe's relevance, in a rapidly evolving global landscape. So please, without further ado, help me welcome our very distinguished panelists. Jozwiak is the Commissioner for International Partnerships at the European Commission. Alberto van Claveren-Stork, he is the Minister of Foreign Affairs in the Republic of Chile. Dr. Dino Delal is the founder of Foreign Policy Community of Indonesia. Jebal Nadovat is the Vice President and Senior Fellow at the Observer Research Foundation. Gentlemen, thank you so very much for joining us. We have an extra chair we will leave blank for our audience that will be participating. Also, I have not forgotten, Micael Tene, former Deputy Secretary General of the ASEAN. How did I forget you? I left you right there. That is completely on me. I was like, am I leaving that open? If I can kick off a conversation with one request from you, as usual, I will throw this open to the floor. I don't wait to the very end. I do try and involve you from the very get-go. So if you think that as our conversation progresses, you have an important point to make, please raise your hands. Make your question very short. No standing speeches, please. Your name, your organization, and a very quick question of who you're addressing it to. It's as simple as that in terms of rules. I will cut you off if you exceed that. If you are joining us online, again, you know how to do this. You can also use Slido. As I have been told, you've been sitting here long enough to know how to use it. I don't have to give you instructions. But if you're joining us online, please submit your questions, and I will take them if they're relevant to this panel. Let me kick it off, gentlemen, by asking you about the very premise that we are beginning this conversation with, which is the Global South. We've addressed it as Global South on my mind. Are we still, in a way, requiring a recalibration of how we think of the rest of the world if we're still using the phraseology of this wide-ranging Global South? Is everyone the same? Would you like to start us off with the ASEAN perspective?
Sure, thank you very much. But first, what is Global South, basically? Yeah, when we talk about Global South, we think about, for instance, the emerging economies. Most of the biggest emerging economies are part of the Global South. And if their current economic projection continues, perhaps in the next 10 years, most of them will be within the 10 top economies of the world. But beyond that, the Global South is about demography and population. Huge population, young population. If the Global South are able to develop, then they will be a source of wealth for the world. If they failed, you just think about migration and all the implications. So it's very important for the Global South to develop properly. Now,
are you happy with the phraseology of Global South?
No, absolutely not. I mean, where did it come from? I think that's the first question. So it traces back to around 1980 when the Independent Commission on International Development Issues presented the report, and Willy Brandt was the chairperson of that commission. So the Brandt report came out with this imaginary visual line around 30 degrees north latitude, which essentially said richer nations above that and not so rich nations below. But the problem with the definition is that it tends to flatten diversity and complexities that exist in a very Western way. In a very Western way, because historically we have seen the West trying to reduce issues to stereotypes, to symbols, and that becomes problematic. And therefore, I don't think the definition applies, really. So we need a new nomenclature. We need a new definition. We need nomenclatures like industrialized, industrializing, resource-rich, resource-poor, which actually reflect realities, rather than sweeping generalizations, which probably are easy for the layperson, but it is reductive at the end of the day.
Is it reductive, Dino?
Well, I prefer to use the term plural South, which is, I think, more accurate given the diversity of countries in the global South. And in the diplomatic world, sometimes we lump global South as one, but definitely they cannot act like G7. Yeah, you look at the non-aligned movement now; it's really weakening. Right, and the G77, they're trying to revive it, but you don't know how effective that will be. But I think the significance of Global South would be in the context if we talk about multilateralism, because then Global South have the numbers to uphold the mechanisms of multilateralism. And the second front would be in the regional form, because now in the world order, I see the world order as the building blocks consisting of regional architectures. And it is in the regional architectures that the Global South countries are playing more and more of a role.
Mr. Stork, you're technically in the Global South.
Yes, we are in the Global South, but it's a very general category, you know, because it includes diversity, especially in economic terms, also politically speaking. I think we are speaking of very diverse realities. The concept is useful in the sense that it means that there are new actors within the international system, and that those actors can play an important role. Whether they do it globally or they do it more at a regional level, that's something to discuss, you know. But the idea that there is a global South with unity, which acts in a unitary way, I think is really not a very correct idea.
Well, you've heard the gentleman next to you, Commissioner. Is the fact that you're now dealing with a very, very shaky relationship across the Atlantic, which seems to change on a minute-by-minute basis, when you are recalibrating your mind to do the work that you do, how are you looking at the majority of the world that is waiting to do partnerships with you and the demands that they might have from you for those partnerships going forward?
Well, I can say that I can be happy to see a lot of demand for more Europe and more European presence. And I don't know how precise we are with the definition of the Global South, but what is for me the most important thing is that the future of the global growth will come from the Global South. So by 2030, we will see 5.3 billion people creating a global middle class, and they will come from the Global South, from Asia, Africa, and Latin America. This is a lot of ambitions, this is a lot of energy, and so this is a lot of global opportunities, but if we don't turn these ambitions into real opportunities, it can become also a global threat or a reason for global instabilities. So from this point of view, we need urgently to change the approach,
to become more focused, to focus on the job creation, on the creation of the value chains, simply to offer to this like a growing population, to the young generation, a sustainable future.
I know the Mercosur deal is always talked about within Berlaymont as like this shining example of this relationship. It took 25 years to do. So Commissioner, from January, we're sitting now in June. We know the global order is changing. How quickly can you move to ensure that the partners sitting with you can do those deals? Because you say urgency is the name of the game. It's not something the European Union is known for.
This is not about urgency to deliver, but the urgency to change the approach. 25 years is really too much, yeah? And this is about changing the approach. We simply cannot accept anymore that one country or one group, small group of people is blocking something what is beneficial for 700 million people, like a Mercosur. And when we met the last time with His Excellency, I was in my role of the foreign minister, of the Minister of Industry and Trade of Czechia, and I at that time promised I will do the best that we will close the Mercosur. Yeah? Now I'm sitting here as a commissioner, and we are there, and I am extremely happy, and it should become a showcase. So we are speeding up the things, but this does not mean that we need to compete, for example, with the major rivals when it comes to sustainability or when it comes to deliveries. We are appreciated for our standards, and we want to remain stable, reliable, and predictable partner. So this is not about speed, this is about the delivery. Yeah? And I think here the value proposition coming from Europe and the European Union and the impact is much better than the value proposition, talking in the business terms, coming from our competitors or even, if you want, rivals.
So I'm going to put that question to both Jebel and to you, Dino, because at some point deals have been in the works with Indonesia for a very, very long time, and values tend to be the stumbling block, whether it's environmental or otherwise, for Indonesia, and similarly, there's a whole kind of push and pull with India. So if I can get your take on, is a sales pitch good?
Yeah. Well, interestingly, I just came from Brussels, and I met our senior minister, who's the chief negotiator, dealing with EU on CEPA, Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement. It's been stuck for 9 years, but after Trump came in, and then they imposed tariffs on us and the economic pressures, now there's a fresh push to finalize the CEPA agreement. And surprisingly, after 9 years, right, just hanging, after 9 years, he said that we hope to be signing this in the next 2 months. So the Trump...
The Trump effect is real.
Is real for countries in the global south. They are looking for EU, and we do have some issues, yeah, on CBAM and others, but we're finding a way around it, giving a strong push for us to come to terms together.
Yes, if I may.
And then I'll come to you.
If I may, well, Chile is not a member of Mercosur. We have our own agreement with the European Union, and we have a very advanced agreement. I mean, we had an association agreement in the year 2002, and right now we negotiated a framework agreement. The first country to ratify the framework agreement was the Czech Republic, so we are very thankful for that. But what I want to say is that in our case, we have had a very positive experience in negotiating with the European Union. It's a very advanced agreement, only comparable, I think, with the Canadian EU agreement, and it shows the possibilities of a close relationship between the European Union and a country of the South. When we speak of the South, we also have a geographic South.
But were you looking, sir, at the values of the European Union in doing that deal, or were you looking at the value that they were offering to you?
Well, we were
I've stolen a line from Jebel's notes.
At both. I mean, and the values of the European Union we share absolutely as a country. And I think many Latin American countries do share those values. And for that reason, it's very important, you know, that countries understand in Europe that within this new geopolitical context, there's a big potential for the relations with Europe and a big need for Europe to be more active and more present in a region like Latin America.
Jebel, you want to come in on this?
Yeah, I want to engage with the Commissioner and the whole premise of agility. Europe has a larger problem. Europe can be likened to an unraveling chemistry experiment. In chemistry, you need different chemicals to come together in particular quantities and interact in particular ways for specific outcomes. So is agility a problem? Agility is a problem. Mercosur deal took 25 years. It's still not ratified. 6 years it has taken from agreeing on the deal to the political agreement. In 6 years, China has operationalized an 8,400-kilometer railway from Xi'an to Tehran, and with significant geopolitical implications. The India-EU deal is in the work for 20 years. So is agility a problem? Agility is a problem, but agility alone is not a problem. The Japanese investments take time. Japanese have got this cultural value of what they call the Shinrai Kenkei, which means relationships built on trust. So when Japanese investments come in, they take time. They're a good time coming. But once they come in, they stay put. Irrespective of the cycles of loss and gain, cyclical loss and gains. So agility is not a problem. And Japan has shown that. Is trust a problem? So Europe goes to, I just want to look at the Global Gateway and BRI, for instance. Global Gateway is positioned as a values-based alternative, and I'm talking about Southern perceptions here. Europe, Global Gateway is positioned as a values-based alternative to BRI. But if you look at the criticisms around the Lobito corridor, for example, it is facing the same set of concerns on resource plundering, for example. Conversations have been framed around that. If you look at some of the deals which EU has struck in Africa, I want to quote Denis Mukwege, who's a 2018 Nobel laureate, who accused EU of hypocrisy in relation to its values when it struck a minerals deal with a certain country. So is values a problem? Is trust a problem? No, because a lot of countries have trust issues with China, but they still deal with China. So while trust is a problem, trust is not the only problem. Similarly with pragmatism, you have the carbon border adjustment mechanism or the deforestation, and these issues are seen as being protectionist. So fine, pragmatism is an issue. You can't talk to somebody to make friends and then you have a CBAM which is viewed as protectionist. But then there are many countries in the global south who have these issues, and they are for forging successful partnership with others. The problem with Europe is a credibility problem. It's not an agility problem. It's not a trust problem alone. It's not credibility, or it's not trust, or it's not agility, or coherence, or pragmatism.
Credibility in what way?
What does Europe stand for? Nobody knows. Europe is seen through historical lenses. The 500 years of colonialism and probably 2,500 years of Orientalism, right from the Greco-Persian Wars. Europe is seen from that lens, unfortunately.
So let me ask you this, Commissioner. How would you, or how are you dealing with that issue? Because you're going into these countries, and it is now, thanks to social media, even more so of a movement.
I'm happy, I'm lucky, because I'm not facing credibility problems. So maybe you can tell me more than afterwards. I'm facing a huge demand. And basically the demand coming from the fact that our competitors are becoming extremely aggressive and extremely transactional. And basically the value proposition of partnership of equals, the plan to invest not only in the hard assets, but mainly to ensure a know-how transfer, invest in the education, invest in the healthcare. These are not the things where we are suffering because of not having a credibility. Europe has been by far the biggest supporter of the development assistance. 6% of the population with the 16% of the global GDP, is delivering 42% of the development assistance. If the US withdrew their 50 billion, or maybe not fully, but only 40 billion, our share of the development assistance will by nature increase to 60%. Is it credible? Is it not credible? Maybe the issue is that we were too silent about talking the things we are doing. And this is something what we have to change. This is the urgency, the communication, simply to communicate in a better way the impact we have, because our plan is not to entrap. Our plan is to empower our partners. Therefore, basically, we are discussing with the local authorities, with the local governments, what do you need, where we can help, what is the mutual benefit for the European companies, for your communities. Yeah? So we don't want to rule. We are basically sticking to our values, we are sticking to our standards, but the credibility is mainly given by delivery. And let's talk in few years if we are able to deliver or not. You know, to grant a loan very fast for not favorable conditions, and I am a former banker, 30 years, loan is like a fire. Very good servant, but very bad master. So if you grant a loan to somebody knowing that he will not be able to repay, in order then to negotiate much favorable conditions for you, and let's see the examples, the ports in Sri Lanka, now 99 years rented for China, which can do with them. But is it the issue of credibility? Not in my eyes.
So development finance across Europe is taking a hit as well, sir, because a number of countries have rolled that back. So at this point, do you think trading with these nations, finding value deals between regions who are already dealing within themselves, is that the best approach forward?
Look, 50 billion, as I said, by far the biggest supporter of the development worldwide. But the gap to the sustainable development goals is too huge, 4 trillion. So to close the gap, which will basically remain after the change of the US administration approach.
It's not just the US, sir. It is happening across European countries as well.
Our message is we will remain, so we are sticking to our commitments. This is the first message. We will not change already committed things. The second message is we will stay reliable and predictable partner. Our interest is to mobilize 300 billion, 150 Africa, the second half for Latin America and Asia. And the third message is we are now looking where is the biggest problem. We definitely will not take over the role of the payer or sponsor of the last resort, but we are basically looking where we can help in order to avoid really bad things.
So let me ask you this, Micael. How can they help? Because we have a question in from the audience that very nicely ties into my question, which is how can Europe and North America, let's talk about Europe in this case, engage countries of the global south, let's talk about ASEAN, more actively? Should this be, should this engagement be done on a bilateral basis or collectively, especially when you have ASEAN countries that really, as you said, can't really speak in one voice already because of their own internal issues. So how do they deal with you?
First of all, trade is a good way to develop partnership. And I think Europe is a good partner for many parts of the world, and they're also looking to have a good partnership with Europe. But first, when we talk about partnership, especially a strategic partnership, it is based on either close military cooperation or close economic cooperation. Free trade embodies a very close economic cooperation, but it goes beyond just trade, creating wealth. It's also a basis for trust. When we talk about strategic partnership, there is inherent in that kind of relation, not just the nomenclature, but the real partnership is about trust. And having a free trade agreement, it's not possible if you have no trust against the other party, that they will comply and all the agreement, implementing all the agreement. So trade is a good basis to develop trust. So I have no, I mean, talking about what comes first, trust, values, I mean, just go ahead. We build trade, the more we are integrated, it will come naturally, the trust and everything. ASEAN, we are thinking about having a free trade agreement with EU for quite some time, but there are some difficulties. The approach, I think, from the EU have been to also develop free trade agreement with key ASEAN member states, which is already, I think it's a good approach because it is a building block that can eventually be used when the time is right to have a free trade agreement between ASEAN and EU. But the key here is that when we talk about free trade, it should go beyond just creating wealth. Yeah, it's also part of building trust among the partners.
Do you think that's going to aggravate situations within the South China Sea if there is an agreement such as that? Or do you think that will be somewhat of an asset for the ASEAN countries if they can move fast enough?
Well, I don't think it has to do with the South China Sea. Yeah, South China Sea is a different issues. We have good...
Let me politely say China.
All right. ASEAN have a free trade agreement with China. Yeah. Yes, we have a problem. Some of our members have a problem in South China Sea about the maritime borders. But they also have a very close relationship with China in terms of the economic cooperation and other areas. So we should not look at this issue as one that can that if one area is not working, then the whole area is not working. It's not that way. It doesn't work that way. There are many areas in which we can work together, and there are other areas in which we acknowledge differences and we work towards addressing those differences. And I think having a good trade relation with China helps both China and ASEAN to manage the situation when differences arises. Without any counterbalance from a good relationship in trade, for instance, then small conflict can easily aggravate.
Dina, you wanted to come in?
Yeah. First, I agree with you, Commissioner, that Czech doesn't have a credibility issue. I think everybody in the world loves Czech. But please allow me to be candid, because I joined Foreign Ministry 30 years ago, and there is this perception that reflects what Jaibal said, that Europe tends to be excessively value judging, right? And in fact, during my time, when decades ago when I was a diplomat, the reputation of Europe was too patronizing and using a lot of economic aid for political conditionality. Yeah, and we find it hard to deal with that, but we had to. Yeah, but that perception, I think maybe Europe has changed. I don't know. Yeah, but that perception remains among parts of the global South. And the second point is this: we have Asia-Africa process, yeah, and if you notice what is interesting, Asia's engagement in Africa totally economic and social, and zero political interference, right? The Chinese, the Japanese, the Indian, the Indonesian engagement in Africa, right? Compare this to the European, including, Russian also engagement in Africa. It's not just economic, but there's a lot of political interference and also military involvement. And I think that represents some degree of contrast between the engagement of the global South in Africa and the Western or European engagement in the same area. It's just a different way of dealing things. But it does create these perceptual gaps in how we see Europe. Yeah.
Commissioner, would you like to respond to that?
Well, maybe there was a feeling that the values and the promotion of the European values were very much in the forefront of the agenda, like making them as a conditionality. but you know, I think the values, it is that what gives Europe its global edge. And in today's world, the speed and strength matter, but also the standards and values. While others offer fast financing, we offer a long-term, transparent, and sustainable approach. And this is precisely exactly that what many countries are now asking for. By embedding democracy, the human rights or climate responsibility in our partnership, we build resilience. We build resilience globally, we build resilience regionally, we build resilience for us, and we build also trust, both with our partners, but also with our citizens, which is extremely important because we need a mandate from our citizens, from our voters, because we are usually working not only with private money, but also with public money coming from the European taxpayers in order to basically invent and to support the things in other continents. So we need a balance. We need to do things beneficial for our partners, but also to create an understanding that these investments are not only strategic for the Global South, but are also strategic for Europe.
Minister, if I can ask you, what worked in your talks with Europe and what didn't? Maybe there are lessons there that can be sped up.
Well, you know, in the first place, we didn't have a problem with values because we share values with Europe. I mean, to be quite frank, and that's the situation in general, I would say, in many Latin American countries. Yeah. Our problems were more specific in terms of some trade issues, but our economy is very open. The Chilean economy is extremely open. You know, we depend very much on foreign trade, so there were no serious tariff problems. So I would say it was a very easy negotiation. It took some time, but you have to understand also how Europe works and how the European Union works. I personally had that advantage that I was ambassador in Brussels for many years. So you need the feeling of how to negotiate. So really, we didn't have serious problems. Problem is in Europe, in the case of Europe, but that goes more for the rest of Latin America, is protectionism. And that's one of the problems which is present in the case of Mercosur. And there's a fear which I think is unfounded, but there is some fear in terms of some sectors in the case of Europe. But our general appreciation of the relation with Europe is that, unfortunately, Europe is losing ground in Latin America, you know, and it's losing ground to its rivals. And some people complain about investments, that there are more investments from other actors, but please, invest more. You know, in some cases, investors from other countries, from third countries, were simply acquisitions of enterprises, of European enterprises, some of them public enterprises. Mm-hmm. So that's one of the issues. And I think, again, in terms of turbulence, in terms of uncertainty, in terms of trade disruption, we need more solid relations with Europe.
More solid relationship and an understanding on both sides of how both sides work. So if I can ask you, Pavel, you've looked at some of the formulations that work in terms of how Europe can enter the majority of the world. I do have an issue with Global South. I tend not to use it very often. What are some ideas that the Commissioner can take back to Berlaymont? What are some of the tips that have worked, say, in Africa, in Asia, and, of course, in Latin America? Because I know you were thinking about it in terms of how you do the trading. So give us an idea.
So I'd look at innovative approaches such as triangular development partnerships. And I'd make a case for India. I mean, and India has been very, very pragmatic in this term. So when we look at the International Solar Alliance, India and France are working together in third countries. And similarly, when India is working with Japan for the Asia-Africa Growth Corridor. So we should look at partners bringing in their respective strengths, and India has tremendous amount of runway in Global South because, you know, during the India's G20 presidency, AU became a full member, and we had the Vaccine Maitri initiative during the COVID-19 where...
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
My name.
So we should look at triangular development partnerships. And out of the many things that need to happen, this is a problem is that even when we talk about values, and I appreciate from where the commissioner comes from, but the problem is that sometimes realities fly in the face of what is being professed. Then it is seen as mere virtue signaling. It can't be seen as virtue signaling. It has to be seen as, for example, in South Africa, the green hydrogen, export-oriented green hydrogen corridors, questions have come up. Is it benefiting EU more, or is it benefiting South Africa? Is it a partnership of equals? The minerals extraction deals which EU has signed with certain countries, you know, there are questions about which are the nations that EU has signed with and how is it impacting indigenous communities. So we need to address this. I don't know, like the commissioner said, it's a communication problem. Probably it's a communication problem, but these are real problems. And this is the voice of the Global South, and it is time that Europe sits and listens to it. Because if you listen to it, then you will have solutions. If you know, that's my view.
I'm going to let him respond to that before I go to the audience.
Since my appointment, as of the end of December, I visited 17 or 18 countries, and the main issue was to listen. Yeah? To listen to the member states, what they think about, to listen to the partner countries. So I was in India, I was in Africa, I was in Asia, in Latin America. By coincidence, yesterday I was sitting with His Excellency, your Foreign Minister Jaishankar, and we were asking our teams to exchange the expertise, because we have a great experience with emerging CEE countries, the showcase for successful development after the fall of the Iron Curtain. India has a unique experience with urbanization, with water management, with electrification, railways. So we asked our teams to meet very fast, to meet this month, to identify basically areas where we can exchange the expertise, where we can team up for like a joint things, joint projects, for example, in Africa. So yes, and I was mentioning Mercosur, I know that Chile was another part, but Mercosur has an impact on the whole continent. This is not only a trade agreement, this is a very strong political signal. And as I said, this is about 700 million people market, which will benefit from basically no tariffs or lower tariffs arrangements. And yes, we do not have additional 25 years to negotiate free trade agreements with all the partners we want to close them. So there is a certain level of urgency. But when I was talking about the sustainable development, so we do not want to compete just in speed to grant loans. We really want to have also sustainable background of the things we are doing, so empower, not entrap. So this is basically the approach. And you know, green hydrogen, there is currently not a takeoff, so I don't think that this is beneficial for European companies, because in some of their investments they are still burning money. Yeah? So it might become beneficial in the future, and this is investment in the future. So also here in this area I tend to disagree. And what is more important, these are modern facilities, there is a know-how transfer, there are employing people, and as I said, this is investment in the future. But what is more important, that the green hydrogen will be not used only in Europe, but will be used, you know, in order, for example, to decarbonize or to industrialize the parts of Africa.
You just made a lot of people in clean energy breathe a little bit easier with that last line. If I can ask you, Micael, there's a question in from the audience, and I want to get a perspective from the ASEAN group, because I think it's easy to get the perspective from the EU, because this looks like a question for the Commissioner, but I'm going to put it to you. Are the EU investments and the EU market turning away from being a normative tool to a geopolitical one? Is that the perception within the ASEAN?
I think we are very pragmatic. I think what we are looking for, especially from our population perspective, is to create growth, economic growth. That's our interest. And that is when we are looking at a partnership, trade, and others. That is what we are looking, whether this partnership can help us to grow, to develop. So that is the one from our perspective. Of course, there are geopolitical considerations, the context, but the fundamental interest for us is for our economy to grow, for our huge population to have a good welfare people. And in this context, we are open for all investment, all trade access from all partners that are willing to work with us. And in this, I just want to highlight the importance of market access. Investment is very important. But in the end of the day, we need to sell the product. The domestic market is not enough. And this is actually where I think if EU wants to be a substantial partners, this is where they can do. More importantly, at least from the way I look at it, more important than development aid or investment, it's market access. Once you give market access, everything will come all together. Yeah. But without access, it's useless. And here I want to say, like, EU, yes, they have a high standard, whatever it is. Basically, it's another form of non-tariff barriers, environmental standard and everything. The question is, when you put those kind of standards, are your consumer in EU are willing to pay the price for those additional standards? If you are not willing to do that and you want to pass the cost of all these high standards into the producer, then you are not a good partner. That is another hindrance to the market access. So I think this is the way we have to look at it. Why China is a huge, important partner for many of the developing countries. Yes, China produces a lot, but they import a lot. And what do they import? Raw materials, agricultural products. These are the main produce from the developing world. Then China become a very, very strategic partner for the developing world, for ASEAN.
There's a quid pro quo there at some point, and you're saying that needs to exist for the European Union. So let me follow that up with yet another question from the audience, which is also quite relevant. Then where do the BRICS fall into this picture? And the question is, are the BRICS a genuine representative, a representation of the Global South, a new overlord, or an irrelevance in the situation that we find ourselves in, where we're trying to do deals with Europe, and we don't know what we can do with Washington at this point. So, Jabal, BRICS, are they the new overlord? Because you guys are loud and proud.
Okay, that's a good.
Do we even use BRICS anymore? Is another question.
Yeah,
but
absolutely.
That's a whole new debate.
The point really is, in any formation, nations come together because they see some form of benefit, and every member sees a benefit in it, and that's it. So whether it's the BRICS, whether it is any other such international multilateral forum, it's always about benefit, and nations are benefiting. The members are benefiting to whatever. So it's ultimately, so that then there's this whole question of how do you reconcile being with BRICS and at the same time being with other organizations which have got the West on it. No, it's just about benefit. If it benefits us, we'll be there.
Again, value, value, value. So another question from the audience, if I can ask both Dino and the Minister. The question at this point is, what are the tangible values that the EU can bring to security in Southeast Asia, or again in Latin America? If I can put that to both of you.
Again, let me be candid. Yeah, I think any proposition on values coming from the Western world these days in the Global South is going to be met with severe cynicism after Gaza. I do a lot of polls on the ground, right? And the degree of double standard, perception of double standard is the highest that I've ever seen, right? So it's going to be a hard sell for anything that says this is our values, because The fact is these values have been implemented very inconsistently, and only at the convenience of those who say so. So that's one thing. I think at this moment, anything, the most aligned thing that we can do is to be against protectionism, right? Again, what is coming out of Washington is a meism. It's all about me, right? And I think now it's on Europe, on middle powers of the global south, Chile included, of course, to say, look, we don't want protectionism, and this is what we're going to say in G20, this is what we're going to say in APEC, and so on. And the last point, again, this is, I think this is a cold shower. Is that how you say it? Yeah? Look, you know, I told this to my American friends. These tariffs that you impose on countries, it's not going to beat China. The game is lost already. Indonesia-China trade used to be on a par with our trade with the US, around 30 billion. And now, our trade with the US remains at about 30 billion. After 1 decade, it still remained the same. With China, it went from 30 to 60, 90, 120, 150 now. It's going to 300. There's nothing the US can do that can beat that number. Not just for Indonesia, but for Vietnam as well, right? So the point is, look, if you try to use these economic mechanisms as a geopolitical tool in accordance to beat China, it's just not going to work, right? And on many fronts, the game is lost already, as I just explained to you.
The game
and
is
I'm sorry to say that, yeah.
Don't be sorry. You're stating an opinion that is coming from another part of the world that many have to listen to. Minister?
Well,
security?
I cannot speak for Latin America, but I can speak for Chile.
Yeah.
You know, what can Europe do? Well, in the first place, we have to make the distinction between international security and internal security. International security is to uphold a rule-based system. I think that's very important in terms of non-proliferation, in terms of chemical weapons, etc. There are many coincidences, and we have to continue working with our European friends in that area, together with other Latin American and like-minded countries. I think that's very important. In terms of internal security, there's organized crime. And there's an agenda which we have to develop also with Europe, in terms of both Europe and Latin America and other areas are affected by organized crime. It's getting more and more transnational, and there we need more cooperation, you know, on both sides.
No, that's good to hear. So we've got a minute left, so I'm going to do another round robin. This needs to be a yes or no. Unfortunately, we're almost out of time, Micael. I would keep this conversation going. And the question comes from, it's an apt question to end this conversation on. It comes from Joanna Bryson, and it can be yes or no, or a max, actually yes-no question at this point. How does the panel feel about President Zelenskyy's call this morning for the entire world to fully economically shun those who accept 1 million casualties to assault others? Going back again to Dino's point that there are other conflicts happening around the world. Yes or no? I'm going to start with Dino.
Another cold shower. Unfortunately, in the global south, President Putin is not seen as the bad guy anymore. You see the Prime Minister of Malaysia, the chair of ASEAN, visited Moscow. My president, the moment he was elected, he visited Moscow. This was last year. And that's the reality now.
Jabo?
It's a lot more complicated. I'm going to skip that.
You're going to skip it?
Well, I'll just go back to what Dino said earlier about Gaza and compare it with Ukraine. How do we see it? That's my answer.
The same, exactly the same. I mean, we stand for Ukraine, but we also stand for the plight of the Palestinian people.
And Commissioner, final word.
The situation in Gaza is very bad and very serious. However, I am coming from a country which is being occupied by the Soviet Union since '68. In my eyes, Putin is a war criminal, and there is only one perpetrator, and there is only one aggressor when it comes to Russian aggression of Ukraine, and here is the thing for me pretty clear.
I appreciate your candidness, and I appreciate you not wanting to participate in that answer as well, as is your right. On that note, gentlemen, thank you very much. Please give them a round of applause. They have stuck to time. If you can stay seated for a second, because at this point, I have to make an announcement that the producers already told me to. We will be continuing here on the Havel stage right after a short video with our next session, and it's called Enlargement, Moving Towards Reality. Please don't go anywhere. That conversation is going to be fantastic. I will let the video play.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the moderator of the next session, Ian Mermishvili.
Hello, hello. That was an impressive pronunciation of my Georgian last name, so I appreciate that, whoever said that. Very nice to see you, everyone. Thank you for being here. We have an excellent panel today, or at this moment. EU enlargement, is this, are we moving towards a reality or not? That would be the basic question that we'll explore. The panel is very impressive, and you will see it yourself. It's and before I call the panelists on the stage, two polls I want to give you a heads up on. The first one will be, it would be wonderful if you can just answer the poll question before we start the discussion to sort of set the stage up for it. Second one will be specifically about Ukraine, and I will prompt you just before the poll will be up on the, for you to vote on. So with that, and also please don't forget to think about the questions. You can submit your questions as well as raise the hand. So I will, about 10 minutes towards the end of the session, I will ask you to pose questions if you have any. And with that, I would like to introduce the panelists. I would like to call Elmedin Konakovic on the stage first. He's the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Bosnia and Herzegovina. Okay, and since we have a limited time, I was just prompted to invite you all to the stage at the same time. So please come in. Nemanja Starovic, who is the Minister of European Integration of the Republic of Serbia. Welcome. Sebastian Kurz, former Chancellor of Austria. Thank you very much for being here. Oleksandr Kornienko, who's the Deputy Speaker of the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine, and Jan Ružička, who's the Chief External Affairs Officer with the PPF Group. So this is what I meant when I said that we have a very impressive panel. And we're looking at the poll questions. So the poll question was, do we have a tally or not yet? That's a question for the producers. But before we get the responses, one thing that, as I said at the beginning, we'll try to explore a couple questions that are very important to this discussion. The EU is definitely at a pivotal moment at this moment, and it seems like the enlargement is more of a geopolitical decision than anything else. So we'll try to get the answers to the question, is EU ready to enlarge? Are the tools that the EU offers to the candidate countries realistic to help them accelerate their reforms process? And are the candidate countries serious and ready to get on this path? So I think the questions, answers are still coming in. Can we have a tally of this or not yet? So it's very interesting. I don't know if you're seeing the responses to it, but we're seeing some of the responses come in, and very interesting. Maybe we'll see that later, but idea was to have the answers and then come to you. So I would like to start with Eldemir. So Bosnia and Herzegovina has been trying to, or has wanted to become the EU member for a while, became the candidate in 2022. And the process still seems a bit slow. What do you make of it, and why do you think that is, and what can be done about it?
First of all, thank you so much for organizing this panel and actually giving this the opportunity to talk about enlargement, which is crucial for my country, from several reasons. In the first place, economically, of course, and geographically, we belong to Europe. We are not European backyard. We are a part of Europe already, geographically. And economically, I will start with some numbers. My country exports 92 or 93% of our products, of our goods, to European Union. Now, you can imagine the importance of economical side of the integration. It goes 73% directly to member states, and 20+% actually to the region, and all regional countries are candidate countries for EU. On the other side, our biggest problem is brain drain. People are leaving because in our neighborhood, actually, they have better options, they have opportunities, they have better salaries. And the third fact is that we are the country with the lowest percentage of foreign investments because of political instability. So, enlargement, EU, huge, big market, 500 million people. It's really an opportunity for Bosnia and Herzegovina, which has a lot of, my country has a lot of advantages. This is geography, this is skilled laborers, this is like low cost of energy and many advantages for investors, but the market is really small. So if we integrate our market or our industries, those industries who are ready to be integrated, so that means big opportunity for investments, for better salaries, and at the end, that's actually our goal, to keep young people to stay in their countries. So it's crucial, and it's now more realistic than a few years back because, unfortunately, of Russian aggression on Ukraine. Because now EU, they woke up somehow and they realized that it's not only administrative issue, it is security, economically, and some other issues also. Now we have both sides interested in enlargement, and we do go slowly. It's slow, but it's much better than before.
Yeah, and I feel like I need to ask you about Republika Srpska. To what extent is that really slowing down the process, as you said?
This is a fact that President of Republika Srpska, Milorad Dodik, is completely controlled by Moscow's regime. He met Putin in last 14 months officially 5 times. He's proud because of that, of course. You can see that those pictures on his Instagram and other social networks. And actually, that is a proof that Russia is destructive regarding enlargement, and they have malign influence through some individuals, let's say. Fortunately, we have now other parties from Republika Srpska opposition, smart enough, brave enough to understand that European Union is really a crucial goal for our country. I understand some traditional religious, cultural ties that Serbs from Bosnia and Herzegovina, they have with Russia. It's the same with Bosniaks in Turkey and some other examples. But if we talk about future, about stability, about economy, our top priority is and have to be European Union. So we have now the deepest crisis after Dayton because this guy attacked Dodik. He attacked brutally constitutional order. He actually attacked whole system. He is a fugitive in his own country. But on the other side, opposition from Republika Srpska is really smart and brave, I will repeat. Now they are that, we call that X factor, like that actually is encouraging all of us on this European path.
So you're optimistic that...
I used to play basketball professionally, and I wanted to win every game, you know. Where we played with the strongest team in Europe, well, we were actually going to play the game to win the game. But and that's my goal. We will try. We will do our best.
And I don't know if the answers are ranked on this poll that we did at the beginning. So Ukraine seems to be at the top, Macedonia, Albania, I should say North Macedonia, Albania, Montenegro, Moldova, and Bosnia-Herzegovina has some of the lowest numbers based on the charts that I have here. So that's why I started with you with that question.
Yeah, I actually have information. So Albania and Montenegro, they go really good now with opening and closing the chapters, with delivering these like responsibilities from the EU agenda. They have political stability, which is crucial actually for the enlargement, and that's the correct answer by me. So North Macedonia, they have other constitutional issues like we also have. Georgia, unfortunately, they have some also malign Russian influence that actually is present, and you can see what is happening there. Moldova, they escaped with the referendum actually about EU. They with the help of diaspora actually. Yes. At the end, yeah, they're still on EU path, and I think Montenegro and Albania, Ukraine, of course. These people, they are fighting for the freedom, they are fighting for the lives, and it's not easy to expect that they will deliver the laws aligned with
yeah, we'll have the Ukrainian representative talk about Ukraine. But I'd like to go to Serbia now. And on the poll, as we can see, I don't know how many people voted, but Serbia, along with Belarus and Bosnia-Herzegovina, have some of the lower numbers on the poll conducted in this room here. So. The question is, it's a very blunt question, is Serbia serious about joining the EU? And the reason why I'm asking that is recently, during her visit to Belgrade, Kaja Kallas said that Serbia has to make a strategic decision to reorient itself either towards the EU or Russia and China. So how do you respond to that? Is Serbia serious to join the EU?
Well, thank you for the blunt question, and blunt question desires for a blunt answer, and my answer is definitely yes. Our strategic, not just orientation, but the strategic decisions that we have made in previous years is that our wish, desire, and putting all our efforts into joining the EU. So it's not something that came out of the blue yesterday. That is the strategic choice that we have made, I may say, more than 20 years ago. And we are doing our utmost to fulfill all the necessary criteria to be able to join in the upcoming period. But, you know, one of the topics of this panel, as I understood from the announcement, is to speak about the mechanisms, the tools, the procedures, and the process of enlargement and how sufficient it is. And I believe that when it was designed back in the 90s, ahead of the Big Bang enlargement, it was designed in a sufficient way, because the vision was, rightfully so, that the candidate countries will conduct the accession process in 4 or 5 years and then start contributing as a full members, but also reaping the benefits of membership. And that's exactly the experience of the Big Bang enlargement and subsequent enlargement in 2007. Yet for us in the Western Balkans, things got a little bit tricky. A lot of us here in the room probably remember the Thessaloniki summit of 2003 and all the commitments and pledges being made for the Western Balkans that we have perspective, strong, realistic political perspective of joining the EU. Yet that was in 2003. And just imagine that some baby was born during the Thessaloniki summit somewhere in the Western Balkans. Doesn't matter, Bosnia, Serbia, Montenegro. And that baby now is a young man or a woman of 22 years. And throughout whole of his or her life, the only thing that he or she knows is the country is on the road to becoming the part of the European Union. And you can imagine how much that issue became irrelevant to those young people. Most of them are neither pro or contra, or for or against, but they don't find that relevant. And our task, whoever is involved in the process, is to reinvigorate it. But having said that, you know, I must also say that we recognize that there is some kind of renewed momentum. Right now, it took more than 3 years after the Russian invasion of Ukraine for that momentum to build up in the European institution, first and foremost. And now we see it. Now we can experience it. But what I would really be glad to see, to know, to understand is that we are all, as a candidate countries, able to utilize that momentum. And that is not the case now. So we would like to see the leveled playing field, to see the merit-based approach that applies to each and every of the candidate countries, and for all of us to get a realistic chance that if we are, according to this merit-based approach, able to do our homework, all the tasks that are in front of us, that it will be eventually rewarded with full membership.
Let me ask you about the gas then. So merit-based, you say, and sharing some of the similar values, maybe in this case economic values. So most of the European countries have stopped or almost stopped taking in Russian gas, which is a different case with Serbia. Do you think Serbia is on the path of diversifying or getting away from this dependency from Russia?
Oh, thank you for that question. We have been doing a lot on diversifying, actually, in the last 10 or so years. But you know, we are a small landlocked country. We don't have seaports. We don't have LNG terminals. The only gas that we can get right now is Russian gas. On top of that, some of the gas from Azerbaijan, and we're increasing the capacities for importing Azerbaijani gas. And that's all in all. So, from 100 dependency on Russian gas, we have lowered that to around 80%. But you know, it takes a lot to invest in infrastructure with the interconnections, and it takes a lot of time. And I will give you just one example, without putting a blame to anyone else. But we started with our project of constructing the interconnection between Serbia and Bulgaria that is connecting us to Greece and to LNG ports in Greece. We started in 2017 with applying for all the necessary licenses and permits here in Brussels. And you know how much time did it take to obtain all the permits and licenses? So much time that we actually started constructing, digging job in January 2022, 1 month prior to Russian invasion over Ukraine. So when you need 5 years to get the licenses and permits, it's not just up to our will to diversify or not diversify. But if you allow me just to say additional 2 sentences about this enlargement process and how does it look like. You know, it was designed back in the 90s, it was working back then, but right now it is not working and we need to reinvent it a little bit, you know, because the way it is designed, it could take forever, because you have at least 75 different stages in the accession, where you need the full consensus of 27 member states. Opening chapters, closing chapters, interim benchmarks in certain occasions, and so on. So just multiply 75 by 27, and you see that each and every of the candidate countries has potential 2,000 hurdles, where some internal political issues in any member states may tie in, or bilateral issues between the neighbors.
Yeah, but that's not only, to be the devil's advocate here, it's not just the slowness of the process and continuous hurdles that the countries need to overcome, but it's also performance of the countries, whether it's democratic rules, media, I don't know, treating minorities, all kinds of other topics that the countries are responsible for. Yes. In some cases, those...
The bar has been raised so high that at least 1/3 of the EU member states right now would not be able to surpass it. I think it's a frank assessment.
So let me... Thank you very much for that. And let me come to you, Sebastian, as the former Chancellor of Austria, as well as the current EU member country. Do you think the enlargement at this point is realistic? Are we talking about something that's just very tangible and right here, or are we talking about something that's going to happen? Like a colleague mentioned, Turkey, right, since 1999. So what are we looking at from your perspective?
First of all, thank you very much to GLOBSEC that enlargement is discussed here, because I think that there was a lot of focus on enlargement in the past, and then it disappeared from the agenda. Now with Ukraine, it's a little bit back on the agenda, but not as it was. And I think that's the first point that is very problematic, because it has something like over-promising and under-delivering in the end. If you ask me, from my perspective, the enlargement process at the moment is a big mess. I remember when I was foreign minister at the age of 27. So in all the debates about enlargement, and I was pushing a lot in these days to bring the countries from the Western Balkans in the European Union, in all these debates about enlargement, I was told from politicians and from bureaucrats in Brussels that it's all merit-based. Yeah? So there's a clear set of rules, there's a clear set of expectation, there's a process, the countries are the partners within that process, and in the end it's merit-based, it's not a political decision at all. I have the impression that at least with Ukraine, things have changed, and I don't want to comment if it's good or bad. It's just the fact that it has totally changed. So, and when we look at some of the debates in Brussels on progress on the enlargement process, of course it was always a political debate, and there were some people on the table with stronger ties to a country in favor and others more skeptical and against. And now if you look at Serbia, the question of gas comes up. I don't know what the question of gas has to do with the enlargement process. So from my perspective, things have changed a lot, and it is a big mess. So I think, and that was said before, that in many of the countries, enlargement isn't a big issue among people anymore, because they don't really know if it's real or if it's
so how can
just a process that's never going to end. So I think, to be honest, if you ask me, the European Union should be much more honest to its partners and to countries in the neighborhood. And I think it's much better to have an honest approach, yeah, even if that means, no, we will never have Turkey in the European Union, for example, than to be in kind of a process that's not going to lead anywhere. So from my perspective, of course, the Western Balkan countries should be part of the European Union, and I haven't changed my mind on that. And from my perspective, there are countries where I think they will be never part of the European Union, like Turkey, for example. I don't see that this is a real process, but I think the most important thing is to have an honest approach, and I tell you why. Because the European Union has also good other models for partnership, yeah, for cooperation in many areas that can be attractive as well. So I think being not honest with the partners and the neighbors is more problematic than going in a different direction. Mm-hmm. And last point from my perspective, I think especially in the Western Balkans, I hear many complaints in the last few years that China is more influential, that some of the parties are leaning more towards Russia, that Turkey has gained influence. Look, if there's a gap, yeah, somebody will fill the gap. And exactly. my perspective is that if there's not enough focus from the European Union, if there's no real process going on, if there is no light at the end of the tunnel, then we should not be surprised that others are coming in and gaining more and more influence. If you complain about Chinese investments in the Balkans, it's not because everybody is waiting for China there. It's just because of the Chinese are going to invest, and Europeans
want to invest.
Do not invest at the same amount. So that's it.
Yeah. I do have a follow-up for you, but I would like to remind the audience about the second poll question that I announced at the beginning. It's about Ukraine. So if you see the question, please do start answering so we have a response before we move to Ukraine. So Sebastian, I would like to ask you about Ukraine. Do you think so? There's a widespread view that Ukraine, as a member of the European Union, would provide security to the European Union and prosperity, added prosperity to the bloc. Do you think that? Do you think the decision on Ukraine's membership, EU membership, should be guided on the merit-based or more strategic outlook for the European Union down the road? No, I'm sorry. It's a question for Sebastian still.
Okay.
You, yes.
Okay. So let me start, and then probably my colleague is much better in answering these questions. But from my perspective, I think the most important thing is that Ukraine has a good future, and that we find a way to end the war. We find a way to end the war in a way that is good for Ukraine. Yeah, I think we are in a terrible situation because the war has been lasting by far too long. I have many friends in Ukraine suffering because of the Russian aggression. So I hope, to be honest, that in the end there's a solution on the negotiation. That there's a negotiations and a solution, but a positive outcome for Ukraine that can also be supported from the leadership, but also from the people. And of course, questions like how the cooperation with EU will look like, NATO membership, yes or no, all these questions will be on this table. So my feeling is, talking about Ukraine, there is much more to solve at the moment than just the question, how is the relationship with the EU? In the Western Balkans, it's much easier because at the moment there it's just the question, how is the relationship with the EU? Yep. So I think it's difficult to compare, and I think there's a lot that the EU has to offer, and a lot of support is needed from the European Union. But also here, I think it's good to be honest, because if it's not an option, in the end, it's not good to work with the carrot. Yeah, that's my feeling.
Yeah. Thank you very much. So the poll results are back before 2035. Ukraine will join the EU. That's 49% of whoever voted in this room. That's what they're saying, which is a very clear indication that there is a lot of goodwill towards Ukraine. But there are also questions, of course, both about merit and about the timing of this decision. So from your perspective, can your country, and of course everybody realizes that there is a war going on and the reforms process may not be as fast as you may want it, but can you still deliver some of the reforms that the EU has been asking Ukraine as other candidate countries? And is there anything that EU can do to help accelerate that process?
First of all, thank you for this invitation. It's a very important panel, I think, and a very important panel in terms of, presentation Western Balkans, Bosnia, Herzegovina, Serbia, Ukraine, and I think we only haven't Moldova, and it's also important to have that here because, it's very big threats to their future and to our future as particularly also. Yes, I will, promote your this think about changing view from the Brussels, from countries, from capitals, from totally merit-based approach to totally political approach. And we understand that on summer of 2023, it was political decision about accession, all of us. But next, once more, we have a merit-based approach because it's not about Brussels, some Brussels dreams about ideal society and ideal reforms. It's what our population necessary. It's economical reform. It's open markets. It's understandable thing for our people in Ukraine. They all want to live in open society, in open economy, in open, single market economy, etc. If we talk about key reforms like judicial reform, for example, it's also necessary about our people. Of course, we need to observe all our conditions, circumstances, war condition. But one example, I'm a member of the national negotiation team on behalf of Parliament. I'm represented Parliament here, and we are first country who include to work in negotiation teams, 36 teams. MPs from parliament. We have more than 200 MPs in these working teams. And every screening in Brussels, my colleagues know what is it, screening, our MPs go into Brussels, sit and hear and make marks. Why we do it? Because we understand that next time to adoption legislative, it can be discussions. But while we start to include MPs on this stage, on this level, we will have not such big discussion in society through inside parliament, because we understand that some adoption of some reforms and some regulations from EU will be painful for economy, for agriculture sector. It's a big issue about Ukrainian agriculture in general, and we have, one panel only about agriculture in EU and about, agriculture from Ukraine side. But all in all, we think that we will be fast. We have now, I will show you two figures. First of all, we have more than 75% of adoption of association agreement right now. We signed it in 2016. For 10 years, it's not bad result, and we're still working on this agenda. And secondly, we have a brilliant Ukraine facility plan from Brussels, from Commission. It's plan, we change reforms to money, and we also, now we have some, local problems with timetable, but all in all, we adopt 100% of this plan of Ukraine facilities for last 1 year. And it's also reforms that are necessary in the future to acquis. It is part of acquis. It will be part of acquis in the future. That's why, more existential, we are first convocation in Ukrainian history in parliament who are sit over time. And because of war, we can't promote election. And for this day, we about 2 years set over time, 2 years. And we have consensus inside our parliament that we need to spend this time with useful for Ukraine. And now it can be only 2 points, support of military, army, some reforms for army, money for army, and reforms for accession EU. And I can show you agenda of my next plenary, 80% of drafts about EU integration.
Nice.
This EU flex.
So from the parliament standpoint, that's understandable that you're adopting laws, making sure that acquis adopted at least. How about the implementation? So you refer to war and the resources that the war requires. Is it slowing down that implementation process as well? Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, your mic. They need to change your mic.
It's special for Ukraine, thank you. Yes. I think it's not Russian do it?
Well,
did it? No? Okay.
You got the big gun.
Okay. Two examples. First of all, about economic part. Of course, we need to restart and to rethink about our economy, because we have agriculture raw economy. It's not something good for you, I think. We need to promote food precision and precision of energy from our agriculture raw. And we work on that very hard. We open possibility to export biogas, for example. And now we make very big national project about giving credits and different money to this agriculture company who can product biogas, not only this corn and what grains that we can export gas to Europe. It's good news. But on the other hand, of course, one sort of country in ruins, and we in totally broken, and we need to recognize this plan of Ukraine accession like something of Marshall Plan, something that will help us to rebuild country. We all understand it should be building back better. We don't need to restore old metallurgical factories from 19th century. We need to restore something new, something green, and something that will help to Europe, because we want to be responsible member and we want to be responsible country of post-war period. On the other hand, of course, issue of implementation is all-time issue of public administration. We have brilliant system of public administration with local authorities, with public servants, more than 300,000 people, because we're a big country. Now we work on two things, to give to them good condition to work, salary and different education, possibility to development. On the other hand, we work on structural reform of our public service to cut part of unnecessary thing. We have a very huge level of the decentralization of digitalization right now. It's one of the things that we can share with EU also, because we know that over-regulated, it's one of the symbol of EU, but we want to share with you our evidence in terms of digitalization, how we can replace people from process, and not only from front of services, from the state, but also from the inside services, because 21st century, and we all should to think about artificial intelligence and some more future things, not about people who sit in some office and take some paper and go to next office. We fight in good terms. We fight with this in Ukraine, and I think it's one of our key fundamental arguments that will help us to implement. On the other hand, of course, it's one last comment. I think it's more close to Western Balkans and to Ukraine, to Moldova. We need to promote what is EU through our population. Because in general, people understand that it will be some, good things. We will all have 2,000 euros. I ask them why 2,000, why not 5,000. They said EU, it's not rich companies. They will give to us 2,000 euros to anyone. We need to promote idea what is open Europe, how it works, what will be your rights, what will be your responsibilities, what is it Euro citizenship. It's not issue for country who are already members, because for population it's something that you already have, but it's issue for our next generations. If you talk about 2035, if you start right now with children, after 10 years they will understand it.
Jan, I want to come to you now as can I say that you're the only private sector only investor, at least on this panel, right? To be more accurate. So you invest in most of the countries.
In all of them.
All of them. There you go. Even better. Do you think, from your perspective, that these countries are ready, or are on the right path to be very soon ready for the European Union? And I have to ask you, I have to ask you that poll question that we started with. Who do you think should be first?
I think we are still nice on this panel. And me being, private businessman, manager of our company, that not only in these 4 countries, but if we say that Central Eastern Europe is 20+ countries, we are every single one of them very happy, from Finland to Odessa and Dnipro and Moldova. So I think that Nemanja was absolutely right. You cannot sell to people, to citizens, to voters, acquis communautaire. 20 years, summit after summit, convention after convention, and first political, then merit, then as Edi Rama already, and it's already 3 years, we maybe shall start a war in Western Balkans, so then they will take us, seriously. It's absurd. Ukraine is part of Europe. There's no doubt about it. What is the largest army in Europe? Ukraine, for sure. Then second, Poland. The largest growth in Europe. Poland, Romania, let's call it former Yugoslavia, because of Serbia, Croatia, etc. This is a growth machine. There is no longer, we are the new guys that you shall contempt us. So I think that it needs to be speeded. Or, as Sebastian rightly say, okay, let's have a frank conversation that, 27 is enough, and then let's find some different arrangement. Because otherwise everybody will look stupid. And those politicians in not only Western Balkans, but Ukraine and Georgia, who are basically supporting this, then they will be decapitated by their own electorate. Because it won't be sexy anymore. So we are a retail company, we are not defense contractor. And retail is good in one thing, that you have better data than politicians. I understand why in Serbia it's going down, down, down. Because people need to see fruits. I hoped, I still a little bit hope, that actually Macron's idea of European political community will be sort of like mezzanine, some first step. Okay, let's meet, let's give them something. Honestly, 75 chapters, and yes, you spoke about minorities and rule of law, etc. Great. You know, we have populists inside the European Union as well. I don't see them in Ukraine. I don't see them in Yugoslavia so much like, you know, in some Western old-fashioned European democracies. So I think that we need to have first very frank conversation. Do we want to be bigger than 27? If yes, then it's definitely more geopolitics.
Isn't that conversation delayed? Because we have all these countries that have been promised or are candidates. Then, if you ask me, it's a late conversation to have at this point, because countries are getting ready. Countries have been asked to modify, reform.
Better late than never.
Better late than never. Because, you know, we play this game with Turkey. You know, it happened already. And when we talk about Serbia, so who is our competitor? We own telecommunication bank, etc. Our competitors are not Russians and Chinese. They are our competitors. Number one competitor is Austrians. In Bosnia, who is our competitor? Germans and Italians. So sometimes we are playing this merit game, because not now that, you know, people in Brussels would believe in merit game, but, you know, it's a way how to postpone things.
So I wanted to ask you something else, but we're running out of time. So let's take some of the questions from the audience. And one of the questions relates directly to what you just said. So do you think that decision of further enlargement should be based on geopolitics more than economic factors? So I guess you and Sebastian are saying that it should be either or. Right now we're stuck in
No. Geoeconomics, let's connect it. It's absolutely fine. And yes, economy is part of geopolitics. I would say not play the game about merit and 75 chapters.
I would say it's always a political decision. So let's be honest, let's be frank, and say what it is. Yeah, it's a political decision, and of course there should be some guidelines, and there should be merit-based approach, of course. But in the end, it's a political decision. So if you don't want, as you just said, if you don't want to be a club that has more than 27 member states, you have to say it. Yeah. If you found out on the way that probably for the Balkans there's a future, but not EU membership for Turkey, then it's a fair approach to discuss with them what is the right way to handle it and what's the right approach in order to work together in the future. I think that makes much more sense than to be in a process and at the same with no ending, and at the same time complain that the appetite for enlargement is going down in these candidate countries.
We have now this risk, this threat about position of our neighbors, you know, and I think it's geopolitical factors very important. But Brussels and country members, we think in Ukraine you should to find some solution for situation while geopolitical start to be stalemate, you know, thing. Because it's not only about Ukraine, it's also about North Macedonia, we remember it, it can be about any country. And, you know, all of us have neighbors, and sometimes these neighbors, you know, are very good, but, you know, so some historical things between neighbors can be still made on this way. Of course, for us also important to make together this in economical, you know, development, because for Ukraine it's issue of rebuilding after war, but on the other hand it's issue of building, for example, this weapon industry for EU, because Ukraine can be part of it also. That's why we about both criteria, but we need help with geopolitical criteria, I would say.
Are there any questions from the audience? I will take 3 questions at the same time, if you don't mind that, please. So the microphone goes to gentleman here, lady in the 3rd row, and And please, we have 4 minutes left. Please be as brief as possible.
I will try to be very brief.
And introduce yourself as well.
Okay, I'm Zoran Olevsky, former defense minister and ambassador of North Macedonia. My country is waiting to get started negotiations for more than 20 years in the EU. We have changed our name, we have changed constitution. Now we ask again to do something, and we have offered, let's start our negotiations to EU, and the day before we enter to EU, we will change the constitution. Because we spoke about merit-based political issues, there was some EU, from the Commission assessment, they were for 2023 last year published. Serbia had something like average grade 315, Macedonia 311, and the rest were behind us. And we are still,
please
based
ask
on
the
merit
question. We have 3 minutes and 3 more questions.
How do you see enlargement process? Is it going to continue to be, because we need to have a not political, how to say, vacuum in the region?
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much. The lady in the second row.
Hello, my name is Magda Fajtova. I'm a journalist from Respect Weekly. First, I would like to ask if it's a wise decision to accept countries that will further, let's say, disrupt the already not really stable relationships between members of the European Union, and if maybe there is a need to do some changes perhaps in the decision-making process. And I have just one more remark for Mr. Starovic. You can maybe ask your colleagues and friends here in the Czech Republic how to get rid of Russian gas, even if you are a small landlocked country with no access to sea and so on. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And the third question on this side, please.
Yeah. Hello. Yeah. Yes. Turkey's voice is always strong. Two questions. Mr. Kurz said that this is a political decision. Perfect. We know this. If one day Austria would like to join NATO, then you have to think twice. Then Turkey is a member of NATO and has the right to stop.
Fine.
Okay.
One day. The second one.
Yeah. Well, I'm sorry. We have 1 minute left. We have to cut it because they have.
Look here. All those people here from the Balkans.
Yes.
And we, the Turks, we have been 500 years there. How can you separate Turkey from the history of the Balkans? How can you do it?
Yes,
I'm not from Balkans, but we have history with you also.
Thank you. So Balkans-related questions. Please, let's end 1 minute. So
the story is two-side story. No. This is two-way story. EU and Western Balkans. I think now finally we have the common goal. I will tell you just several examples. I'll be fast. Our truck drivers, private companies, they have big problems because truck drivers from Bosnia, they can stay only 90 days inside of EU. Can you imagine the owner of the biggest or the big company in Bosnia-Herzegovina having a problem because we don't have drivers because they already left there somewhere in EU, but those who are still in Bosnia, they can stay only for 90 days. We are waiting on the border with EU, yearly, all drivers from Western Balkans countries, 6 of us, yearly we spend 3,000 years waiting for the entrance in the European Union. 3 millenniums, all of us together, waiting for phytosanitary inspections, for approvals, for administrative issues. That's something that we can do together immediately tomorrow and to show that this story is really a common story. Other side is security issue. If EU, I completely agree with my colleagues, if this is a gap, if EU doesn't control this part of this region, someone else will. Can you imagine some military base inside of Bosnia, Serbia, or some other countries in, I don't know, 2, 3, 5 years? And I will finish with North Macedonia example. Last elections, my dear colleague, previous Minister of Foreign Affairs, he said, story about EU is not a winning ticket anymore for the elections. If that happens in our countries, then we should all be worried about the future of this region.
Unfortunately, we have to end it at this. Time management is more important at this point. So thank you very much for joining. It seems like the biggest message that I got out of this is, yes, enlargement would be good, but we also need to be honest about it. Sounds like it. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the moderator of the next session, James Cantor.
Where did everybody go?
A very warm welcome to this panel titled Strengthen, Safeguard, and Simplify, the EU's Path Forward. I'm James Cantor. I'm the editor of the EU Screen Politics podcast, and it's my pleasure to moderate this session. Let me frame this session by saying that externally, the EU faces a changing world order. War is raging. There are various threats from Russia, China, even the United States. EU enlargement and investment may be part of the answer, but internally, EU decision-making can still be slow and inefficient, and democracy is increasingly vulnerable, and that is weakening the EU. A core question is how the EU can be made fit for purpose for the 21st century and stay true to its values. And to talk to this very important point, it's my great pleasure to invite members of the panel on stage. Martin Dvorak. And we'll just pause for a moment.
Okay. I hope he's okay.
Yeah. We're just looking after a gentleman who fell over. I think he's fine. So we'll continue. Marie Biera. Maida Gorchevich, Magdalena Savkovia-Tarnecka, and James Waterworth, our panel. Now, we're going to aim to keep this session pretty lively, so please forgive me if I interrupt you. We want to make sure we hear from everyone, and we'll come to questions, all being well, after about 40 minutes. Martin. Hello.
Hello, James.
Czechia has long been a clear advocate for EU enlargement.
Yes.
But how big are the political obstacles right now?
Oh, as usual, they are big, of course, and you are right. Czechia is for long-term supporting and promoting the enlargement, and I have to be fair. I am an honorary citizen of Kosovo City, so I'm maybe not very objective, but really I'm a huge supporter of Western Balkans ambitions, as well as Ukrainian and Moldova, of course. Why we should ask for enlargement is, from my point of view, clear. We will build up a bigger marketplace, stronger entity which will be able to protect the shared values. And also, I think, since we are facing or witnessing the aggression of Russia against Ukraine, it's more important and more visible that we really need to build up some kind of bigger, stronger entity which is able to protect the shared values.
So that's the strengthened component, but the political obstacles, Viktor Orban and Hungary, I mean, how does this move forward while Orban and Fidesz are in power?
Do you ask me whether I'm afraid that with enlargement and adopting some new members, we can build up a new Orban's trouble?
Be careful what you wish for.
Yes, of course, but there is nothing sure, nothing clear with other old members. We can see the development and the political development in many European countries. They are also on the way to more urban politics, national conservative issues, whatever, how we will call it. So we are not able to protect ourselves from internal movement, and this is the same. Or maybe bigger, I don't know. But still, this risk is here, and maybe we can discuss later on whether European Union is able to change a little bit the internal procedures how to vote.
Right. We'll certainly get to that and if other panelists want to come in on that a bit later, that would be super. Maida, I just want to come to you immediately because let me put it this way. Which country should be next in? Montenegro before Ukraine? Or at the same time as Ukraine? What are your thoughts?
And you're asking a representative from Montenegro. Of course, I will say the Montenegro. But let's be honest and let's go by the rules that the European Commission wrote. Let's go by the methodology. Let's go with strict and fair methodology when it comes to the whole process of the integration. Whoever comes first when it comes to closing benchmarks, whoever's fulfill what is our requirements must be first and the next member of the EU. So in that way, I'm speaking now not only as a representative of Montenegro, who is also leading the whole and coordinating the whole process inside my country, but I'm speaking as someone who needs to motivate the others. At this phase,
exactly,
you know,
and that's very important because we brought up the issue of Viktor Orban and Hungary, but in the case of Montenegro, we see that Croatia is not exactly being cooperative.
I wouldn't say so, like that way. I think that everyone is very cooperative, and I think that everyone now is taking looking at a wider picture. If we are speaking now about everywhere is someone who is for blocking some other country. And I think that when it comes to this technical part of the closing chapters and becoming closer to the EU, I think that bilateralization of the process is not helping anyone. From that way, I know that there is also a non-paper which we are speaking from that is coming from Slovenia and Germany when it's coming about the opening of the clusters and opening of the chapters with the qualified majority voting. I think this is just fine. But when we are speaking about closing of the chapters, look, we are in the final stage of the closing chapters. We're in the final stage now as Montenegro. I think that all 27 must vote for closing of the chapters, and I think this is the only strict and fair thing. So if you are thinking like that way, I think that the good thing is not to see anything as a part of the package. Let's motivate by the results, and let's also think through the results not only by the European Commission, but also by the member states as well.
Great. And Magdalena, Maida brought up this issue of the institutional reforms that are needed, and a lot of people think this is a priority. If we are to have an enlarged EU, from 27 to somewhere in the 30s possibly, we have to consider getting rid of the veto, right, on foreign policy. We have to consider changing the composition of the Commission, or do we?
For this moment, I don't see any need for changing the treaties. So just to close this question, just at the very beginning, it's not a good time for changing treaties. We are in a very unstable times globally, and it's not a time for deepen reform of the EU. Of course, there is an issue, especially with one country who is trying to block, especially issues about Ukraine. But I think as a Polish presidency, we performed really well because of Agnieszka Bartol, our permanent representative. She was doing very great job on the negotiations, and we finally agreed, especially on the sanctions. For example, we even did the agreement of Hungary. It's not the same issue in terms of enlargement, and this is for sure something that I think Marie also will be I'll be passing the ball to her as they are taking the presidency. But I don't think it's a time for very digging reforms, but we need to also find a way to speed up the process. And I think we also showed as a Polish presidency that the speed up is possible. We did together with other member states amazing job about the defense capabilities programs with the SAFE. That was the fastest negotiations ever. This is the same that we are doing on omnibus packages. So it is possible.
We'll definitely come to that. And what's so interesting is that it's so hard for people to discuss treaty change because nobody wants to discuss it. It's really a big obstacle. And I just want to make clear for the audience, that's what we're talking about. It's this thing that if you're in Brussels, it's almost like an atomic bomb that you've let off in the room because nobody wants to do it. It's so hard to open the treaties and readjust the way that the EU makes decisions. However, with enlargement, we'll have to see whether it happens. I want to come to you, Marie, because, of course, you will be managing the next revolving presidency of the EU. Perhaps you can address what's already been said and give us a sense of how the enlargement files might move forward, particularly with Montenegro and Ukraine under your presidency?
Well, first of all, I think that Maida was very objective because Montenegro are actually leading when it comes to enlargement. We're not talking about opening clusters, opening chapters. We're talking about closing chapters. And hopefully we will be able to do that also during our presidency. I think the whole enlargement agenda has gotten a new momentum. We have not seen this since, I don't know, the 2002 big enlargement. There is a new momentum for enlargement because we're not just talking about enlargement in the perspective of prosperity, better economy. We're talking about enlargement also due to our security. Russia is a real threat, not only to Ukraine, but also to Moldova with misinformation, disinformation, even vote buying, and also on West Balkan. This is about European security. We have to move on with enlargement.
And concretely, under your presidency, where will we be by December 31st?
To be honest, I think we should open. It should be merit-based because the candidate countries, have to live up to the criteria. Europe will not be stronger if you do not make the necessary reforms. So that is evident. But right now, Ukraine, Moldova, also Montenegro, Albania, and other countries are making those reforms. Actually, when it comes to Ukraine and Moldova, they are so ready that we could open all clusters. That would be within merit-based. And if you just ask me, I think we should open all of it.
Very interesting. Now, James, I'm going to come to you, but I just want to pop back to Martin because he had raised this issue of whether we bring in new member states purely on merit with the old so-called Copenhagen criteria, or whether at a time when history calls, we perhaps look at enlargement through a more strategic lens, whereby the greater good is served by getting our new friends inside the tent. Martin.
Well, it's on me again.
I know. I'm coming to James, but I want because we raised this. So the question is, do we stick by bringing in new member states on merit, or at a time when history calls, do we bring them in as soon as we can?
There is no way to skip the merit-based criterion. We cannot afford to invite someone who is not able to share our shared values and to fulfill all of the criteria. On the other hand, mentioned several times already, the geostrategical or geopolitical situation is completely new, not only because of Russia, also maybe because of development in the United States. And we need to build up a very strong partner for the big players like US, Russia, China. So that's why we are trying to help them as much as possible, to invite them, to keep them on our side. But on the other hand, we have to ask them permanently and always, first of all, you have to fulfill your homeworks, you can do what is necessary.
Okay, so no changes.
No changes.
Okay.
There's no way. I guess no one will
There's no way, trust me.
I'm going to come to James because we are going to move on now to tech sovereignty, which is another way of thinking about how we strengthen the European Union. And let me put it this way, James. I mean, you represent Amazon. Can a giant US company like Amazon really be on the side of European tech sovereignty?
Not only can it, but it is. And I would take and expand your concept from tech sovereignty to sovereignty. If we look at the operations of Amazon in Europe, hopefully many of you may have been customers and you may be familiar with pressing a button on a screen and receiving a parcel at your door. What you may not be familiar with is what goes on behind the scenes, which is around 150,000 Europeans working in more than 300 buildings of ours across 21 European countries, contributing to Europe's productivity, Europe's resilience, Europe's competitiveness, and everyday operations. The resilience, whether that's helping Europeans get through a pandemic, whether that's helping Europeans recover from natural disasters, earthquakes, floods, wars on the eastern frontiers of Europe by providing the necessary kit, or whether it's by providing the latest in technology, whether that's robotics, whether that's electric vehicles, whether that's AI, all of these are necessary ingredients. And I would say the key determining factor is a company focused on its customers? If a company is here and focused on delivering for its customers, whether they're governments, whether they're man or woman in the street, whether they're European enterprises, and they're able to reinforce those companies or those customers in their quest for daily living standards or their ability to compete around the world, then yes, they are absolutely able to contribute, and that's what we're doing. That's what we're investing for.
I mean, if I'm right, Amazon is proposing something like a European sovereign cloud for your own affairs. But I hope this is not too technical, but there are a lot of people who say, okay, that's good, you know, the data will be in Europe. That sort of is aligned a little bit with European tech sovereignty, as it were. But there are concerns about a company the size of Amazon having control of a tech stack that would still give control over data centers in Europe. So again, I would ask the question, really, can there be European tech sovereignty as it has been conceived, or is there just an inevitability when it comes to working with American giants like Amazon?
The key way to create both investment certainty for any player, whether large or small, whether coming from Poland, whether coming from Denmark, whether coming from the United States, is have objective criteria. If you have particular policy needs, something citizens or governments or enterprises are concerned about, then you write rules and you expect people to comply with those rules. And that should be the same for Amazon as it should be the majority of other companies. So we are very proud of the way we already enable governments or companies to choose where they store their data. This is already a choice for them. We are very proud. They may wish to store it in their own country, or they may deliberately wish to store it somewhere else. So this is the case of Ukraine, for example. So one of the things that was targeted in the early days of the war was the government's ability to administer its population, with land registries, its qualifications, all those things. And we were able to move the data outside of Ukraine to our data centers in Germany in order to keep it safe. So that control is already there. And if there are further controls that need to be established, that's what ladies and gentlemen are here for.
Very interesting example. Marie, I'm going to move back to you on this now that we're talking about digital. The Danes have said that this cornerstone of EU digital regulation, the GDPR, the General Data Protection Regulation, needs an overhaul as well. Mm-hmm. But maybe you can speak to that, but also speak to the question, you know, how far can simplification go in digital, climate, environment, labor standards, supply chains? Aren't we trading away the EU standards that we agreed to?
No, we do not. The thing is that we have been regulated way too much in Europe. In the last Commission period from 2019 to 24, we had 13,000 legislative acts, whereas in the US they only had 3,500 legislative acts. It has gotten too burdensome to do business in Europe. The Danish company sees this as well. I cannot visit a Danish company without they telling how burdensome it's gotten. It's especially.
Isn't there a real problem? CSR high energy prices and
no,
it's you know a more complete single market.
It's for instance CSRD or CS-DDD. That's very burdensome. It's also the GDPR, which actually hinders tech innovation, AR innovation. It has gotten too burdensome, and we have to remove some of these regulations, because the thing is, if we keep regulating to the extent that we do today, those businesses that are really good in tech and green energy, green transition, green technologies, they will end up closing. So in order for us to do more for the environment, to do better on consumer protection, because we have a lot of good companies with good ethic, with working on the right values, they will end up producing elsewhere because it's too burdensome. So we really have to deregulate, remove rules when it comes to CSRD and also GDPR.
Thank you. And Maida, on digital, let me put the question this way. How serious a threat to Montenegro's desire to join the EU are pro-Kremlin online influence campaigns with anti-EU narratives? Hybrid attacks from third parties, read Russia, they seem to be aimed at swaying public opinion against EU membership quite a lot of the time. Can you speak to that?
First of all, I would like just to clarify, 80% of our citizens are supporting Montenegro to join the EU. And I think this is a number where also some member states that have this kind of support for the EU. And I think this is really something that makes my life easier if I'm speaking about as Minister of European Affairs. But from the other hand, also I must say that all political parties in Montenegro are for the EU agenda. And this is also the easy part because everyone is on board while we are working on the reforms. But still, yes, we are dealing with a lot of hybrid threats. We are dealing with a lot of disinformation. We are having also some of hard campaigns against the EU agenda. I'm certain with every step forward the EU, even the fact that we are working very hard on the education, that we are working very hard on the regulations, and that we are having strong partnership with our EU partners, still there is a lot of work to work. I'm certain this is not only the problem with Montenegro, this is happening in the Western Balkan. When it comes to the hybrid threats and when it comes to the cybersecurity, this is a worldwide problem, and this is something where we need to connect much more and to have.
But do you have the tools to make sure that that 80% that supports EU membership stays 80%?
The key is in communication, how you communicate every step that you are doing on this way, because it's not an easy thing to explain what are the reforms and what are the benefits from the closing of the chapters. Beyond us, we can understand what it means if you close any chapter, but to the citizens, they are seeing what are the things that they should give up on. So it is not that easy process while you're doing this, and this is something that was during the Poland that they had problem, or any other country that were joining through their period of time while they were into this process. But the good thing is that Montenegro, since a couple of years ago, also opened cybersecurity center with the EU help of our partners. And this is something also where we are strengthening our institutions, more communication with our citizens, and also better communication in partnership with the EU member states.
Thank you, Maida. And Maida mentioned that this is, of course, not exclusively a problem for any single state. And it also, in the case of Czechia, Martin, seems to concern China. And we've had a recent story where information has come to light about the Chinese allegedly hacking the Czech foreign ministry. So this is very real for Czechia.
Yes, I know. Yes, I know. You know, the trouble is that, of course, I don't have all of the necessary information. And if I do have any, I can't share it with you. But anyway, I think it's a very clear example or proof that we are under permanent attack. Mainly, I believe, we are under attack led by Russia, but this example is showing that it's not only Russia who is trying to take the information, they are not for them, and also somehow to improve their influence on the public opinion. What is going to happen? It is still an ongoing process, and we are witnessing the results because the support. I'm really a little bit jealous to Montenegro. If you have 80% of support, we have about 50, and we have just keeping it and are happy to not let it fall under the 50%. So we are facing a very strong battle, which is not visible, and many people are not even able to understand and to accept that it's going on. And it is on us, on the government, on medias, on public opinion makers, etc. Let me say one sentence more, and it is somebody told me once, in case that will be a Nobel Prize given for skepticism, then every year Czechs will have a new Nobelist. So I think we are one of the most skeptical nations, and if somebody is somehow destroying your belief in something, democracy and freedom and working European Union, then Czechs are very, very easy to be touched.
It's so interesting. What you're reinforcing there is that all over the world, the public can be preyed upon by hybrid information attacks. Some nations perhaps more than others, but what you've pointed out, what you've pointed out, it really brings home the idea that when it comes to the information space, this is as much about technology and some of the stuff that I was talking to James about as democracy, right? Yeah. So, Magdalena, can I turn to you? When we do talk about safeguarding EU democracy and digital issues, I mean, what I found so interesting this year was how Chancellor Merz went out of his way when he got elected to sort of criticize, condemn top US administration officials' interference in German politics, and that being just as bad as Russian interference in Europe. In any case, the question, how far did Poland get under its presidency in pushing forwards measures aimed at protecting democracy? And of course, here I'm thinking a little bit about the Democracy Shield.
That's what I wanted to say, that probably you are meaning the Democracy Shield, and we just had a discussion a few weeks ago on this one, but what I wouldn't call the best news is that we're still inside of the EU. We have member states who are not so sure for the Democratic Shield, and if you can guess the names, they will be still the same of the member states. And I think the issue of disinformation, of what's going on online, that is super complicated here in Europe when we are the capital of democracy, of freedom, of free speech, and wherever we try to do something with disinformation or hate speech online, then there are people coming saying, hey, we have the free speech, so we could do whatever we want. But it's not the same, and that is really a great task ahead of us, that we need to translate to the citizens that it's not about the issue. If the free speech is not about disinformation, it's completely different two issues, opposite issues, I would even say. And in Poland, of course, we are very touched. We are one of the biggest hidden by Russian disinformation during every election process and so on. So we feel it enormously. And I think we cannot forget about the young generation and try to tell them and try them to understand that not everything they see online is true. And for them, it's like eye-opener. They were raised in the world of social media, and we were not. We got the social media at some point that we are adults, and the young people did not, and they believe that in everything that they see over there. And even yesterday, I had a meeting, just one more sentence. I had a meeting with the pupils, and I asked them, if on the street somebody will come to you and say, I will give you $1 million, please do this one and this one, would you believe? No, never. So why you do it online? Because it's on social media, there's only friends. So we really need to build some, among the citizens, some kind of understanding the problem. And this is also how the populists and the far rights are rising, because they're saying, we are trying to protect the freedom of speech. It's not about it.
I mean, this is critical. This is a very, very difficult problem when European regulation, which seems to make good sense, I think, is blocked by, for example, members of the current US administration, where they say, oh no, that's censorship. And this is a very difficult world that we're entering into. Marie, can I ask you, maybe what is the Democracy Shield, in as much as we know what it is at the moment, and what might the timeline for it be?
Well, we do not yet know much about the Democracy Shield. It is in a very early stage. The Commission is working on it, collecting good input at this stage. It is also something that we intend to discuss during our presidency. And let me just say that I think it's very important that we do take initiatives on the Democracy Shield, because the foundation for freedom of expression is information. And we do not have access to information if it's just on the social media, if it's algorithm that is controlling information, that means that I will see something, and Martin will see something else, and Maida will see something totally different. We will each live in our bubble. That is not information. We need to have access to the same information, not disinformation, not misinformation. This is something, and this is an area where you will hear me say more regulation, and probably the only area where you will hear me say more regulation.
I was going to point that out, actually, and ask you a follow-up question. We're talking about the Democracy Shield, which is yet more regulation, possibly. But let me ask you this. The Digital Services Act, which we already have on the books, the European Commission has not acted against X in particular yet. Should that have happened by now?
Being against X?
Well, actually using the Digital Services Act to, reach a conclusion in their investigations and maybe fine X and Elon Musk's companies if necessary.
True, and well, the Digital Service Act has many good tools in it. We should be better at implementing it,
right.
And that is also something that we have to lift to have a better implementation. And I also think that we should advocate for more regulations because, yes, the DSA is good. It has very many good provisions and we should implement it, but we also should have better protection of minors. In Denmark, it's 50% of young people down to 10 years old, kids, that do have a social media account. Even though that the age limit is, 13 and 15, we should have age verification. That's something we should do in the DSA, or even verified profiles. That's something Martin would like to discuss as well. We should go further, because this is about protecting our democracy and protecting freedom of speech.
Before we go to verified profiles, I want to come back to James, and still on digital, and very much from the business perspective and from the, as we address this theme of simplification, let me put it this way. Is this really the right time for the EU to be rolling back laws, or in the case of the AI Act, actually putting it on hold, which is what we're talking about right now, sort of having a freeze? After all, the AI Act is meant to help with transparency and accountability in a sector that's moving blindingly fast. Spain, for one, has cautioned that simplification efforts by the EU must not lead to deregulation.
Finding the right balance between dealing with challenges that come up from constituents and ensuring that the European Union has both a single market, an effective one, and is sufficiently productive and competitive is a difficult one. You mentioned a minute ago the protection of minors, the DSA. The DSA and immediately the protection of minors debate is you talked about social media. We don't operate social media. We operate a retail store. You need to be specifically careful about what you do and don't sell to minors. It's a totally different challenge from the information they're exposed to as it was under the DSA. It's an excellent example that the political debate needs to focus in a granular way on what is the problem and not throw everyone and every service into the same bucket. And that would be true on the DSA. It would be true on the protection of minors in the future. And it would be true on the AI Act. How you get the right balance between what is an actual problem already seen and what is something which is feared to be a problem is, of course, Europe's challenge. How much space do we give to innovation? The things that can happen really well and the things that could go wrong is a really difficult challenge. And I think we as innovators have an obligation to explain what we're going to do, but politicians also have an opportunity to ensure Europe is attracting the capital and the skills and those who want to build the future. We want to build the future. There are a lot of Europeans that want to build the future with us. We build the future in Gdansk. We have a very large lab working on AI, working on linguistics processing. We have a lot of suppliers in the Czech Republic working on aerospace. These are fields where we don't know the answer. And the reality to how we get enough capital in Europe, enough Europeans working for us, is making sure those who want to build it can build it. So if we get in their way too much, unnecessarily, we will cause an undesirable problem.
And what do we gain from putting a freeze on the AI Act?
I'm not going to comment on putting a freeze on something. What I'm saying is the principle has to be that you regulate what you need to do and you don't go further than that. And I think the second thing is how high quality is the regulatory dialogue. We now have a number of new pieces of legislation with new regulatory authorities, whether in Brussels or elsewhere in the European Union, and they're dealing with novel problems. We don't know the answer. They don't know the answer. We know what the legislator has said, and it is vital that when we are looking at those, we don't go too far in locking down the future. So I don't know exactly what is the right balance. What I do know is too much prescription in what we're told to do and what we can build in the future will result in it being very difficult for it to be built here by us or many of the competitors who are deploying AI across Europe. Sorry, one other data point. There's a cost component to this. We have been feeling this, and we were curious as to how our customers felt about this. So we have been doing a survey this year. We identified that amongst many customers who are looking to deploy solutions like AI, 40% of their IT budget is going on compliance. 4 out of 10 euros is going on compliance. That's too much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Martin, you wanted to come in on verification, just quickly on digital? Do you have a quick thought on that?
We met with Marriott this morning and we have discussion about this item, and I think it might be the way how, if not eliminate, at least reduce the threats what we are facing at the moment, because actually we are really witnessing that hundreds of thousands of fake profiles, and they are able to completely change environment within few hours or days. Look at the Romanian presidential election. So this is something what make me really a little bit sad and afraid. And I think in case that every single social network, every single profile of the social network would have a individual identity, clear and exact, just one, then many of our troubles will be reduced, not eliminated, but reduced, because there will be, with the identification is connected also some kind of responsibility.
Great. This all sounds like good regulation, we'll call it.
Yeah, because we do have and we protect the freedom of speech, but on the other hand, should we protect this freedom for any single robot somewhere in Kremlin?
Martin, on on the issue of our strategic rivals and military rivals, tell me, particularly as Czechia has been at the forefront of trying to arm Ukraine with 155 millimeter shells, this was actually something that came from this country. Where do you see what can the EU do to make domestic military industries grow?
I think it's already started. There are many of new instructions or steps which are making easier to restart or start a new military production and defense production. And I think this is the proper way, because we have to understand right now with a new geopolitical situation with US that there is only Europe who could support and protect and defend Europe. We don't have any other solution. So from my point of view, because I am a Euro-federalist and I'm always pushing the Europe to be more and more closer collaborating, so for me it is a very strong signal or input and a message that really Europe needs to work together as much as possible, and not only within European Union. Now we are happy to see some kind of return, a comeback of the United Kingdom. Norway is dealing, Switzerland is dealing, and also we can count on maybe support from Australia, Canada, Japan, Korea. So this is a so-called coalition of willing, and I think we have to do our best to support Ukraine.
Well, what EU policies would you sort of envisage as being the very best? I mean, for example, if you, from a Euro-federalist point of view, in theory, you should be in favor of something like defense Eurobonds. So actually getting member states to throw money in a single pot and share it. But we are nowhere near that.
Exactly. I think there is a brand new situation and brand new message that right now Europe is withdrawing from this very strict budget policy, budget control, and now the door is open.
And how does that make you feel?
Yeah, I think it's right. We have to do that.
Okay.
Because, if we are not able to protect our countries, our freedom and democracy, then what to do? We don't need any other regulations. We need, first of all, we have to protect our countries, our people, our freedom and democracy and values, and then we can build up the competitiveness, etc.
And Maida, when Montenegro thinks about joining the EU, how much of that is about trade and prosperity and aspiration, and how much of it in 2025 is it about security?
Well, I think that everyone is motivated by the security situation, not because Montenegro is a part of Europe, even the fact we are not a member state of the European Union. But this is something that is really motivating, and why we are speaking now also about much more about enlargement, because of the security, because of the things what is the need of the European Union. And I think if we are speaking also about the other possibilities, I think that one of the good facilities is a growth plan for the Western Balkan. And if we are speaking about that, then we are coming to CRM and the critical raw material. If we are a candidate country, then we are with a gradual integration, what is happening not only with Montenegro, but also with some other candidate countries at this moment. I think with every step, with reforms that we are making, we are having also economic benefits from that.
So if I've heard you correctly there, that's very interesting, because when we talk about enlargement, we also, from a strategic perspective, should be talking about bringing in the Western Balkans, and not least Serbia, because it does have deposits of critical raw materials, which could help economic security in Europe. Have I got that right?
This is the plan of the growth plan, actually. This is the whole idea of the growth plan, to have this gradual integration of the Western Balkan countries. That's why we are very happy that Montenegro, Serbia, Albania, North Macedonia are joining SEPA. And these are all the benefits for our citizens. So if we are working on each regional cooperation and having one by one, for example, CRM, it's going to be the next. We are speaking about the green lanes. There are plenty of the pillars through the growth plan. These are all the benefits that will, before the full membership into the EU, the candidate countries can feel about. And this is also what makes European Union, how to say, more desirable by our citizens as well.
It's so interesting. It's like, once countries have joined the European Union, they're not so keen on doing mining on their own territory. So even if Serbia were to come in, I wonder if the mood would change. Magdalena, Mark Rutte, the NATO Secretary General, has said, when it comes to funding defense, it is up to the political authorities to find the means, either through higher taxes, through debt, or through savings elsewhere. Do you agree that reallocation of resources, reallocation of EU resources, is sort of the way to go? And there's also discussion right now, which I think began under your presidency over the last few months, that something like cohesion funds, which is usually to build hospitals and build roads and railway stations and airports, that perhaps it's time to repurpose that for defense.
You won't make me to say that we need less cohesion funds, since in Poland we are the best one to use cohesion funds, and we are still in favor that cohesion funds should be on the same level and should be governed by the regions. That's to say it at the beginning. But then, of course, we were the first country to ask if we can make a change in the Renew Europe funds, and we changed some money from cohesion there to the defense issues. And we are, as Poland, we are an example how much you can spend on defense. This year we will spend 4.73% of GDP for defense. It's the largest number in Europe. And this is also how we came to be the first army in Europe. So it has changed a lot in terms of Poland. But we said at the very beginning that we need to have new rules in EU, and this is something that Martin already mentioned, that this decision that the spending on defense, they are out of the procedure of counting the debt, it helped a lot. It opened the possibilities in other member states. Before this decision and before Trump coming into the White House, I was not sure that other member states are keen to spend more on defense. Those two factors combined meant other member states to rise the spending on defense.
This means, that particular rule means that EU member states can run larger deficits and not get into trouble with Eurozone authorities or with...
That's the main issue, and I'm happy it's not the best wording if you are just next to the war zone. But I remember 2014 when we as a Poland said that Putin won't stop on the Crimea, and we encouraged other member states to be ready. and we were not understood in Brussels. And after 10 years, finally, and during Polish presidency, that the issue that we put on the table, the security and more money on defense, it finally has some successes on this one. The issue of defense spending, the issue of SAFE initiative, and rebuilding the whole industry of defense capabilities, because that's also the case. For the last years, we were closing it. We were closing the factories for the defense capabilities. Now we have to reopen it. You were just a visitor in Poland 2 days ago.
At a very large shipyard.
Yeah, and a very large ship.
Where a corvette is being
the naval shipyard, and it has come back to Poland that we are doing it after a break. So it will happen in all member states, I hope.
Thank you. Marie, if we could pick up 2 points there. One, under your forthcoming presidency, where you have to be a fair broker and not necessarily take any sides, but what can you tell us about the idea of cohesion funds, these regional policy funds, being repurposed for defense? Where do you think that will go? And also, a forthcoming debate, these are usually the most vicious debates, about what where to allocate money in the next EU budget. And these will be debates in your presidency.
Well, first of all, I think it's very limiting to say that funds can only come for taxation from debt or from savings. What about growing our economy? Making the whole economy bigger. We should have better competitiveness in Europe, investing in digitization in order to be more wealthy, to have a better economy, making reforms, making labor reforms. I think that is key to have more economy to invest in defense. When it comes to cohesion fund, we have to acknowledge that it takes up 1/3 of the budget, and we are in a situation right now where the world order is changing. Europe is not possible. It cannot defend itself. That must be our goal, that Europe can defend itself by 2030. So this is the ultimately goal. And then we have to focus on that. And status quo with the budget is not possible. We have to find the money for defense on the budget. And yes, cohesion funds should be used in a better manner in order to use it on these strategic goals for EU, defense, energy infrastructure. I think that would be the best for Europe.
Super. Okay, great. And I just want to invite anybody else from the panel to come in on this last, almost existential question. Where do we find the money for defense? Can I invite anyone else to come in on that?
I would just add that the money for defense is not only money for defense capabilities as such. Here comes the whole issue of the dual use. So it won't be only money for defense capabilities. And here comes the cohesion funds, because we have to prepare everything, not only the weapons, but also the surrounding that we live in.
And James, one last word, because we've got 42 seconds left.
Growth and public-private partnerships, particularly in civilian resilience. There is a lot that the private sector can already offer efficiently.
Great. Well, thank you all for a superb panel. I really enjoyed that. And if I can just ask the audience to give you a round of applause, I think it's well deserved. Thank you very much. And so the GLOBSEC Forum 2025 continues here at the Havel stage. Right after a short coffee break, the next session here is Becoming a Tech Continent, Europe.exe, now running at scale. There's some great guests. See you in a few minutes. Thank you.
the moderator of the next session, Kirsty Kaljulaid.
Hello, everybody, and thank you for being with us this afternoon. This panel about our dear old Europe, about the tech uptake in Europe, is the second edition of the GLOBSEC Geotech Center Summit panel within the GLOBSEC in Prague. And those of you who were here last year remember our bottlenecks and our opportunities which were brought out. I seriously hope we have made progress, but we will soon find out. Please welcome my panelists for today. General John Allen, the leader of our Geotech Center, retired general, of course. Amy Hogan-Burney from Microsoft, VP, and Chris Miller of Geotech and also American Enterprise Institute. And finally, our own General Phil Lavigne, the European voice on this panel. And what is extremely important to add is that we are all actually the strategic advisors for the Geotech Center, thanks to the invitation of John, who has really worked hard to get us all here and get you a good presentation for today. Thank you, John, for organizing it. And I believe you wanted the first word, so please go ahead. We take a seat.
Okay, thanks. First, it's such a pleasure and an honor to have all of you join us for this portion of the forum, which we're calling the Geotech Summit. And as Kirsty said, this is the second year for us. It's going to be a long, long run of these kinds of events, because we truly believe that the GLOBSEC Geotech Center is an extremely important source for policy and research as we go forward to help equip Europe during this very difficult time of unstable geopolitics and perhaps shifting geostrategic relationships. And so we're so grateful that you could join us this afternoon. And we've been holding events all day long. We're going to hold some more tomorrow. But I also wanted to make one quick comment. You will note that most people don't have my name tag on right now, but almost all the name tags you see are suspended by a certain color lanyard. And I make this announcement every year. This is my 10th year here. And the ones that are green are the youngest members of the staff. And they're in school, they're in college, they're just recently employed, perhaps after graduating. I always make the point that they really are the ones who are working so hard to make this conference go from moment to moment. So when you have a second, take one of them aside, find out where she's from or he's from or what they do, what their ambitions are in life, and don't hesitate to help do a little mentoring. Because truly, as we talk about, thank you. As we talk about the future of Europe in technology and the future of Europe in competitiveness, that's who's going to do it for us. My generation, our generation, has done our best, but they're the generation that's going to carry on. So don't hesitate to thank them for what they're doing for us today. Thank you all very much. Thank you, Kirsty.
Thank you, John, and indeed we join you in thanking all our volunteers and the green volunteers indeed, especially. So thank you all for making our presence here so comfortable. And one last housekeeping remark. We use Slido as in all sessions, so please keep those questions coming. I will see and pick some of them for our panelists, especially I promise you I'll pick the most challenging ones. But if some of you are not still comfortable with the technologies, because after all we're all Europeans, so you can just do it in the analog way and raise your hand and try to catch my attention. I mean, the lighting allowing, I will give you the floor as well. So let's now take stock of where our Europe is. Yes, indeed, it is time to step up and we need to command in chaos, and we've heard many words today about how Europe has to step into the void and how Europe has to expand its international cooperation and also how Europe has to lead in technology. And my first question is rather open to all my panelists, and this is about, is there an area where you feel Europe is particularly advanced? How, for our American friends, do you actually envy us in some point as well to take a positive turn of the things? So if somebody wants to come forward, be it...
I'll start. I envy you because of where you live. That's a pretty good start. I think Europe has a lot of relative advantages. First of all, the human resource of Europe is really, in many respects, unparalleled in the world. There's so much talent in European universities, so much talent in the tech community in Europe, that this is a capability that Europeans have a lot of opportunity to leverage. And Europeans have been extraordinarily innovative as well. Many of some of the most important machines, some of the most important inventions that we have seen over the last 20 years in regard to technology started here in Europe. So Europe is innovative. Europe has enormous amounts of talent. And we'll talk, I guess, about the deficiencies later. But the challenge that Europe faces is the capacity to scale. And that's really where the problems begin for us. This is an era where we're going to face what I would call technology hotspots around the world. And there's one in North America, there's one in Europe, there's one in China, and there's another one emerging in India. And I think for the future of the transatlantic relationship, it's in our interests that the United States and Europe has to make this trip together, shoulder to shoulder. Now, we're having some problems, obviously, in Washington right now with regard to some of the dynamics and the bombast and all of that. But in the end, the American people with the European people, I think we share a lot of values. And one of the great strengths that Europe brings, a comparative advantage, is that Europe brings incomparable values to its approach to technology. Because we have seen in the world many places where less desirable values or even horrific values are applied to the technologies, and it's a mess. It's horrific. The value that we see in Europe are the ethical values that we think they can leverage as well. So the United States and Europe has to be fellow travelers going forward, because if we are not, then we can't ultimately afford the competition that I think will emerge in East Asia or in the South.
Thank you, General. Amy, you come from Microsoft, a private company, a global partner for everyone here in this room, from all 80 countries who are here today. What are the enablers for tech diffusion here in Europe?
First, I think one of the biggest enablers in Europe is the embrace of multilateralism. Europe, just in general, has an innate ability to work together, and it is incredible to see the embrace of NATO, which I think is incredibly important at this time, and then the embrace of nations that are not part of NATO. And that is going to be one of the most important things, collectively working together to allow trust, security, which will allow innovation. And General Allen touched on this also. I think it is also the cultural aspects, the democracy, the humanity, the respect for human rights, privacy, the things that we see every day in working with customers across Europe. Those are the real, I think, advantages in Europe.
That's very encouraging. And indeed, this is what we believe, that there is value in values. And what you have said actually matches what we always say. So now the question is how to make these values really to work for the technology. And of course, many see dangers in technology, but also, I mean, there is something which we do here in Europe is we try to regulate that technology. Might that be actually also a positive element, Chris? Provocative, I know.
Well, when I think about the technology stack and ask about technology leadership, it's pretty clear that no one region is the dominant player in every segment of the stack. Start from application software to cloud computing to the semiconductors that make it possible to the machines that make the chips that enable all of our technology. In a lot of those segments, Europe's actually already a key player. Take, for example, the production of semiconductors. Many types of chips are produced best by European companies. The cutting-edge research into the next generation is done by European research institutes. And then the machines that make chips, the chemicals that make it possible, the ultra-advanced materials, these are places where Europe already has leading firms. So when I hear Europe talk about its need to improve its position, I say, well, it depends where you look, because at many segments, Europe is actually already the leader. And so I think for Europe, the challenge is both to improve and to take advantage of the opportunity to grow in the segments where it's not currently leading, but also to make sure it defends those positions where it does have extraordinary companies with really world-beating capabilities.
Fantastic. Phil, I mean, what are your thoughts about European technological advantages?
Well, thank you very much for all has already been said, because I think it's true, of course, and it means that there are a lot of opportunities. I will take the other sense. We are in Europe in a special environment. There is the war in Ukraine. We are under attack. Huge competition. We know what we need to do. Capability targets are going to be validated in next La Hague summit, and there will be space package. There will be IT package. There will be a lot of things to be done. So I think it's our opportunity is we are under pressure, and we've got hurdles. So we know the hurdles, and we have to either push the hurdles or to jump above the hurdles. Bureaucracy, and everybody is talking about in EU simplification, more investment, and in EU and the European Investment Bank is putting more money, and you've got investment fund, private equity, who are looking at where to put their money, because now investing in defense is not as bad as before. So that means that, as you say, we've got technology, we've got talents, and we will have less hurdle to do that, but and we've got the pressure, and we have to take the responsibility to be better in this tech. And what is nice is good also, and I'm always optimistic, and there are a lot of opportunities. It's not only about tech or IT, it's about the convergence of everything. Tech, IT with biotech. It's to make a lot of progress in healthcare. It's about 5G, and Nokia and Ericsson and the Nordics are so great in this with space and AI to provide this hyper connectivity we need, for example. And in Europe we've got Ukraine. And we've got this talent and the way they are innovating with any emerging and disruptive technologies. So it's because we are also under pressure and we've got many things that we are going to be better tomorrow or tonight.
Thank you. I would also like to advertise for GLOBSEC Geotech Center's production. We have provided you with the tech adoption tracker, and it does assess the EU strategies on semiconductor manufacturing, AI adoption, and defense tech. But there is something which I think we should also, John, maybe analyze in our work, and this is the development of trust. There is a question from our audience which actually matches well with the theme. The audience wants to know, how do you balance multilateral cooperation with security, and especially the protection of IP from unauthorized proliferation of cutting-edge technologies? I think this is also something, Amy, where you want to come in, of course, because indeed it's a question of building trust. Otherwise, you cannot depend if you do not have trust. So I don't know who wants to start.
Well, let me come in on the NATO piece and perhaps on the cybersecurity and the trust piece you've got as well. That's one of your principal roles. As Amy said a few minutes ago, there has never been an alliance in the history of humankind that has been as effective as NATO has. And it's built on trust. It's built, the effectiveness of NATO is built on a common commitment to each other, as embraced in Article 5 of the Washington Treaty, which is an attack on one of us is an attack on all of us. And it's truly based on the trust that if there is an attack on one of us, that we'll all close ranks around that individual state and be prepared to take whatever steps are necessary to defend. And by the way, Article 5 has only been invoked one time, and that was when the United States was attacked on 9/11.
And by the way, digital is a domain, so basically all this goes
that is correct.
The same article.
And so as we see multi-domain operations really dominating 21st century warfare, and virtually all of the multi-domain operations have a high tech or an emerging tech or an advanced tech dimension to it. We're going to have to accept the fact that there will need to be trust in our multilateralism and trust in this transatlantic alliance, that we will apply these technologies properly within the rule of law, in compliance with our values with respect to humanity. And I think that multilateralism is still very much alive. You know, there's been a lot of rhetoric of late. I would look at our actions and not pay as much attention to our words. And the United States still remains extremely committed to Europe's security, and we will be for a very long time. Now, the whole issue about Ukraine, et cetera, how that may resolve, that's still also in the air. But from my perspective, multilateralism is alive. The United States is committed to European security. And another very important point is there is a lot of cooperation between U.S. private sector and European private sector. And on those occasions, frequently, where we hear the environment may seem a bit toxic between our two sides across the Atlantic, I think what we're seeing is that the private sector reach across the transatlantic alliance is still very solid and very effective. And in many respects, we may see over the next months or years that the private sector linkage in the tech community is going to carry the relationship forward. And I'm confident of that.
It's interesting that last year we were mostly talking about how to quickly spread new technologies which we in Europe did not invent into European industry and therefore kind of leverage our productivity and do these things. This year it's all about trust, and as you can see the questions are appearing. I think indeed this is something, Amy, which a company like yours has to address, and I know you have done so. So could you explain to our audience a little bit how you navigate this new landscape, where people are asking questions, can Brussels trust Washington? What are the relations 1 year from now? And you're in the middle of it. Yeah. Your results depend on it, and you have clients globally. So how you handle this kind of situation?
Yeah, I mean, I think the first way that you handle it is by recognizing that while you are a US-based company, you are a global company. And we've been a global company for over 40 years. We've been a company for 50 years. And that's a very mature tech company who's been in industry for quite a long time. So we have a history here where we've been able to be very principled, I think, around the world. But that's actually not enough. You can't just be principled and quiet. You actually have to be principled, and you have to be clear, and you have to be direct, and you have to share those principles. And so one of the things that we've done is made sure that our principled commitment to Europe and around the world is clear. So in April, we made clear our resiliency commitments in Europe, regardless of the geopolitical landscape, that we would be here. And if anything happened, that there was going to be any directives by our US government to cut off service inside Europeans to our customers, that we would fight that we would commit to that through our contractual commitments as well, that we would build our technology such to enforce those legal commitments that we were making also. And so I think those are some of the beginning of the commitments that we made. And we followed those resiliency commitments up with cybersecurity commitments last week. So we introduced a new European security commitment where we will be sharing more information in order to secure systems across Europe. We'll be doing that by using more AI-based intelligence that we have, so taking our security programs and sharing them more broadly. We'll be sharing more information regarding influence operations, which I think is very important in this space as we're seeing across Europe. And we're doing more disruptions. So one of the things I think that's really important also is that we've identified even more infrastructure, and we want to protect more victims inside Europe. And so what is it that we can do to take that extra mile? But that's just the beginning of this. So once we've shared, we also need feedback. And so the public-private partnership and cooperation starts with our principled position, our clear transparency in announcing and sharing that. But it doesn't stop there, because governments and customers then get to actually provide feedback that we can then address. So we have to have that virtuous cycle in order to have it continue. So I think this is the beginning of that journey. And I think General Allen is right. We plan on staying. We've been in Europe for 40 years. We plan to continue for at least 40 more, regardless of what administration is inside the US.
Yes, Chris, please.
Could I pick up on the question of intellectual property, which was raised?
Oh, yeah,
I think is a really important one. Obviously, it's been a complicated couple of months for political relations between the US and EU, but if you talk to companies, both in Europe and in the US and in Japan and in Korea, and ask them, what's your #1 concern about IP risk? Well, it's not any of the other countries that I've mentioned. It's obviously China by a very wide margin. And so this is an important shared interest that has persisted. That's a priority for tech companies in particular, and I think drives both Europe and the US and also our friends in Asia together.
General, I noticed that our auditorium is saying that they are most interested in defense technologies and their development and this uptake. What do you think about that? I mean, in Europe, do we really are in the forefront, considering that we have on our continent the war which is going on, which is actually very tech-heavy? Are we doing our job properly? Could we do more? What is missing?
Maybe I've got more than
27 minutes, 45 seconds. Everybody else can.
No, sorry.
Yeah.
Just to come back on, if I may, on the balance between multi-cooperation and security. With security, I think
absolutely.
I think that in the digital transformation we are facing the challenge, and there are many opportunities to do that, because of course the data centricity means also data resilience and data security, and there are many tools to do that. But at the same time, we need the data to be shared, because on the battlefield, because at the national level, we need for example, in the alliance. And there are also tools to provide multi-cloud for such an organization as like the alliance. So I think we can do both multi-cooperation and provide security even at the national level. And of course, we have to be sure that we are going to be interoperability native, of course, in order to work together and to work with open architecture agnostic of anything. So that's the way I'm thinking about multi-cooperation and security. Private and public sector, which is good, also is about we are in the military side of the house. We are looking at private sector in order to fulfill the needs, and for example with services. If we are taking the space as an example, we need services, and we need services to get the Earth observation, but also to get this connectivity, to get this surveillance of space. Back to your last questions. Are we good at? Well, I think that we've got great industry base defense industry in Europe, and either in the land and the sea, and we've got amazing country like Estonia, for example, in cyber, and with this capability to train, but not only in Estonia. NATO has a lot of exercises in order to build this resilience and security. We've got hypervelocity, we've got a lot of things, but what we need is to, and it was said by Mr. Kubilius this morning, with the new capability targets that NATO has put on the table, and nations are going to validate them. We are in Europe at about 50% of the needs to be fulfilled, and we don't have time. It's a race, and so that means that I think the gap we have to fulfill is the ability to produce more and differently. That's it for me.
John, you wanted to comment on the same.
Philippe's points are absolutely correct. I agree with all of them. The reality, of course, is that we are moving into what we would call a hyper-war environment. The Chinese have embraced this technology. They've embraced this concept, which is the more that you digitalize the functions of battle across all the principal domains, the more quickly you can move in war. And of course, war is the ultimate time competitive competition. And just came from East Asia, where I met with a lot of our Asian partners. We have 5 bilateral defense treaties there as well as the NATO treaty. And the reality is this: we're watching closely the Ukrainians fight a digitalized war. And I'm not sure that we're ready in Europe or in the United States to fight that same kind of conflict. And I'll just boil it down into perhaps the bumper stickers. To be effective in a hyper-war environment, to be faster and to be able to accelerate past your enemy on a regular basis, you have to fight from a hyperscale classified cloud or protected cloud. The Ukrainians are in the cloud. They're actually using Azure. You have to apply AI tools to sort through the masses of data that are coming off of the systems in the battle space and move into the cloud. You sort through them at very high speeds, very rapid sorting, very rapid classification, using specialized AI tools. And then ultimately, that information is digitally moved either to firing units or to other kinds of organizations within the unit in particular. And fighting from the cloud, we say, AI tools applied for the sorting of the data. And then, very importantly, both of those things have to be protected by unique cybersecurity capabilities. Fight from the cloud, AI tools, defend in the cloud. We are nowhere near that right now. But for every single day in Ukraine, the Ukrainian warriors are taking it to the Russians by doing that very thing. And we're moving to a point in warfare today where we're beginning to accelerate so rapidly that the role of the human in decision-making is beginning to slow the capacity to be effective on the battlefield. And this is an ethical issue. This goes back to Amy's point about values, our point about values writ large across the board. As we embrace more and more battlefield autonomy, as we ultimately give systems the capabilities to both acquire the target, identify the target, and potentially engage that target with no human in the loop, well, that's where the Chinese and the Russians are. And that makes them move very quickly. We in the West, we in Europe and the United States, in our military, we are not ready yet to provide that level of discretion to fully autonomous systems to take human life or to destroy critical infrastructure. This inherently makes us slightly slower because we have a human in the loop or a human on the loop. But none of this is possible if we're not fighting with high technology in the cloud and applying AI tools. The Ukrainians are doing it every single day, and there's a lot we can learn from them.
If I could just add to that for 1 minute. You can imagine that I never thought I would find myself talking about military and defense. If you look at me and where I work, this does not seem like a topic that I would, but I have more often than not. And it did start with Ukraine, as you mentioned. But actually, more often than not now, I find myself in the cyberspace thinking about it frequently because of the way cyber attackers are operating now. And I have at least 2 examples recently, and both of them from China with both Salt Typhoon and Volt Typhoon, of where we are seeing attacks that are where some would say they are just espionage, but I would argue they are not. It is the attack in telecommunications providers or in critical infrastructure systems that are persistent. And the persistence looks to be pre-positioning. And when you have pre-positioning in a critical infrastructure system, that to me is more than espionage. That is pre-positioning in the event of conflict, which then leads itself to being more in the defense and military capabilities. And that means that in the event event of conflict or readying for conflict, just like we saw in Ukraine, because the first attack was cyber and not kinetic, then of course what we are seeing in China is the persistence in the event that this is going to happen. And General Allen and I were together in Taiwan, and the exact conversation that we are having is are these cyber attacks persistence for pre-positioning because we are going to see these cyber attacks before a kinetic attack as well. And so I think you cannot be in a place where you are not monitoring these threats, that you don't have this visibility, and that you are not preparing in the way that General Allen is talking about here in Europe.
And one of the problems that we have with this is it's not really possible to be certain that these activities, exactly as Amy has said, are pre-conflict, what we call, for those of you who are military planners, phase 0 activities by the enemy to prepare the battle space, ultimately, to transition to a major cyber attack just ahead of the kinetic attack. We don't know for sure, but this is exactly what we have to be concerned about, and that is whether these are all phase 0 activities.
And if I may, to add of that is the combination of things. We mentioned cyber attacks, but we can speak about phase 0 in space also, where where the adversary is going to reduce our ability to see and of course to understand, but also the cognitive aspect of the also in the phase 0, in order to destabilize our people, to reduce our ability to understand what is going on, and then you have the fait accompli.
Nicely said.
Well, Chris, they are all practitioners, and what they have just told our auditorium is that never mind that in Ukraine these technologies are being used to achieve a kinetic effect. All the rest of the world, including NATO territories, all the free world, is under exactly the same attack from the same technologies. The only difference being nobody's killed. Basically, we are at war. This is what they told us. What is your take of this, what our auditorium has also been asking on the Slido about regulation in Europe, in this case? I mean, if it's the war, if we need to move fast, if we need to be upfront, should we, perhaps instead of trying to be the best regulators, as was supposed by our auditorium, be the ones who are the best, who can choose the trusted partners and allow them to run loose to win this competition, if it's the war anyway? Chris, please, your academic take of what the practitioners have said.
Well, I would say there's different things you could try to regulate. I think Europe's focused on consumer protection, regulation vis-a-vis companies, trying to protect consumers from companies. And there's certainly a place for that. I think what there's been much less of a focus on is protecting our societies, our economies, our governments from the types of threats that we've been discussing here. And I think Europe's not alone in underplaying these risks, both at the hardware level and at the software level. But I would say in the regulation conversation, we've got to think not just about what are the potential harms that might come from this or that social media company, important topic, but also what are the harms that could come from Russia or China, which is also a very important topic. And it's easier for politicians to focus on the first category, because everyone loves talking about social media, but it's probably much more important in the long run to focus on, are we protecting ourselves from the real threats that we do face in the cybersphere?
Yeah, that's my question. Isn't it all obsolete? I mean, it doesn't matter. What matters is that we get things done, and we get things done with trusted partners. I mean, this is the radical change, the radical shift, and therefore, if we get this right in Europe, then our tech uptake might actually, increase considerably. Since the auditorium is defense-oriented, we should not procure the tanks or the ammunition or the javelins. We should procure the capability to kill Russians quicker than they kill us in 3 years' time, in 5 years' time, in 7 years' time. Is this what we need to now consider tech uptake? Trust the companies, trust the tech developers, to come up with the best solution at the moment when we need these solutions.
I think that's right. And I think the moment you start digging into the technology stack that we discussed, you find that the top of the stack, the software layer, is largely, not exclusively Western, but the deeper you go, the more you rely in particular on Chinese components. And of course, China is Russia's largest and most important backer in its war against Ukraine. And I think Europe's been behind the curve relative to Japan, relative to the US, relative to Taiwan, other democracies, in taking steps to defend itself against this type of prepositioning, which takes place both in the software domain, but also in the technology hardware domain too.
Can I come in on this? It's not a regulatory issue, but we've talked about it today a couple of places. You know, one of the deficiencies that Europe's going to have to face is the deficiency of critical raw materials. And the rare earth elements that make the magnets that give us the capacity for high-end military capabilities. Just in the permitting process, to get the permits, to cut the ground, to begin the process of the extraction here in Europe, and there are relatively limited capabilities, but there are deposits of critical raw materials and rare earths. Just to get the permission to cut the ground right now is a period of time of 10 to 15 years. I mean, you're strategically irrelevant with those kinds of permitting requirements, many of which are fully within our capability of adjusting because the Canadians are at 2 years, the Australians are at 2 years, the Chinese are at 2 years, the US is trying to reduce that amount of time, and I know that Europe is fixed on this as well. But those are the kinds of self-inflicted limitations on our capacity, as you said, Kirsty. We need to be able to fight tonight. We need to be able to make decisions that we can implement right away. And if our ability to make those decisions and move out to defend ourselves is constrained by a regulatory framework or a permitting process that makes us strategically irrelevant, we need to take a very hard look at that. Now, as Chris said, much of the regulatory environment that Europe lives within is a values-based environment. And I really commend Europe for doing that. But we're going to have to look very, very hard at ways that we can streamline this going forward. Because in the end, war is about a time competition. And we can't be number 2 in this process.
Phil, do you want to comment on that? And I may also, call attention to one of the questions which our auditorium has asked on this subject, precisely this subject. As a general, former general, how did you convince the governments that this is the right way to do? To be quick, to trust, to waive unnecessary regulations, to go straight for the objective, and recognize that what is the most important thing is to win the competition, not to, have a due process.
Yeah, that's a great question. I think that today it's easier than yesterday. Yesterday it was minus, everything was reducing. So of course nations are trying to get the best exquisite things to do everything. No, today we need to have the mass, a sustainable mass. So that means that, and there is a race, and it's more and faster. So how to win? As I said when I was in NATO, it's to have a collective defense doesn't mean that you can't be offensive, because it's the offensive that is the best way of doing things. It's why we have talked a lot about this deep precision strike. In certain countries, you've got the offensive cyber. We are thinking about this cognitive superiority. My point is not only to predict the future, is to build, is to shape and contest the future. In order to build the future, you need for more stability and prosperity. So how to convince them? I think that we need to showcase the things, to experiment, to learn by doing. And I think that tech company and tech spirit is able to help us. And it will be through civil and military cooperation that we will bring this new état d'esprit.
Yeah, it's very interesting that somebody has pointed out that actually Draghi report mentions all these deficiencies which you mentioned, John, as well. And then the question obviously is, why do we talk and why don't we act precisely? I think we should be far faster in fulfilling these gaps and getting what needs to be done. And I understand we have no lack of capital on this continent. We have no lack of trusted partners like Microsoft and other global companies. We have no lack of innovative ideas, and even now we see that European companies are really good at tech uptake. Not globally in Europe, but it's in the best countries, quarter of the companies are using the artificial intelligence. We have the best talent, let's say, in quantum. We are, moving forward leaps and bounds, with the help of private sector, on the cloud technology.
Right.
Yet, we feel insecure in our tech uptake. Why? Why is that?
Well, I think it's a question of lack of knowledge, lack of having been confronted with this type of technology on the battlefield. And of course, Ukraine will, as General Allen said, will give us. We have to learn from their experience on the battlefield at the speed of relevance. I think that it will be through experimentation, but it doesn't mean that we can keep. I think we can do both. We have to protect our data. Nations and people they are looking for a certain level of sovereignty, and we can do it with the tools we have to protect the data, but we have to define exactly the data we need to keep as a sovereign, and to have this data sharing policy in order to win the war, as General Allen say. I think it's compatible.
Yeah, one quick way to kind of take up technology, of course, is smart procurement. And this is also which comes up from the auditorium, that how to convince the governments about smarter procurement, how to simplify, but also be more clever, to leave more space for the technologies, not to define too precisely what you're going out there to procure. Any lessons from the other side of Atlantic on that?
Well, I think the other side of the Atlantic faces the same challenges as Europe does in making procurement smarter. First off, there are a lot of existing equities that don't want to change. I'm sure General Allen can speak to this in great detail. But secondly, there's risk, and governments don't want to take risk on new technologies, new companies that might fail. In a venture capital firm, it's okay if you fail 9 times out of 10 as long as your 10th is a home run. But in government, that's often not the way risk is looked at. And so we need to be more comfortable, I think, in testing products that might fail, testing capabilities that might not pan out. That's the only way we find out which ones will actually work.
Yeah, the risk aversion has really immobilized or paralyzed our willingness to move forward on some of these technologies. I think one of the things that I've been around this circle a number of times in the many years that I was in uniform, and I don't think I ever failed to pick up immediately. One of the Secretary of Defense's first goals was to streamline the acquisition process. Too long, too hard. Private sector's not part of the process until it's almost too late, and then it takes too long to get the equipment. And every single secretary has tried to go do that. I want to say, though, and I think she might be here, Kath Hicks was the Deputy Secretary of Defense in the last administration. Of all the administrations I've watched over the last several years, I believe she led a process for the embrace and the implementation of technology faster than anyone I've seen. I don't know how this administration is going to go. It voices a lot of desire for warfighting capabilities. The president is very clear that he wants to embrace technology in our warfighting capabilities, but it's just too slow. It's legally exquisite. The process is legally exquisite, and it makes us strategically irrelevant. And so we've got to find the middle ground here. We've got to move faster. The enemy is not constrained by the same ethical or legal conditions that we have. I'm not proposing that we throw them out the window, but I know they can go faster, and we need to do that.
I noticed there was a question in the auditorium. If there is a microphone anywhere close, then please come forward.
Jozwiak Guineria, Baltic Defense College. General Allen explained this new emerging multipolarity, which is quite visible, especially in the tech area. My question is actually, how much and to what extent does technological domination actually define geopolitical competition and domination in this great power competition? And most importantly, do you think that the US and Europe can remain as unified polar in this tech competition, or the competition is inevitable between the two players now?
Well, I think technology is increasingly going to be central to our capacity for warfighting. Again, if you go back to my hypothesis that we're headed towards a warfighting environment, which is that every dimension of warfighting accelerates because we're fighting from the cloud, we're applying AI tools, we've digitalized virtually all of our warfighting capabilities. That just means we're going to move faster, and we're not going to move faster without technology. And the more of this technology we're able to embrace and to apply effectively, and very importantly, the greater our deterrence. And I want our enemies to see us capable, if a war starts, of taking the battle to them, starting first in the cyber domain and then shifting seamlessly back and forth in the physical domain to inflict punishment in precise humanitarian, but in precise ways that they can't possibly even imagine through the breadth and depth of their battle space. That their entire force, not their populations, not their non-combatants, not their critical infrastructure, but their entire force is at risk because the United States and our allies, our NATO allies, have the capacity to fight at a hyper-war speed using advanced technologies that we've developed together. And very importantly, it ain't gonna happen unless the private sector is a critical player in this process. Private sector's gotta be in the room when we talk about developing requirements. The private sector's gotta be in the room when we're doing exercises. I was just in East Asia, and I won't mention the command, but the private sector was invited to participate and observe a major exercise that's coming up where operating out of the cloud is going to be a major objective in this. Now, that's absolutely how we have to operate in the future. Thank you for that question. It's a really important one.
There's another one, please.
Hi, thank you. Joanna Bryson, Heritage School of Governance. So I've been in a lot of conversations like this with a number of members of the American Air Force militaries as well. And normally what we hear is that the rule of law and ethics is seen as an advantage. And Putin did brag that he had, AI, completely autonomous tanks, but we haven't seen that in Ukraine. Normally, entropy is seen as a bad thing on the battlefield, and it's most likely to harm the troops that deploy it. So I'm really surprised to hear a very different narrative here.
What's the surprise? I'm not sure I follow you.
Well, I mean, this is the sci-fi thing about the faster and faster and faster, but what I've heard consistently from NATO is that, that the ethical oversight has been persistently shown to be a strategic advantage, that we actually get better logistics, better command and control, more effective fighting from having very good control of our systems.
I didn't say that. I don't dispute that at all.
Yeah.
I absolutely agree.
Ethical oversight is the framework. I mean,
well, that's who we are.
Yeah, that's what we are. Yeah.
Militaries and democracies fight ethically. We fight with a humanitarian commitment.
And we only do.
No, what I'm saying is because the Chinese have no interposition in the decision to take human life, they inherently are able to apply their fires very quickly. My view would be because we have a human in the loop, when we apply our fires, they both have the effect that we want, but we're also fighting ethically. And in the end, we got to be able to look ourselves in the mirror and be able to say that we have. Every commander on the battlefield has 3 obligations. Not to take human life unless it's necessary, so that's necessity. Number 2 is to take only that life which is necessary to accomplish the mission, which is fighting against combatants. And number 3 is to only use enough force to accomplish the mission. That is who we are. We go to war with that law of armed conflict out of the Geneva Convention. Our enemies are not so constrained. And even if we're using high technology and operating at high speeds, we are not absolved of our inherent responsibilities as commanders, ultimately to apply those tests. As a commander in the field, I applied a lot of fires in a couple of wars, but I didn't do it lightly. I took no pleasure in taking human life, and when we applied those fires, to the very best of my knowledge, we applied it against the enemy and not civilians. So your question is really important. It's really at the heart of who we are as militaries in the West.
But I think it is not limited only to the military capabilities. I mean, when I listen to Amy speak about, I mean, what enterprises and companies do, and I mean, then I see the same value base is present there, and they act based on that value base. Our time, of course, is up, but
I know our time is up, but there's one question there,
yes,
which says, should Europe move beyond cyber defense and start embracing offensive capabilities? And I think this is a question that kind of goes to some of the discussion that we've been having, which is, where are offensive capabilities appropriate? And I think first I want to make very clear that offensive capabilities are things that governments do. Those are under the rule of law, and those are capabilities that governments should be engaging in appropriately under their frameworks. So private sector actors do not and should not engage in offensive capabilities. So that, from a Microsoft perspective, we do not do offensive capabilities. Now, does that mean that I do not think that offensive cyber is appropriate? In many cases, offensive cyber, from a government perspective, could be the appropriate response. But it's also not the only response. So I think I want to call out that attribution is incredibly important. I think I saw a couple questions scroll by that was about how do we have the right cyber norms. I think the normative behavior is incredibly important. Having that attribution and having the right level of deterrence and having the right deterrence factors in place, whether those are sanctions or offensive capabilities from governments, are also things that are important in this space.
So to sum it up, from challenge manuals to lethal capabilities, our values underlie all our action. The distribution of powers and the responsibility and the oversight roles are clearly defined in democratic societies, and this is in the framework where our tech uptake is happening and will always be happening. Thank you all. We went slightly over time. I apologize, but please do not leave, because we will continue in just a few moments with a session called Beyond the West, Building Global Tech Partnership. So don't go anywhere. You can continue the same discussion we just ended. Thank you all for listening.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the moderator of the next session, Bruno Massage.
Hello, everyone. Please sit down when you can. We're on a tight schedule. It's my great pleasure to moderate this great session on partnerships in technology. We hear a lot about competition in technology, but I think it's also important to stress that you are not going to have a technological advancement and security without some level of partnerships. This is particularly important for Europe. We have 4 guests in this session. Let me welcome them to the stage without further ado. First, Jozwiak, Commissioner for International Partnerships at the European Commission. Second, Juan Bataleme. He is the Secretary for International Affairs at the Argentinian Ministry of Defense. Welcome, Juan. General John Allen, you know him well. He was just on stage. He, of course, is also at the GLOBSEC Foundation. And finally, Richard Verma. He is at MasterCard, but just left very recently the State Department in the United States, where he was Deputy Secretary of State. He's also been ambassador to India, many hats. I will start with you, Commissioner. Europe is in the middle of significant rethinking on its technology policy, and we all want to know what role international partnerships play in that. I know the Global Gateway will have its second forum, I believe, in October.
Yep.
And I think it would be a good way to start for you to give us a summary of what the EU is planning in terms of both technology and its foreign policy, how the two fit together?
Okay, I know I have to be brief, and I will try. Well, our new international digital strategy guides us in building digital partnerships abroad. In times of growing digital authorism and systemic rivalry, we must project both its technologies and its model. And the new strategy reaffirms that Europe is a stable, value-based and long-term digital partner to build a real tech ecosystem together. But the digital market is very fast. It moves very fast, and we have to react. Our usual ways of evaluating the projects are nursing their financial backing, and it is not sufficiently agile for us to compete with our rivals and to secure participation of our companies in this project. So we need to become faster, and therefore we set up a special Digital Leap Fund. We are setting up this Digital Leap Fund, a privately managed equity vehicle to scale digital infrastructure in partner countries. It is designed to attract private capital into markets where investments is needed most. So our target is to raise 500 million. It will be focused on medium to large-scale assets, 4G, 5G data centers, IXP, cloud and backbone networks. And maybe our competitors offer cheaper hardware, but we want to offer something more powerful, like a human-centered digital solution. It means secure, inclusive, and right-based digital ecosystem, and to invest in digital skills, public governance, and then safeguards. And I have for you two concrete examples. During my mission to Central Asia, we signed the 60 million EU satellite backbone program, a global gateway initiative that will connect 1,600 remote villages across Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Uzbekistan, and Tajikistan. It means internet access for over 3 million people, including schools, clinics, and public services. And the second example is the International Telecommunication Union and the UNDP. We launched a 4 million capacity building initiative under the Global Gateway to support digital transformation in developing countries. We aim to train at least 5,000 government officials and policymakers in designing and implementing inclusive human-centric digital policies. I can continue. The list of the things we already do and we plan to do is pretty long. Maybe the EU-Africa-India digital corridor, known as a Blue Raman, which can become a real game changer, a flagship global gateway project that exemplifies our approach to secure high-capacity infrastructure that serves both geopolitical and development goals, connects Europe to India via Africa and the Middle East. So bypassing the choke points, increasing the supply chain resilience and offering an alternative to authoritarian controlled routes. So these are a few examples.
We'll come back to you. I want to ask you a little bit later if there is a contradiction between national self-sufficiency, autonomy, sovereignty on one side and partnerships on the other. But let me hear a little bit from the rest of the panel. Secretary, of course, the EU and Argentina have an important relationship. Could be become even tighter if the Mercosur agreement were signed. Maybe you'll tell us a little bit how you see that. I'd also be interested in your thoughts about how the private sector can be a part of these partnerships.
Thank you. Well, as you said, we have a close relation with the European Union in issues related to disinformation and that kind of cybersecurity capabilities. Actually, the current administration is trying to enhance their digital hand and the digital sector. Even if we have the human resources, we are one of the biggest economy in digital domain in Latin America. We have plenty of unicorns there, but we do not develop yet a strong sector on cybersecurity, and we are trying to change that, especially in defense domain area. And we think that we can make a good partnership with Europe, not only with Europe through the Global Gateway, as the previous colleague said, but also with the United States, considering that there is a great power competition, and the great power competitions means digital infrastructure for connectivity. China has the upper hand in Latin America because they offer, they offer good quality products, very cheap for us, and also they offer these kind of opportunities for Latin America as a way to develop our economies, and actually we do not face the same constraints that the Europe or United States face when you talk on technological issues. Even if we are engaged in the same discussion, because at the very end technology means human rights, technology means develop, the discussion about the autocratic developed model against the liberal developed model in the technological domain, in the cyber domain, is quite different, and we are not as aware as we should in this case. Also, the current administration presents several initiatives. We are trying to enhance our artificial intelligence sector, and we are looking in partnership with Europe. And as you said, the private sector is key. For the previous administration, the public sector was the key. For the current administration, the private sector is the key in this issue. But doing it, for example, following the GDPR standard, following European standard, which are the main model for us to do policy and to implement the regulation. So I will stop there and continue.
Impressive discipline on time. General, you were telling me earlier that you just arrived from the Shangri-La meetings in Singapore, and you were impressed by how this topic of partnership has not disappeared, contrary to popular perceptions that every country is closing off to the rest of the world. You didn't see that, did you?
No, not at all. You know, the United States has 5 bilateral defense treaties in that part of the world: South Korea, Japan, Thailand, the Philippines, and Australia. And those are long-standing treaties. We have very deep relations at a military level with all of those countries. And when the United States goes to war, we always anticipate that it will be in a coalition manner. I commanded the 50-nation coalition in Afghanistan, so I had recent experience at that. The willingness of those states to remain closely engaged with us, apart from whatever the rhetoric might be, they are not letting the rhetoric define their willingness to remain closely engaged with us, either at a military level or, increasingly for them, embracing the reality that future war will be highly technological, highly digitized or digitalized. But their capacities right now are relatively limited. As I said in the previous session, much of what we anticipate accomplishing in the US military is operating out of the hyperscale cloud. And it'll be in that hyperscale cloud where the masses of data will reside that come out of the battle space. And that data will be evaluated and sifted and sorted by the application of AI tools, which will both provide intelligence at speeds we've never seen before, provide commanders assistance or support in decision-making, but also give us really unparalleled capabilities at a digital level of beginning the process of long-range, highly precise target engagement and the attack of the enemy. All of that occurring in a cloud. Now, the experience of doing that is very limited right now with many of our partners. NATO has embraced this. It's an objective. What the cloud ultimately looks like remains to be determined. It'll probably be a private sector cloud that ultimately is seconded to NATO in the big scheme of things. But in East Asia, they fully grasp that the conflict that may emerge with China, there will very likely, depending on how this unfolds, be a horizontal escalation across the region. And so there's a very great interest in being capable of interoperating with US forces present in the region or closing on the region, and they know that we're going to be fighting out of the cloud. And that's why they're very interested in it, have limited capabilities, and to, I think, our country's credit, the State Department is doing a lot in this regard. Our commanders on the ground are doing what we can to begin to make the case for the digitalization of those forces to operate out of the cloud so that we can be interoperable across the entire theater in a very short period of time.
Thank you. Mr. Verma, you just left the State Department. I want to hear a little bit. It's a good opportunity to hear about your experience there. How is it, my question, if I want to be direct, how can one develop technology partnerships when the background, it's just been described by John Allen, is the background of potential conflict? How is it possible to have partnerships when you always have to be preparing for conflict?
Yeah, thank you, and thank you for the invitation. And it's great to be here with all of you, and especially with the General, who's a great American patriot. Let me also just say I've been working on European security for over 30 years as an Air Force officer with Polish and Romanian militaries. I was the NDI country representative in Bucharest in 1993 and 94. I worked for Secretary Albright. I came here with President Obama in 2009 for the signing of the New START Treaty, and the last 2 years worked a lot on European security issues, and I took over the Special Envoy for Ukraine reconstruction responsibilities from Secretary Pritzker. So this is a subject I care deeply a lot. And when I think about these last few years and the kind of nearly 80 countries that I've been to, you see a world that's really changing quite quickly. Obviously, we have great power competition plays out with the war in Ukraine, or global competition with China. We have obviously the threats of terrorism, unfortunately, continue, nuclear proliferation, rogue regimes. But what I saw were these new challenges our Director of Central Intelligence used to call problems without passports. Problems that know no border, problems that no army could deter or defeat. And what was he talking about? Well, we lived through one of them, which was biological threats and global pandemics. And frankly, the international community didn't do that well in how we dealt with it. We have the threat of climate change now. Mm-hmm. It's very much upon us. The last 10 years, hottest ever. Last year was the hottest ever recorded. But we also have the threat of technology. And it's been discussed here briefly. We see what happens when certain governments and malign actors use technology for ill purposes, to steal, to surveil, to misinform, to harass. But we've also seen the flip side of technology and what it can do. And this is where I'm so grateful to work at a company like MasterCard, because I see what happens for the benefits of financial inclusion and how to lift people up. Some 35% of the world is not yet connected to the internet. When I hear the commissioner talk about the agreements that he reached in Central Asia, I think, right? I mean, that's super important, because we see the difference in quality of life as a development tool. We see it on the financial side. So your question about partnerships, absolutely. You know, I've been in government in multiple responsibilities now. I see what government does really well: warfighting, evacuations, managing macroeconomics. And frankly, I see what government doesn't do so well: move quickly, innovate, research, risk-taking. And so we have to recognize where the kind of strategic advantages of the public sector and where the strategic advantages of the private sector. And this is where we have to come together. Now, I also heard the president this morning say that, yes, there are geopolitical challenges. Yes, there are concerns about the West. But that doesn't mean decoupling. That means taking greater responsibility, whether it's in defense spending, but also in, on the technology space. And I think this is where technology companies have to do a better job showing that we are reliable, trustworthy partners. Again, just speaking for MasterCard, I can look at the decades of work in Europe. I look at the 65 billion transactions that were processed just last year. I look at the millions, tens of million dollars that have been spent on small business. Frankly, I look at the refugees and workers coming from Ukraine who we trained up with digital skills as part of our Strive program to empower them to continue to do their business. So providing those digital tools, thriving and surviving in this digital economy, that is what we are trying to do. I think we have a good record in doing it. When we partner with governments to provide security, digital trust, that is exactly how we work together. I think it's needed now more than ever, given the range of threats we see, but also given the huge opportunities that are in front of us as well.
I want to ask you a little bit later, how does a company like MasterCard avoid being swept into this environment of geopolitical competition and being made to serve geopolitical interests or being forced to choose between different geopolitical blocs? So we'll come back to that because it's obviously a difficult challenge, and we have many recent examples of how difficult that is. Commissioner, there's a discussion going on in Europe about what went wrong with European technology. We obviously don't have many great companies that are part of these rankings, the largest internet companies. We don't seem to do that well on AI. There's a fear that we're going to fall behind again on AI as it happened with the internet economy. And there have been attempts to address this issue, or to think about it at least. The Draghi report talks a lot about the internal market. Could you tell us how important are international partnerships for this? Can they promise growth? Can they promise Europeans that we'll be back in the game of technological competition? Can they make up for the last 33 decades that many people consider 3 lost decades?
They can definitely contribute, but this is not the only solution. Yeah? Of course, Draghi report focuses mainly on the single market, and I still believe that the single market is the biggest asset of Europe, and also basically also the biggest potential when it comes to like removing all the barriers in the so this is an untapped potential. This is the future potential for Europe, and we should not forget that Europe is still the most attractive market. 500 million most wealthy people in average, with their needs, with their very structured needs, and when it comes to goods and services, it is making us very attractive. I think the volatility is contributing that Europe is getting again a very attractive investment target. So we cannot complain. But the global gateway and our international partnerships are strategic investments in the global stability and in the sustainable future. So this is definitely about the growth. This is about new markets. This is about decarbonization efforts also in regions outside of Europe. This is about the industrialization. But the global gateway is mainly focused on job creation, on creating the value chains, about the growth of the business by connecting new countries to the global markets, by basically transit corridors and then ports, and to increase the accessibility of some of the countries to the world markets, which should contribute to the global trade. But this is also mainly about the global stability, because it's also two major issues. Yeah? The growth will come, and this is something I mentioned in the morning, from the global south. Yeah? We will see 5.3 billion middle-class people coming from the global south, and this is not the target of the aid. These are future innovators. This is a lot of ambitions, lot of potential which should be turned in the real opportunities. Otherwise, it can change to one of the major threats for the global stability. So, and this is also about tackling the root causes of the migration, because the demographic growth till 2050 will come. The half of the increase of the population will come only from 8 countries. 2 Asian ones, India and Philippines, if I'm not mistaken, and mainly Africa.
Indonesia.
Indonesia, and mainly Africa. So we will see only in Africa 50 million people entering the labor market in 5 years. So if we do not offer them sustainable jobs, wealth growth, education for their kids, they might become desperate. And usually people migrate for 2 reasons, either being desperate or having ambitions. Having ambitions is fine, and this is something we welcome, and we can tackle with our legal migration. Of course, we should try to avoid a brain drain. However, and this also contributes to one of the major values, and this is the fight against the poverty. And we know, and I think it was Aristotle saying that the poverty is the parent of revolutions. So turned in the
It may also be possible, Commissioner, sorry to interrupt, to turn Europe into a pole of attraction for entrepreneurs all over the world. This has certainly been something where the United States has been very successful in the last 3 decades, and Europe not as much. And maybe the Global Gateway can do that as well, to bring entrepreneurs to Europe, to launch their ideas here. Is that something?
No. The Global Gateway is about mobilize private capital to invest, so mainly European, but of course, like companies from the democratic part of the world to invest abroad, to invest in Africa, in Latin America, because simply the gap is too huge, and we will not be able to manage everything with the private money. So we have to, with the public money, we have to mobilize the private money. And I see the role of my role. I am the policy creator, and together with the partner countries, we have to make, we have to de-risk. We have to make the environment more investment friendly. We can, of course, help with the blended products, with the public guarantee frameworks. However, business usually decides where and when to go. So we can heavily contribute to make new regions more attractive for the investments. This is my major role. And the digitalization, to access to data, data security will play a major role, because without the data security, you will not be able to attract the investors. And without digitalization, access to the internet, to the pieces of information, you will not be able to tackle issues like education, like a know-how transfer.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. We'll have a period of questions at the end, so start thinking if you have any questions for the Commissioner. Secretary, you mentioned China, so I feel comfortable to insist a little bit on that point. There used to be that song, how does one deal with a problem called Maria? How does one deal with, and I'm going to say problem in quotes, because some people could disagree on this, with the problem called China. How does Argentina think about China? But if you want to answer more generally, the question of freedom and autocracy, how does a country like Argentina think its foreign economic policy along these lines?
In terms of technological and economical policy, China is not an issue, because we are following the selective engagement strategy. Selective engagement strategy is clear on where our defense and security interests are and are well connected with the Western world, and economical issues, even some social issues, we can talk, and we are talking with China. That is not the problem for our administration. We belong to the Western Hemisphere. The Western Hemisphere is led by the United States. China is too far away, even if they are present in our economic and social, and at some point in our defense and security issues related when you look at the north part of South America. So that is not the problem. The real problem is that China is offering an alternative model of development that the Western, especially the Europe and the United States, are failing to show, to offer it to us. And one of the problems, I talk about this in the other panel, it's the idea that Latin America is part of the global South. Well, I have bad news. We do not nothing to do with Africa. We face different type of problems, different type of political institutions. Our institutions are quite different, and the way we relate to the world are quite different. But you know, this postmodern European idea that the global South should be remain engaged, I do not feel as a part, and most of the people in Latin America do not feel as a part of the global South. We prefer to be treated as a part of a transatlantic area, yes. Because in the past we were part of the transatlantic area.
Absolutely.
The American initiative of the Atlantic Initiative means exactly that, and the technological term is important. When you look, for example, the oceans and how the Chinese, but not only the Chinese, other people from different types of the world are extracting fish and other things, and are doing technological exploration, not only by sea, but also using satellites in the South Atlantic. You will have this dimension that technological can be quite important for our development, and also to keep our resources in our hand and use it smartly in order to engage positively with the European Union, for example, which is quite important. And we need that the agenda should be moved from this idea of global South to engage directly.
I'm a Portuguese, and the Portuguese and the Spaniards, we always wanted to introduce this idea of transatlantic, including both the North and the South Atlantic.
Exactly.
It never became very popular, but maybe not too late.
It is a good opportunity. Actually, Portugal is really engaged with Latin America right now. Spain a little bit less, unfortunately, but Portugal and Spain are the bridge for the rest of Europe to deal with Latin America, because you made a good colonization of our territory, and actually we respect in different ways that, for example, the Africans do not respect the rest of the
You will be very, very popular in Lisbon. I'm sure you have to come and visit. General, the title of the panel, let's not forget about that, is Beyond the West, which would sometimes give people some shivers, perhaps even you if it was in a different context. But here it's presented as a good thing. We have to think beyond the West, don't we?
Well, you know, I've never been a big fan of this term, the West, because the West, in many respects, is used as an exclusive term, as opposed to an inclusive term. And for the future of U.S. and European technology, we absolutely have to think outside North America and the European continent. Let me just, a very brief example, and those of you who've had the chance to get copies of it, we did a major report on critical raw materials. There is no future for our technological trajectory, either on the North American continent or in Europe, without access to critical raw materials and rare earth elements. Just that, but also to be able to process it. The Chinese have a lock on both of those. So much of the world's critical raw materials are in the hands of autocratic or illiberal or totalitarian regimes. Now, frankly, you go to some of the worst places on the planet and the Chinese are running the mines, or Russian gangsters are running security for the strongmen who are running the mines. And so when we talk about partnerships, global partnerships, just to get the stimulus of the critical raw materials into the system, ultimately to fuel the technology of the future, we're going to have to think very seriously about the kinds of partnerships we want to have with countries that can provide these materials to us. And I have to really compliment the whole idea of the global gateway, because it's a lot of things, but the one thing it certainly is, it is a viaduct for values. Mm-hmm. In the end, this is about conveying values as we seek to raise economies, make economies more sophisticated, whatever we want to do with it as an end result. It's about values. So just that alone is going to force us to have to think very seriously as we try to wean ourselves off our dependence on the Chinese critical raw materials, and very importantly, their processing. We've got to think very differently. Europe's going to be many years before it can do it itself. That absolutely necessitates partnerships off the continent. The United States and Canada, North America, have the same issue. Another area that's going to require us to have partnerships, and Chris Miller was sitting in this chair a few moments ago, the author of Chip War, is Europe makes some very sophisticated semiconductors. But if, once again, with the investments that are coming into technology in Europe that have been promised, just in defense alone, Europe does not have the capacity to produce the semiconductors on the continent that it's going to need to support the digitalization of its society at a civil level and the digitalization of its militaries. It's a matter of just scaling. So Europe's going to have to look elsewhere for these semiconductors.
I would add also markets. We need markets.
Of course. So just those 2 points alone, where we're going to get the critical raw materials and the semiconductors that gives us precision to do almost anything. Drive here to the hotel or to put a missile on a target somewhere. We can do it. Europe's got some real sophistication, but it's a matter of scale. So it's going to force us to have partnerships outside the continent. And the great thing about the partnerships that we would want to foster is that they're values-based partnerships. And we should never fall off of that.
Viaduct for Values, if anyone is looking for a title for a book or a report.
May I quote you?
Unless
I like it. It was.
I think I heard you say that at the beginning of the conversation, so it's yours.
Richard, we'll have 10 minutes for questions, but before that, Richard, maybe you could address this question I asked earlier. How does a company as large and as important as MasterCard navigate these very troubled geopolitical waters?
Yeah, and let me also just go back and try to take on this harder question you asked about beyond the West and whether that's the right framing. Because what I saw the last few years was obviously an incredible multipolar world, which really understates how fractionalized the world has become. And no question, there was a point where the United States could come in and say, this is the way we think it should be, and that way is no longer the case. And it shouldn't be the case, right? I mean, we have this interconnected system. And so I don't think it's beyond the West. I think it is in addition to the West. And it's understandable that countries are thinking and regions are thinking about international institutions and multipolarity. I mean, what we've been able to do at MasterCard, I think, is develop a system of rules and protocols that is really quite agnostic to political party, to what government is in control at a particular time. And that has been the signature for success, because what we're concerned about is fairness and trust, confidence in the international financial system, especially as it moves to a digital one. And I think if you just look, I mentioned the disruption from COVID and biological threats, if you just look at what we were able to do, yes, it created great devastation to the world, but we also, because of that system we were built, wherever you were located in the world, small businesses were able to move to digital. Consumers were able to come at home and purchase their supplies. Students were able to continue to be educated because of that digital infrastructure. And that's what we're proud to be a part of and to continue to build. Now, what do we see down the road? We see a lot of threats to this system. And what we are going to try to do is continue to be that trusted partner to governments wherever they are. In Europe alone, we have 5 different hubs where we share information on cybersecurity, on transportation, on urban resilience, sustainability, tourism. And we have to continue to show that we have data, we have technology, but ultimately this is about lifting people up, bringing them into the modern economy. And we saw what happened in COVID when you didn't have those tools and you didn't have access. People were really, really left behind. And so we've set a goal to bring an additional 500 million people into the digital economy. We think it's doable and reachable. Even here in Europe, we've set a goal to make sure all of your e-commerce transactions are quote-unquote tokenized. You don't have to put your number into onto the platform. These are important innovations that come from the private sector that we think will continue to demonstrate our value to this whole ecosystem.
Thank you. Thank you. We were able to respect the time. That's a very important point with which to end this initial part, that if we think back to the pandemic, perhaps governments were not up to the task entirely of bringing the world together, but technology certainly was. Think what the pandemic would have been without the revolutionary new kinds of vaccines and without digital technology. Yeah. I'm going to start with a question from the room while giving you time to enter your questions into this app that I think you all know about, Slido. But while you do that, I already have 2 here, but maybe more will come in. I'll have a question from the room. Who wants to go first? I think someone is ready. Okay. Was there a lady there? Because I don't think the gender balance in the panel is particularly edifying. So I would... Okay, we'll have even more gender imbalance then.
Thank you very much. I'm Seamus Allen from the Institute of International and European Affairs. I just want to ask a question. So you've talked about the digital strategy and a lot about what Europe can do to support other countries in terms of digital technology and to support. But I'm wondering, could the panel talk maybe a little bit about what Europe can actually learn from other countries when it comes to digital? And to what degree is that part of the digital international strategy? And what degree are policymakers consciously thinking about it? I know there is some initiatives when it comes to Japan and South Korea and Taiwan and so on, and perhaps elsewhere in the world, Uruguay and South America maybe. So I think that could be something for the panel to talk about.
Commissioner, I'm going to ask you to answer. What can we learn from other parts
we can learn a lot, and we can also basically close the open capacities. And here, now I'm talking more as like a former Minister of Industry and Trade of Czechia, where basically we were looking for experts from abroad and basically introducing programs of digital nomads, and other things. And of course, we see in Asia, but also in Latin America, a clear leadership and clear dedication to digital technologies. And there are countries we can really learn a lot. And basically, this is also the idea of the global gateway. This is not only about know-how transfer from one side to the other. This is about the partnerships. And this is about the partnership when it comes to technologies, but this is also about a partnership when it comes to, as was it mentioned, raw materials, because this is one of the aspects I forgot to mention, but it was then mentioned from the other panelists, because we need these raw materials for the digital and for the green transition. Without basically these raw materials, and we need to ensure access. And this is not only about having the partnership, but this is also about having the alternate routes. So this is then again back to the building the transit corridors, supporting the ports, allowing the countries to manage their own economies, their own transit routes, in order to be a part of the world trade, where basically we have the ambition basically to buy and to benefit from the things we are doing. But I was sitting, for example, yesterday with His Excellency Minister of Foreign Affairs of India, Jaishankar, and we basically ask our teams to sit together already now in June and basically to think what we can do together, where we have overlaps, where we have who has the better know-how where, and how we can team up for basically supporting the development in other countries. Yeah? So there are definitely, and I now do not want to say where I see basically the showcases, because I will definitely, by listing some of the names, forget one of the important countries, and this is what I do not want to prevent.
It's good news that we'll see developments on India and the EU. We have a question here from on Slido for you, Secretary Bartolome. How can European governments and the European Union encourage tech cooperation and partnerships in the private sector? I'm sure you had the opportunity to tell the Commissioner what you think could be done in private, but can you tell us what can the EU and European governments actually do to increase integration and cooperation?
First of all, we are establishing more bilateral and multilateral dialogue with the specific areas of Europe, but also with the United States. For example, at the defense, we are trying to rebuild or building our cyber defense capabilities, and we are working with the U.S. Southern Command, especially on those issues. But the good thing that the United States has a close relation with the private sector. So the first step, the first part of our enhancing our defense enhancement capabilities is with the United States government, but at some point we need to deal with also the private sector. So we are trying to working much efficiently with the American private sector in order to enhance our military capacity. But at the same time, we are trying to engage our private sector. For example, some companies as Globan or Mercado Libre, which are the leading sector, for example, in logistics or in artificial intelligence application, to engage more deeply in national security issues. Because when you look Latin America, there are a separation between what the societies develop in order to cybersecurity or awareness, but there are no link between society and national security, and that is a huge mistake. And I think that Europe is helping us is to create awareness in issues related to national security. Also, United States is on that, but it's a common issue in Latin America. For example, why Latin America, especially Argentina, became such an innovative leader in technological affairs. We have a global giant as Mercado Libre, as I told you before, because in the very beginning, the government don't care about the technological sector, and they don't mess with the technology sector. When they started to grow and they started to be a billionaire, then the state come and say, I want to collect taxes.
Of course.
And I love taxes, and we are going to use this money for this technological sector to create equality and that kind of bad ideas that the previous administration had.
Thank you. One last question from the audience. We have time for one more question.
I want to go back and
if you don't have questions, I think both of you could have an opportunity.
I wanted to
final
answer
comments.
this first question about learnings from different regions, and it's so important in when I think about what we do. For example, I will say, Europe was out in front on privacy regime, on data privacy. We took the GDPR rules, we apply them globally now, and that was frankly an innovation that other companies have followed suit. I think about what some countries in the global south do on benefits transfer directly, avoiding the middleman, no more cash. That has eliminated fraud, that has eliminated intimidation, that has really helped a lot of families and individuals, again, be in the digital economy and get their benefits directly, whether it's on a card or directly account to account. I see what is happening with transit systems around the world and how digital it has become, and the solutions that, frankly, we have helped, but we've also learned from governments and from populations what they really want. So I think the question is super important because we have to learn from each other. We now have to build kind of an international regime in this digital space that, frankly, the rules are still being developed as the technology is moving so fast. So a lot more to be done.
I saw the other day that the Washington metro system was bragging on social media that it's now possible to pay with contactless credit cards to use the metro. But this is something people have done in many parts of the world for a long, including, curiously, in Ukraine.
Exactly.
Where it's been done for many years.
They're very digitalized.
Some final words, General Allen, then we finish. We have 30 seconds.
Yeah,
so
Richard, I'll be 30 seconds brief. Richard made a very, very important point on creating the platform capacity for the digitalization of society going forward. And I often hear someone describe countries as large countries and small countries. In this digital environment in which we're moving, in this digital era, I don't think anymore there are large countries and small countries. I think there are fast countries and slow countries. And those countries that are able to embrace the digitalization that can bring wealth to their populations, that can bring education to their populations, that can lift elements of their populations out of poverty, and ultimately defend themselves in a digital environment, they will be the fast countries, regardless of their size, because that capability transcends borders. The slow countries will be the ones where the populations will not benefit. So we have an obligation to help countries be fast countries, not slow countries.
Excellent way to finish. Just final message, don't get out of the room if you want to follow the next panel, because it will start immediately after we leave this stage. Thank you to all my guests. Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Well done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the moderator of the next session, Anita Orban.
Hi, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for bearing with us on the last panel on Havel stage for today. We will discuss energy without borders, whether integration is a key to energy security and resilience. But before we go into the panel, let me welcome Mr. Pavel Cirani, who is the Deputy Chairman of ČEZ, who will give us a keynote address about how we can advance energy security in Europe. Pavel, the stage is yours.
Okay. Well, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, it is my pleasure to speak here at this GLOBSEC summit on the topic of European integration as a way of lasting energy security and resilience. It is a really topic close to my heart because I believe that the integration is really the solution to affordable, secure, and reliable energy supply, contrary to the first instinct that we saw after the crisis started after the full-scope invasion of Russia to Ukraine. Because the energy sector has the power and the responsibility to contribute to long-term security and prosperity of Europe by building a resilient, sustainable, and affordable energy system. I believe that to succeed, we need to focus on 4 key areas. Number 1, technology diversification while maintaining the single European market. Strong connection and effective cooperation across the EU. 3, partnership beyond the EU. And last but not least, strong industrial strategy. I'll touch upon each of those points briefly. The Czech and the European energy system is changing rapidly. On the supply side, fossil fuels, especially coal, will play a decreasing role, and that is regardless of the potential Green Deal modifications. On the demand side, electrification will grow, driven by transport, heating, and digital infrastructure like data centers and artificial intelligence. Europe must therefore secure its energy future by adopting a diverse mix of zero-emission technologies, including nuclear and SMRs, small modular reactors. Building a diversified energy system is both a matter of security and economic necessity. If we want to achieve safe, affordable, and clean energy for the next decades, we must use all available technologies, and it is including nuclear, all while maintaining the single European market. And I have to say, I don't think we are doing it fast enough today. We need to speed up the rollout of nuclear and continue with the rollout of solar and wind power. By introducing or strengthening the government-backed long-term contracts, such as CFDs, we also need effective technology-neutral acceleration zones to simplify permitting procedures. Finally, we should establish a robust market for long-term PPA customer contracts, including the solution to related issues such as margining and credit risk mitigation. And ideally, all these markets being really pan-European, unified across the European countries, so maintaining the single European market. And to maintain the required level of security of supply, we also need sufficient capacity of flexible sources, including gas power plants and battery storage. However, the development of flexible capacities in Czechia and also in some other countries is slowed down by the lack of capacity markets. Again, a new type of market. It would be desirable to bring capacity markets up to the level of standard markets, so there would be no need for individual notification, and we would also be able to unify them across the EU. Again, establish them as one of the part of the unified market. Finally, we need to invest in distribution and transmission grids while managing the current capacity smarter. The EU must remove unnecessary internal barriers, streamline permitting procedures, key obstacles such as lengthy approval for capacity markets, unequal treatment of nuclear energy, and overly complex rules for low-carbon hydrogen must be eliminated as quickly as possible. Moreover, a European unified approach to licensing, permitting, and financing new nuclear, including small modular reactors, is needed. Now, efficient single European energy market will only work if EU regions are physically well connected and cooperating. A well-connected Europe is more secure Europe with affordable energy costs for consumers. Recent events in Spain have demonstrated the critical importance of cross-border energy infrastructure for ensuring security of supply in a dynamic energy environment. Strong cross-border connections help balance supply and demand even in the events of local disruptions, boosting the resilience of the grid. Higher cross-border capacities maximize the potential of renewable across Europe. They enable the flow of affordable green electricity from countries with better natural conditions to those with less abundant resources, and that benefits all. We must therefore scale up the investments in energy infrastructure, strengthening both the transmission and distribution networks, expanding the cross-border connections, and addressing internal bottlenecks within member states. To make this happen, I believe we need a strategic plan for pan-European backbone network, better coordination between EU member states, and simpler permitting procedures. Now, at the same time, true partnership means loyalty to allies and respect to their sovereign decisions that lead to the agreed goals. We must work together, but without creating the unnecessary obstacles. While European energy cooperation is essential for our collective security, it must never impose inefficient solutions under the name of protecting European industry. Cooperation must drive progress, not tie hands. Strategic autonomy for Europe must not lead to isolation. To achieve our ambitious goals, we must work with partners beyond the EU. Europe must achieve greater autonomy to reduce its vulnerability to external shocks. Our dependence on imported fossil fuels exposes us to price volatility, supply insecurity, and geopolitical pressure. Reducing dependence is therefore essential. However, strategic autonomy does not mean isolation. Strategic autonomy means building our domestic capabilities while remaining open to the world. We must collaborate with trusted global partners around the developed world who bring advanced technologies and experience in key areas such as nuclear or batteries. Relying solely on internal EU supply chains risks higher costs, slower deployment of the new technologies, and missed opportunities for innovation. We, therefore, as Europeans, need a global network of reliable partners. Only then we can overcome limited access to key resources like LNG and the critical raw materials that we have in Europe. At the same time, Europe needs to build diverse and resilient supply chains for key technologies such as batteries, electrolyzers, SMRs. These partnerships will help Europe stay competitive. Europe's success depends on the ability to complete projects on time, within budget and at the required quality. Choosing reliable partners who can guarantee timelines, budgets, and quality is essential and must not be limited to EU borders. Finally, clean energy is not just about energy. It is a strategic industrial opportunity. The upcoming development of nuclear energy must be leveraged to benefit the entire economy. I'd like to give the example of our collaboration with Rolls-Royce on SMR development, which I believe is a good example of how strategic partnerships can drive innovation, support industrial capabilities, and create high-value added jobs. However, current EU industrial system is way complex. Long permitting procedures, excessive bureaucracy, and difficult access to public support, as well as financial markets, discourages investors and slow down development. To stay competitive and avoid falling behind global rivals, especially China and the US, we must simplify these and ensure transparent, predictable regulation. Europe must respond decisively and shift from a restrictive regulatory mindset to proactive industrial policy. I think the comparison between the Inflation Reduction Act and the very restrictive regulation that we have in Europe is striking. Similar to the US, Europe needs to adopt a straightforward system of targeted measures and financial incentives which will strengthen Europe manufacturing and support investments in new technologies. Europe industry must succeed through innovation, quality and efficiency, and not through protectionism and over-regulation. Only then we can create true European champions capable of competing on the global stage and in the energy sector, bringing the so much needed affordable, competitive, sustainable, and secure energy supply. Thank you for your attention.
Pavel, thank you so much for setting the stage for us. And let me take this opportunity as a member of the board of GLOBSEC to thank CEZ for your support, being CEZ or champion partner. So you literally help us to keep the lights on. So thank you very much, Pavel.
My pleasure.
And let me greet and welcome on stage our fellow panelists in the order of Petr Hladik, Martin Hojsik, Christian Bushoy, and Abdullah Balalala. Thank you all for joining us. And I would use your very last sentence, Pavel, about the triangle of energy policy: competitive, secure, and sustainable. And would like to turn to you, Petr. We are in Prague, Czechia. And what are the environmental considerations of the Czech energy policy?
Yeah, thank you very much. Welcome here in Prague. First of all, I have to say that what is our goal? Our goal is to ensure affordable energy prices and robust energy security for the Czechia, for the EU themselves. The second question is how. The first of all, the energy savings, the renewable sources, the domestic green production, and also the new nuclear reactions. This, for my point of view, the journey to achieve this goal.
Super, thank you, Petr. And let me remind the audience that please ask your questions also during the panel. If you just signal, and we will look out, as well as on Slido, which you already have experienced. So, Petr, let me connect with your fellow countryman, Martin, who is now in the European Parliament, an MEP. And the cross-border integration is an evergreen topic. How can the EU accelerate cross-border energy infrastructure? And the $1 million question, $1 million question, who is going to pay for it?
I'll have to start by correcting you. I'm from Slovakia, not Czech.
Apologies.
That's fine. I'm quote
That's you called me here.
But I'm from the Moravian side, so
no,
we are really
actually
close. Yeah?
We are closer.
Okay, so we have fellow Central Europeans here.
Exactly.
Super.
No, I think what we really need to start doing is looking at how to take down lots of the barriers that we put ahead of businesses fully utilizing the business opportunity that decarbonization is. This is, as Werner Hoyer said when he was still the president of the EIB, this is the largest business opportunity of our times. What we forgot, when we looked at it from a climate perspective, we forgot to look at it also from a security perspective, because, you know, as Putin's regime showed us, there is one. But also, we didn't utilize really the business opportunity. And hearing the keynote, lots of the things are about making sure that we reduce the barriers that are put up on the member state level. I think this is what the recent IMF report showed, that basically the barriers put up by the member states are equal to 40% tariff on the products and 120% tariff on the services. So we don't actually need the Trump administration to give us tariffs. We're doing it ourselves, to ourselves. And this is something which is indeed hindering the European businesses from innovating, performing, but coming up with new solutions. And I think this is what we need to do as one of the important tasks. It's not taking public out of the question and not involving them in permitting. But it's really lots of the silly gold-plating things, like in Slovakia, reporting to customs that the green electricity from your rooftop was actually made in Slovakia. That's nonsense. And second, working really to focus on the backbones, so the highways of electricity grids, and creating the right regulatory framework to spur innovation and upcoming development of renewables and all the carbon neutral technologies.
Thank you, Martin. I really like the statistics which you quoted, which when I heard it the first time, I was absolutely shocked. So it's a really good research, whoever came out with that. But what you said, I think it's music to the ear of a member state. This is what we want to hear, right? Decreasing the barriers and burdens of member states. So, Christian, how do you see the political risk and challenges of further integration?
My country, Romania, is strongly supporting further integration, deeper energy integration within the European Union. And clearly, the question that you asked before about increasing the interconnections is also, this issue is also vital for Romania, as not only Romania, but several countries from Central and Eastern Europe sometimes face increase of electricity prices, of course, spot electricity prices, because it's not fully integrated with the west and the north of European Union. On the other hand, there are different realities, different challenges, different starting points. I'm not only the State Secretary responsible for international European affairs, but I was 16 years member of European Parliament. And during between 2019 and 2024, I had the privilege to be the president of the Industry and Energy Committee in very challenging times. And I understood that when there is a pressure, when there is a crisis of high prices in electricity, the member states, the countries are thinking first for their own needs. And it's normal to be like this. Of course, there is a solidarity, and now the solidarity is higher in the new realities. There is the integration, the interconnections, but still there are different realities. So we need to take this into account to understand that we need a fair transition, an inclusive transition. We need to understand that some member states need and decided to continue to use the nuclear energy. It's not maybe considered renewable, but it's a stable, clean resource and source of electricity. There is also potential for natural gas. Romania would like and advocates at the EU level the need to consider natural gas as a transition fuel, because we need to stabilize the system. And we have this project, Neptune Deep, that will double the production in Romania, additionally 10 billion cubic meters, and this could be a provider of energy security, at least in the region. Yes. And taking into account all these particularities, I believe that the risks that you mentioned could be mitigated easier.
Super. We will return to Neptune, and good that you also mentioned nuclear. I would like to promote a side session which we are having tomorrow morning about the nuclear energy use in Central Europe. So if you haven't heard about it and would like to join, then just let the organizers know. Your Excellency, it must be fascinating for you to listen to this European discussion of integration, member state, consideration, solidarity, or national sovereignty. But give us your view on the United Arab Emirates. What's your energy and sustainability policy? What are your long-term considerations and visions for your country?
Thank you. I think to start with, the Europeans you're talking about are our partners. The UAE policy around energy and sustainability is actually shaped by different factors, such as long-term, forward-looking, based on partnerships, and it's wrapped with respect to the climate. So in respect to start with, I would say energy security is extremely important for us, and that was laid down in our future plans, such as the UAE strategy, the UAE energy strategy, and we were the first country in the region to announce its net zero plan in the Middle East and Northern Africa region. And that calls for things like diversifying the energy mix. As you know, today we are on our pathway to turn more than 30% of our energy mix by renewables by 2030. We have 4 nuclear plants that are up and running by now with 5.6 gigawatt. But not only that, climate came into the scene, and as you know, in December 2023, we hosted the COP, where partnerships with South-South partnerships were introduced. But not only that, there are hundreds of countries, member states signed on declarations for tripling the renewable energy and doubling the energy efficiency. And of course, there is a doubling or tripling the nuclear energy by 2050, signed by more than 135 countries. But again, the last element maybe I want to mention on this is something our keynote speaker mentioned, the strategic autonomy. The UAE is on its way to basically localize this industry instead of relying on external actors. A few weeks ago, we had an event called Make It in the Emirates, and it's fascinating when you walk in, along with thousands of people attending this event, and you see photovoltaic panel manufacturers in Khalifa Port Industrial Area in Abu Dhabi or in Dubai, cabling companies that bidding today in interconnections projects in Europe. So these are more or less the most strategic elements that our energy and sustainability in the business and our strategy plans relies on.
Thank you, Abdul. I really like the strategic autonomy that you mentioned and brought into the discussion. I don't know, Pavel, whether you want to comment on it, whether there are any strategic autonomy considerations in CEZ or the Czech energy policy. And one more question, if I may pose two to you immediately. We have a grid transition index in GLOBSEC, which we published last year the first time, which looks at all of Europe, all the European countries' grids' readiness for green transition. And neither Czechia, and by the way, Christian, neither Romania comes out as really well prepared for the transition, and would be eager to hear your comment on that, as well as what CEZ is planning to do to prepare for the green transition.
Okay. Maybe I'll start with the strategic autonomy. I think strategic autonomy is something that we've been discussing, and also as a society, and we have been working on as a company. I have to say that I think Czechia, together with CEZ, made a remarkable journey in the year 2022 from separating from the dependency on Russian fuel, both in oil and gas, nuclear fuel, as well as oil. But going basically from, in some areas, 100%, in some other areas, 50% dependency to basically zero. So I think it's possible, it's important, and it's a thing that needs to be done together by the governments and the companies. At the same time, we must not overdo it, like being open to innovations, being able to collaborate with companies from outside of your country or region is important, because otherwise you could hinder innovations. And that was my point, that you need to balance these two approaches, have strategic autonomy to the degree that makes sense to be secure, but at the same time collaborate with other countries and other regions in order to be innovative and cost competitive. Now, in terms of the grid index, I'm honestly surprised. I think our grid is well developed. We have been able to connect hundreds of thousands, or over 100,000 photovoltaic installations, mostly rooftop, but also large scale. We have more than 20,000 megawatt of new connections being able to be accommodated by the grid at this very moment. So I think the grid was well prepared, and now obviously we just have a new regulatory period starting next year, and that the period is a very pro-investment and pro-development setup, and we'll develop the grid further to accommodate all the new power plants that need to be built, among others because of, at this moment, we still depend 40% on coal production for heat and power.
Super. Then if you allow, then our expert colleagues would contact your colleagues. And for the 25th edition of the energy grid, we may have different factors or data points. So thank you for your comment. So let's do a poll now. We have one question prepared, which I would like to get asked on the screen. It's a really simple question. Yes or no? Thumb up or thumb down? Are you in favor of more integration? So I told Martin about this question in the speakers room. He didn't like it. He said it's not specific enough. How do you define integration? What kind of integration? But voila. I don't know whether it's one vote. One vote so far, it is 100%, but please give us your views, because this panel is supposed to talk about, and we already preempted, we call the panel key to integration is key to European energy security and resilience. So we are made a big assumption here. But so far, it seems that the audience agrees with us. We have two really good questions, by the way, on Slido. Okay, somebody just either disagrees or wants to provoke a bit of a debate. We have really good two questions on Slido, but let me do one more round, and then we go to the Slido questions. So, Petr, back to you. Did the energy security considerations create a setback for the environmental agenda of Czechia after 2022?
Yeah, thank you for the questions. I only a little bit recommend the Pavel, because what it's important that we are very well dependent on the import of energy. If I count the whole energy that we spent in the Czechia, we import 33% of energy, especially in the oil and especially in the gas. And the strategic goal, together with the environment, hand by hand, it's to go down with the import the energy. That's the reason why we need invest as a Czechia and as a Europe in the sources in the Europe, in our country and Europe, especially in the kind of what Pavel mentioned. And some of them we discuss about the energy security comprehensive in the army security, and I think it's the false conflict. Yeah, the decarbonization, the money for the decarbonization or money for the army security. It's not the conflict that we need to spend more money in army. It's true, absolutely. In the case of the conflict, Russian against the Ukraine and the other world security reason, but the energy security, it's absolutely top in the context to be able to don't be dependent on the other parts, our partners.
Super, thank you, Petr. Can we get back the poll result, or it's already off the screen? Because I saw that the numbers were growing. And we will get it back, and then I can even tell you how many of you voted. 36 people voted, so 89% yes and 11% no. Martin, feel free to comment on the question. But you also discussed in your intervention the paradoxon or the tension between European versus member state. You mostly talked about the internal burdens and barriers and regulatory burdens and latent or covered custom. But can you talk about the considerations, balance between EU versus member states from geopolitical point of view or energy dependence point of view?
Yes, and I'm going to connect it to what Minister said, and that's basically what is seen as kind of the conflict between the environmental climate agenda and the security agenda. And I think this is completely false, because actually it's a really mutual objective. And that means a secure and prosperous future. And why it's essential is, when we look at the need and kind of discussions that we're going to invest 800 billion euros in our defense, if we at the same time keep on funding Putin's regime, just handing the keys straight away, like why would we actually keep on funding the aggression? Because in the first place, let's not forget, it was to a large extent us Europeans, through our dependency on Russian gas and oil, who paid for the invasion and the murders of innocent people in Ukraine. And I think this is something which we never shall forget. And this is something which, for me, is a very clear reason that, yes, we need to get rid of Russian oil and gas and work with the partners. The Romanian example is something where, yes, we should limit the new deposits that we open, but this is something which is local, which can help us being strategically autonomous. It's just one of us, so to say. Working with trusted partners is going to be very important. And what we really need to do is also to look at this overall as an industrial policy. And I'm happy that the minister and our partners from United Arab Emirates see it in the same way. Is okay, we need. There is opportunity of energy efficiency, but all the components need to be made somewhere. You need to have people who have the skills. So exactly looking at it as at a European level, with the cross-border movement of companies, that we don't have the obstacles from company from one side going to the other one. other countries doing things. When you have companies coming up with the innovative solutions in the construction sector, what they face is that they have to do the certification for, every member state, and in Germany often in every Bundesland. And I think this is where, indeed, the more is better. Now, the more integration in the level of always having to have everything prescribed on a detail, that might not work. It has to be clever, not keeping the people behind. And it's really important what Christian said, is this is something which needs to work with the people, needs to create the opportunities for the businesses, and go straight for the goal of energy independence and decarbonization.
Super. Martin, I agree with you, and I think everybody would love to have abundant domestic energy, but we may not have enough in Europe. But let's see what Neptune, how much is Neptune? You said 10 BCM, right? Okay, and then you could tell us about how much will be domestic, how much will be put through. And it took quite a while to get Neptune, up and running. And if you may also comment on US LNG, right? US LNG's share has increased tremendously since 22. It's an alternative source. It's more liquid than global market. And what's the role of US LNG in the European energy mix?
Yes, Neptune Deep is a project that should be operational beginning of 2027. It's a potential of 100 BCM in total, so 10 BCM per year will double Romanian capacity. Some of it will be used in Romania because we have some plans related to gas plants that will replace coal, because we want to phase out coal, as we are strongly committed to Green Deal and to climate objectives of European Union. Other will be available for the region or for any European country that will need gas, which will be exploited with the highest environmental standards in the world. Will be state-of-the-art newest technology, and the standards in European Union are among the highest in the world, so here it's also another benefit. On United States LNG, I really believe that the transatlantic partnership is vital, is extremely important, despite now the challenges related to the trade issues, and I'm sure that a trade war will be avoided and finally the situation will calm. In the energy sector is also extremely important. Without the LNG from United States, we were not able to decouple from Russian gas, from Russian natural gas. It would be impossible. Of course, we had additional input from Norway, from the north of Africa, from some of the countries in the Caspian region, but the most important input came from United States at a premium price, but it was important for our security and for helping the Ukrainian people. And I agree totally with Martin that we need to continue this pathway. We need to implement as soon as possible Repower EU. We need to phase out totally the imports from Russia. And here, of course, for the coming years, the LNG from United States is also extremely important. So investments in terminals, reverse flows, partnership with United States companies are extremely important. Also, because we decarbonize and we invest heavily in all Europe, Romania also in renewables, we need this partnership to be much more extended and stronger in the area of critical raw materials. Because we risk to replace dependency. Of course, they are not the same, but there was a dependency on Russian gas. Now there is a dependency on solar panels and other technologies that are coming from China. And the alliance related to critical raw materials with the United States is also vital for the future.
Okay, that would be also important that we can come back to this question, and I can see a bit of tension between political will as well as how the energy politics sees realities of dependency and sources. Mr. Balala, we have a really good question on Slido for you, which you will see on the screen. Your colleague mentioned that 50 different nationalities work in Baraka. While in the EU, says the questionnaire, it's hardly any other nationals would be welcome in NPPs. Can you share best practices and can you talk about Baraka?
Absolutely. I think the 4 nuclear reactors we have at the UAE is a reflection of latest nuclear technologies adopted, tested, and verified. Today, yes, we have more than 50 nationalities in there, but more important, we have established a consultancy subsidiary arm under our nuclear corporate in the UAE. And we are open for business, and we are already having contracts with member states to basically share the knowledge and the know-how that we've been working on since we established this program before we even dig the 4 plants on the ground.
Super, thank you very much. And good luck with the project. Is there any young leader in the audience? None, no young leaders. Young leaders are already preparing for the dinner. You here, okay, okay, so I saw that you're posing a question. Okay, so I just want to encourage all of our young leaders to pose questions and be vocal. So while you are thinking, let's get back to Slido, because Pavel, I think there's a really good question also on Slido for you, which most of the people liked. How to deal with cases where integration increases electricity prices for some regions, creating winners and losers. Do you see that in Czechia? Your grid is integrated with Poland, Slovakia, Austria, Germany, right?
Mostly with Germany and Slovakia, but Germany is really the price setter in the region, given it's 10 times bigger market than Czechia. Well, I think it's a good question now, and I don't have like a very simple answer to it. The one point is that by integrating, you create in general a better situation average for everyone. Obviously, there seem to be some that there will be some losers. You know, Sweden already canceling connections. Number one, it will create price mechanisms in the region, such as Sweden, to invest in more new generation, if it's possible. Obviously, given it's a lot of hydro and other things that may be limited, but by having these price mechanisms, you can create better signals to basically invest in new power plants in that region where the price will go up. Now, again, in Sweden, with Vattenfall being government-owned, the profit from these increased prices in the region will probably end up in the government pockets that could be redistributed to those who like in some kind of a social tariffs or social contributions to those who need it. So then the extra price increase in that region would not affect those who cannot afford it. So that's one way to think about it, but obviously needs to be discussed. Now, in general, we look at the European Union and the effects and the benefits for each country in the whole, right? It's like, so in some things, the situation is worse for you, but on average, the fact that you are part of the European market, it's a benefit for you in a number of other countries. There could be countries complaining that there is all this traffic going through them because it connects 2 regions and it's not being paid. There is electricity flowing, for example, through Czech Republic. We are building the networks between Germany and the Balkans, and then there is no charge for it. It's just like, but the overall benefits from the membership in the European Union is simply higher. So I think there must be a more global look at, or a comprehensive look at what are your benefits from being part of EU.
Thank you, and thank you for explaining the particular case which was referenced in the question. So, the gentleman, can you identify yourself? Just shoot.
Working? Yeah, it's
Super.
working. My name is Alexandru, I'm from Romania, and I'm part of the Global Young Leaders of GLOBSEC. Thank you for your remarks. The topic of the panel is energy security in Europe, and I have a question in the context of the Green Deal and all the discussions about the energy transition, the green transition. In the last 25 years, Europe decreased its greenhouse gas emissions with 33%. In the same time, China increased its greenhouse gas emissions with 253%. in this moment, China have 1/3 of the world's greenhouse gas emissions. In the same time, European Union, the whole 27 countries, we have 6% of the greenhouse gas emissions worldwide. How should we change the current way we are looking to the Green Deal in order to remain competitive in the current world? Thank you.
Wow, you are very well prepared. I put you on the spot, and you know these figures by heart. Amazing. Anyone who wants? Martin, I thought that it will be Martin and then Petr. Okay.
And it actually even connects and the first question that I think it's no the second one on the 50%, because we are actually, the Commission recently came out. We are on the track to 50%. I think it's about the perspective we take on the different emissions and how we about the perspective we take on the whole issue. One thing is obviously that the level of industrialization in China was substantially lower. So per capita, we are being the bigger issue. Now, what I think we have to look at more is what China has been doing over the last years, and where we as a Europe, from industrial perspective, have been starting to lag behind. We used to have, the best industry producing wind power plants. We used to have the best industry, and actually the Chinese overcompeted us. To some extent was that we offshored lots of the industry, not because of environmental regulation, because the businesses went for a cheaper labor, and it was a very pragmatic strategy from the leadership of China to say we massively invest into renewables, into the whole green transition, and they out-invested us. And the question now is, how can we look at it from a global perspective and see that, A, we maintain our security, and just like we looked at it in the 5G sector on the 5G security box, we need to have something similar in terms of the grids and the whole electric networks. But also, what are the strategic areas in technologies where Europe is still ahead, where we have the best opportunities, and utilize it? Because we have lots of, and I'm one of the founding members of the Clean Tech Friendship Group in the European Parliament, and we have lots of clean tech startups and scale-ups that actually are leaving Europe because of lack of financing. Not the research money, but actually the scale-up money. So the capital union in this, it's going to be really crucial to get and unlock the more risky capital from the private investments. And second, combine it really with the industrial policy that will also foster education, that will bring in the talent and look at it from a European scale. So for me, it's not about now comparing who has more emissions, but who can make more prosperity and more profit from it, because this is the global trend. Even in China, this is the trend and where the investments go. In oil-rich UAE, it's the trend, because this is something where the future is. And we should not now start lagging behind, because it's going to be for our own fault.
Couldn't agree more. Petr, anything to add?
It's very difficult to continue for the Pavel, for the Martin, because Martin said everything. The last year, the Chinese produce less emissions with the increasing amount of the energy that they produced. The peak is already done from the Chinese side. The second one, the Chinese invest twice more money for the decarbonization technology or the green innovation than the EU themselves. It's about the technology, about the strategic investments, it's not only about the question in the EU themselves, it's about the competitiveness. Yeah? And if we don't invest more in green transition and the decarbonization, the Chinese production with the green technologies will be cheaper for the EU market and the others market than our product will be.
Our even polluting production, that's the thing.
Yeah.
And that will be impossible to compete with.
Christian, I would handpick a question for you from Slido, if you can get it up. How can we decentralize the energy supply chain while ensuring its effective energy integration across Europe? I think what was meant that how can we decentralize the energy supply chain while we are creating an integrated energy network in Europe?
Well, it's not easy at all to make both, but clearly here we need a coordinated approach, and also we need to see what each country, each member state can provide, can contribute to the European Union mix. There is also another question which is extremely important, which is the target of 2030. You know, the package Fit for 55 that looked very ambitious. We are not very far from 2030. It's very obvious for me, at least, that without a strong push in investments, and here I totally agree that we are lagging behind, and the capital union, it's a big issue, but also the investment capacity of European Union, it's an issue. Actually, it's one of the problems that also Draghi report highlighted.
Yes.
Because the situation is different than United States, the different mentality, different possibilities, different approach. Capital venture funds, investment funds are much more developed there. It's a different approach than China, because China is heavily investing public money, but also subsidize, not in an open way, some of the production and some of the initiatives that they are doing. In Europe, the situation is a little bit more difficult. And this decentralization also of the supply chain is linked very much with the capacity of investing. So if we'll find the necessary funds in order to conclude the projects in the energy sector, but not only in the industrial sector, almost everywhere, then Fit for 55 and 55% in 2030, it's reachable. Otherwise, it's not easy. And the most difficult part will come after 2030, because to 100%, to the net zero, to the total decarbonization in 2050, today we don't have the whole instruments. We need to innovate more. We need to have to mature many of the now research projects in order to be able to reach Green Deal target.
Christian, you referenced 2030 several times. Let's highlight that question, because we will go with that after Mr. Balala, whom I would like to ask you that you are here in Prague. How do you see Emirates can contribute to European energy security? Energy supply, technology transfer, knowledge transfer. How do you see your country's role in the European energy mix?
I think there is a lot going on between the UAE and the EU and Europe. Today we have, let me start with renewables, for example. Today we have a gigantic portfolio, over 50 gigawatts globally. Approximately 30% of that portfolio is only in Europe. And there is also doubling that amount on the pipeline and under discussion and assessment today with European countries. So today we exist in the Mediterranean, we exist in the North Sea. We're all over Europe, in approximately 10 countries, if I'm not mistaken. But we have all the intention to take this forward. Second thing comes to mind is interconnections. Today, the UAE plays a significant role in connecting North Africa into the Europe, and there is a lot under discussion. But not only that, in January 2025, we've signed an agreement with Albania and Italy to connect Albania. The subsea cable connects Albania to Italy and supply renewable energy from Albania to Italy. So that's one of the live examples that we undertook. at the beginning of 2025. Third things comes to mind I can speak about is LNG. Today, the UAE is expanding its LNG facilities, be it in Fujairah or in the western region of the UAE. 2023, the UAE have signed an agreement with Germany for 15 years supply of LNG, and we're looking at Europe as a growing market for supplying LNG, and that's so France, Netherlands are smaller portions, but there is more coming, and we anticipate to supply more. So these are like three immediate things that comes to mind. But when it comes to capacity building and transferring technology, the UAE have beaten a world record in tariff reduction twice. Today we work with very well-known, good, reputable financiers such as ERBD, such as the European Investment Bank, and there's a lot in the pipeline with them in terms of developing renewables and interconnections cabling.
Thank you. That's very encouraging, by the way, that all the projects that you cited. I would like to make this question binary, go through the speakers and just a yes or no answer. Is EU really ready to reduce net greenhouse gas emissions by 50% by 2030? May I, apologies from whoever asked the question, but let me a bit reframe it. Will the EU reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 2030 by 50%? Yes or no? Pavel?
Well, I just saw the predictions that the target of 2030 is achievable.
And you believe in it? You think yes?
I think yes. I think the big discussion about 2040 and 2050.
So you agree with Christian in that one. Petr?
Yeah, in Czechia we reduce more than 50%. The whole EU can be achievable.
Martin?
Actually, the target is 55 net, so this is 57.5 or something else, 57.3. Honestly, I think we'll overshoot it. I think it's going to be bigger than we think.
Brilliant. Christian?
Yes, but with some conditions, and indeed,
yes.
The target is 55. We are fit for 55 in 2030 with some conditions.
It was a tricky question. Mr. Balala?
I think that it can be achieved.
How great to end on this note, right? We have a really optimistic panel and realistic panel, and we all believe that we are going to not even meet, but overachieve the targets. So before I thank the panelists, please everybody stay seated, because we will get our MC on stage, whom I am calling on stage, to give us the instructions for the dinner. And now thank the panelists for this debate, and thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you very much. Are we on? Okay, testing 1, 2. I'm just going to talk optimistic and realistic. I like this. I think this has been the tone for GLOBSEC today. This morning we had, of course, a huge range of topics, and we started with looking at EU defence investments, strengthening ties with the Global South, the AI revolution, and we've talked about propaganda alliances. And of course, we had our keynote speech with Ukraine's President, Volodymyr Zelenskyy, and we had an audio problem then too. Now, I've been asked all day, was it Russian interference? Was it an AI attack? Guys, you know what to believe when they say you have a choice between a conspiracy and a mistake. It was just the latter. But it was a great talk by President Zelenskyy. I think one of the standout quotes for me was when he said, "We're all in this war, and if Ukraine fails, Putin will go further." I think that was a very sober reminder of what's at stake. President Havel also was here on the stage this morning. His standout quote for me was that the new US administration has certainly unsettled transatlantic relations. Europe now has to face questions it cannot postpone anymore. I think that goes to the theme of GLOBSEC 2025. And then he said, but we must not decouple from our American allies. So there was a lot to consider today. Day 1 was stellar. Day 2, maybe even better. Before that, though, we've got a wonderful dinner tonight. For those of you who have your invitations to Prague Castle, buses will be leaving soon. 19:10, so 7:10, 7:20 and 7:30. Please make sure you get on one. And yes, if you need to do a quick wardrobe change, now's the time. Tomorrow we begin bright and early back here on the Havel stage. We'll have opening remarks with the Czech Foreign Minister Jan Lipavsky, and of course, another massive day of sessions and side panels. Thank you very much for attending day one. Have a wonderful evening and see you tomorrow.